The Hasidic Anthology. Tales and Teachings of the Hasidim. Translated from the Hebrew, Yiddish, and German. Selected, compiled, and arranged by Louis I Newman in collaboration with Samuel Spitz. Part 2. Chapter 76. Hospitality. Section 1. Assurance to the guest. A famous rabbi chanced to pass through Voidislav, where Rabbi Bunam's father dwelt. Being told of the boy Bunam's excellence in studies, he stopped in to visit him and asked him to say something new on the proper conduct of life. The young Bunam replied, "When a guest comes, the host should show him his bedchamber before inviting him to the meal, so that he may enjoy his food without anxiety regarding a place to rest his head." Section 2. Accepting hospitality from sinners. The Apter rabbi was scheduled once to sojourn in a town for a few days. The town possessed 2 men of wealth, and both volunteered to welcome the rabbi. One was known to be very pious, but he demanded excessive respect and homage, being a haughty and self-willed man. The other magnate was less pious, and there were grave suspicions regarding his moral conduct. He was, however, unselfish, pleasant of manner, and modest. The rabbi heard of these 2 men and elected to go to the sinner's home. He explained his choice thus. We read in the Talmud that the Lord remarks concerning the proud man, "I and he cannot abide together in the world. If the Lord is out of place in the home of the haughty, neither can I remain with him." The other may be a great sinner, but we read in Leviticus 16:16, "God abideth among them in the midst of their uncleanness." 2. If it is agreeable to the Lord to abide amid uncleanness, it surely must be permissible for me. Section 3. Service without payment. The Berditchever insisted upon serving his guests himself. He would bring them food and prepare their beds for them. When asked why he did not leave these duties to his servant, he responded, "Hospitality is an excellent deed when performed without payment. The servant would do it for pay, and the intrinsic kindness of the good deed would be lost." Section 4. The Open Door. The Gerer discussed Genesis 18:1, "And the Lord appeared unto him, and he, Abraham, was sitting at the open door of his tent. He said, Abraham kept an open door as a standing invitation to all to enter, that they might learn the true and pure conception of the Creator. They might also learn the pathway of rectitude, free from envy, pride, and haughtiness, that leads to the perfection of the Spirit." Section 5. Why he hid himself. The Ropshitzer came to a wealthy Jew, known to be a miser, for a donation to a worthy cause. The miser, hearing the coach halt near his home, concealed himself. The rabbi observed him stealing out to the barn and instructed his warden to summon him. When the owner appeared, he was deeply ashamed of himself and gave a good-sized donation. The Ropshitzer remarked, "The Talmud says that welcoming guests is a greater deed than welcoming the Shekhinah. You have therefore acted quite properly." When the Lord appeared for the first time to Moses, the prophet hid his face only, Exodus 3:6. When we appeared, however, you concealed your entire body beneath the hay in the barn. Section 6. A Craving for Praise. There was once a hospitable man who, however, was accustomed to say, "Tell me, honored guest, am I not hospitable?" The Besht sent to him his disciple, Ziv Kitzis. When the host made the usual inquiry, Rabbi Ziv replied, "We shall see." The host fell asleep, and Rabbi Ziv pressed his finger against the sleeper's forehead. The host then dreamed that a high governmental official visited him, and after drinking his wine, fell dead. He ran away and became a water carrier. While carrying the heavy pails, he stumbled and broke his leg. the imagined pain caused the man to awaken. He related the dream to Rabbi Ziv, who informed him that he, the host, had been privileged to behold his fate if he continued to feed the Satan by his craving for praise regarding his hospitality. The host promised to discontinue this unpleasant habit. Section 7. The limits of hospitality. The Przewierska rabbi was accustomed to give his guests 2 glasses of wine with meals. When wine became more expensive, he gave only 1 glass to each guest. He then dreamed that Elijah rebuked him for this. He retorted, "But this act is only a straw in the mitzvah of hospitality." "Yes," replied Elijah, "but nevertheless it causes a flaw in the good deed." A similar story is told of Rabbi Leib de Mimles of Landshut. His house was open to guests, and they were free to eat and drink their fill. Once he discovered a guest lying drunk in the gutter, and he gave orders to furnish him no more wine. From this time onward, his success began to lessen. When he complained to his brother-in-law, the Lubliner, the latter said, "God blessed you when your hospitality was without limits. Now that you have placed boundaries on it, even in the case of one person, your efforts meet with less success. Go, then, and ask for the man's pardon, and treat him as before." Section 8. Eating one's fill. Said the Mezebozer in comment on the verse, "The righteous eateth to the satisfying of his desire, but the belly of the wicked shall want." Proverbs 13:25. What virtue is there in eating one's fill? The meaning is this: when a guest arrives at the Zaddik's home, the latter invites him to eat. Even though he himself may have eaten, he partakes of food in order that his guest may do so also. But when a guest comes to the home of a wicked person, even though the host may also be hungry, he suffers pangs of hunger rather than invite his guest to eat with him. Section 9. Hospitality and the Shekinah. Referring to the Talmudical saying that hospitality is greater than welcoming the Shekinah, a rabbi said, "Were this not so, a man could refuse hospitality on the pretext that the wayfarers may speak slander of some persons, thereby causing the departure of the Shekinah." Or, in the event a man's wife is opposed to the extra trouble of caring for passers-by, the husband could excuse himself for his failure not to welcome strangers in his home, inasmuch as the divine presence cannot abide where man and wife quarrel. But since hospitality is greater, a man should practice it, even though his guests may be guilty of tale-bearing, and even if his wife may quarrel with him for his generosity. Chapter 77. Host and Honors for Guest. Section 1. A Friendly Visit. The Amshinover was asked, according to the Talmud, the 3 angels who came to visit Abraham after his circumcision each had a mission, one to save Lot, one to foretell the birth of Isaac, and one to heal Abraham. But since the Lord appeared to Abraham at the same time, why did not the Lord himself heal him? The rabbi responded with a parable. A king had great affection and respect for his premier. Instead of summoning him always to the royal palace for consultations, he often paid the premier the honor of calling on him at home. Later, he began to show him even greater honor. He visited him as a guest without discussing affairs of state. In the same fashion, God wished to show Abraham the greatest honor. Therefore, he visited him in his sickness as a friend, not on a professional visit. Hence, the duty to heal Abraham was assigned to an angel. Section 2. Unwelcome Honors. The Gerer rabbi was present at a function in the home of a wealthy Hasid. The host wished to bestow a certain honor on his distinguished guest, but the rabbi declined it. The host remarked, "But Rabbi, the Talmud teaches that it is good manners for the guest not to contradict his host." The rabbi replied, "But the Talmud adds the words, except when he tells you to leave. we are also taught that jealousy, desire, and honor compel a man to leave the world. Thus, when the host seeks to force honors upon his guest, the latter is entitled to decline them. Section 3. For himself in the world to come. The Neshkaiser rabbi related the following. Late at night, a man came to the home of Rabbi Lieber of Berdichev and asked for lodging. Rabbi Lieber extended to him a gracious welcome and began to arrange a bed for the guest. The man asked him, "Why do you trouble yourself to arrange my bed?" Rabbi Lieber replied, "It is not for your sake, but for my own that I am doing this." Section 4. Hospitality for money. The Vorker admired the courtesy with which an innkeeper treated his paying guests and praised him. "But he does it for money," he was told. "Surely," was his answer. "He takes money in order that he may be able to continue his admirable conduct. But the warmth of his welcome and the loving care he gives are evidence that he has love in his heart for his guests." Chapter 78. Humility 8. Section 1. The injunction to be humble. To walk in true humility is the first duty of every Hasid. It is said in Avoth 5:22, "A good eye, an humble mind, and a lowly spirit are the tokens of the disciples of our father Abraham." Rabbi Joshua ben Levi set humility above all else as the surest means of guarding against the evil tongue. The law abideth only with the meek. Be not like the ceiling out of reach, but like the threshold that is trodden upon by everyone without stirring. If offended, seek not satisfaction, but bear with offense in silent humility. Our ancients said, "If all the world proclaims you a Zaddik, think of yourself as one of the wicked." For what says the Zohar? "Whoever thinks of himself as of small account in this world will be one of the great in the world to come." Rabbi Elimelech of Lezensk said, "The top of the ladder leading to perfection is humility. He who has it has everything else." Rabbi Aaron of Starasola was once asked, "How can man attain humility?" Said he, "By fulfillment of the commandments," and added a parable. A tree rich in fruits is dragged to earth by its fruits, and its branches hang downward. But a branch that is barren and withered stands upright without bending. "Humility," said the Besht, "leadeth forth to love of man and love of God. For the truly humble in heart does not feel it a hardship to love one of the wicked, unthinking. For all his wickedness, he is better than I am." It is told of Rabbi Meir of Premislan that a Hasid once came to him, boasting in his pride of being on the way to the Holy Land. The rabbi chided him, saying, "What impudent of face wilt thou take precedence of the Messiah?" And thus he plucked the root of haughtiness out of his heart. Section 2. Worthy to obey. Shall men then always walk in meekness? Not so, say the Tzaddikim. There are moments when haughtiness becomes a duty. When the evil inclination approaches, whispering in the ear, "You are unworthy to fulfill the law," say, "I am worthy." Section 3. True and false humility. The Belzer said, "There is a true and a false humility. The falsely humble believes himself and all others to be unworthy. He is worse than the one who believes himself and all others to be worthy. The truly humble man is he who feels sure that he is unworthy, but that everyone else is worthier than himself." Section 4. The humility of Saul. Said the Gerer rabbi, "Every virtue is subject to the Lord's command. King Saul hid himself among the vessels from a sense of humility, but the Lord had already commanded him to rule over Israel. Hence his humbleness was out of place, and for this reason his reign was unsuccessful." Section 5. Dignity and humility. The Kotzker rabbi explained, "There are times when the leader must display dignity in order that the rank and file of the people may have the proper respect for him. This seeming pride, however, must be like an outer garment, and not for a moment must it subdue the humility of his inmost heart." We learn this from the verse in Psalm 93:1, "The Lord reigneth, he is clothed in dignity." From this, we learn that pride has its place only on the outside, never within. Section 6. God's nearness to the lowly. The Strelitzker rabbi said, "We read in Psalm 139:8, 'If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in the netherworld, behold, thou art there.'" We may explain this verse as follows: "If I possess inner pride and believe myself to be high in virtue and godliness, then this signifies seeing the Lord from a distance. But when I am low in my own esteem and feel myself to be undeserving, then I behold him near." Section 7. The meek Tzaddikim. The Kobrener explained the verse in Psalm 149:4, "For the Lord taketh pleasure in aiding his people. He adorneth the meek with salvation. Though all salvation is from the Lord," said the rabbi, "yet it is his wish to manifest it through the Tzaddikim, who are meek in spirit, in order to adorn them with the respect of ordinary members of the people." Section 8. Housing the Torah with humility. The Gerer rabbi discoursed on the large form of the letter Beth, which begins the Torah, and he said, "Beth means a house, and the unusual form of the Beth is to teach us to house the Torah within us with proper humility. One who feels proud of his learning is transgressing the commandment, 'Thou shalt not bring an abomination into thy house.' Deuteronomy 7:26. Section 9. More particular than God? The Sassover once gave his last coin to a man of evil reputation. His students reproached him for it, whereupon he replied, "Shall I be more particular than God, who gave the coin to me?" Section 10. In humble company. Rabbi Maneli was heard to say during the Sabbath morning prayer, "Through the mouth of the upright thou shalt be praised. Maneli is not among them, and by the words of the righteous thou shalt be blessed. Maneli is not of them. And by the tongue of the pious thou shalt be extolled. Maneli is not there. And in the midst of the holy ones thou shalt be hallowed. Maneli is not of these. And in the assemblies of the tens of thousands of thy people, the house of Israel, thy name shall be glorified with song, O our King, in every generation. One of these is Maneli." The Kobrener added, "Only a holy man like Maneli could include himself among the people of God, but we are even too unworthy for this. We must continue the prayer to find our place. For such is the duty of all created beings before thee, to thank thee. It is among them that we belong, since we are created beings, and therefore it is also our duty to thank and praise the Lord." Section 11. The good for nothing. Rabbi Elimelech was accustomed to sit under the trees in the woods and allow his body to be bitten by ants. His body became so wan and bloodless that it no longer attracted the ants, and they let him be. "Melech, Melech, you good for nothing," he said. "Even the ants no longer care for you." Section 12. Without protest. Once Rabbi Zalman of Lodi, the Rav, visited a rabbi who belonged to the Mithnagadim. The rabbi related to him that he had placed under the chair on which he sat the volume Noam Elimelech, written by Rabbi Elimelech. "What sort of a man is he?" asked the Mithnaged. "He is the following sort of a man, even if you would place him under the chair on which you were sitting," said the Rav. "He would be silent and speak no word in protest." Section 13. Treading the earth underfoot. Rabbi Susia of Anipal once turned earthward and said, "Earth, earth, thou art of better make than I, and yet I am treading thee underfoot. But softly, yet a while, and I will lie below thee, thy humble servant." Section 14. Accepting reproof. Said the Koretzer, "He who accepts reproof is greater than the one who reproves him. The latter may do so because he imagines himself better than ordinary persons and is thereby guilty of pride. The former, however, by his acceptance, demonstrates a spirit of humility, and the Lord loves the companionship of the meek." Section 15. Be very humble. Rabbi Nahum Chernobyler visited a town to deliver a discourse. He looked about the synagogue and waited. Soon a young man, learned, rich, and immensely proud of his accomplishments as a singer, entered the synagogue. Immediately, the rabbi began to recite the phrase in the Mishnah. Rabbi Levitas said, "Be very, very humble." Rabbi Nahum repeated these words again and again to the great astonishment of those present. Finally, the proud young man walked over to the preacher and begged for instruction in the conquest of his pride. He used to say that henceforth the rabbi's reproof sounded unceasingly in his ears. Section 16. Prayer with humility. The Rizener used as a text Exodus 20:23. "Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not uncovered thereon." The house of prayer, said the rabbi, represents the altar. The chief requisite when bringing an offering upon the altar, or when praying, is to be contrite of heart, in a humble mood, and full of regret at one's shortcomings. We are forbidden to go up to pray in a frivolous mood, lest our evil thoughts confuse our words of supplication. There is a hint of this in the little letter Aleph in the word Wayikra, and he called to Moses, because Moses possessed humility. Section 17. The Song of the Lowly. On a Sabbath, the Kobriner was chanting the Hymn of Glory. When he came to the verse, "My praise, may it be a crown unto thy head, and my prayer, may it be set before thee as holy incense," the rabbi exclaimed, "O Lord, the raise, the rabbi, as claimed. How utterly undeserving am I, and how without merit my prayer, that they should be a crown unto thee." Then he heard the congregation chant the next verse, "May the song of the lowly be as precious in thine eyes as the song sung at thine offerings." Yes, the rabbi continued, no matter how lowly we are, we implore that our singing may be precious in the eyes of the Lord. Section 18. The hour strikes. A man came to the Lekivitzer and besought him to teach him humility. At the very moment he was speaking, the clock struck the hour. The rabbi commented, "From the sound of the clock striking the hour, we can receive ample instruction regarding the submission of the heart. Each one of us should ask himself, another hour of my life has departed. Have I accomplished any improvement of my soul within it?" Section 19. Truth, Humility, and Love. Rabbi Raphael Bershider used to say, "I learned from my master that if I will walk with truth, my soul will instruct me, and I shall need no other teacher." He also said, "He who wishes truly to live should also wish to be more insignificant than anyone else." The Bershider heard his wife scolding her maid. He rebuked her, saying, "You have no right to give pain to a Jewess. A child of Israel is very, very precious." Section 20. The Lowliness of the Bershider. The Bershider refused to accept any dictate involving dignity if it ran counter to his sense of lowliness. He dressed with exceeding plainness. He stood in the synagogue behind the door. He would be pleased if he made a mistake in his prayers on behalf of the congregation, since this demeaned his dignity. He never summoned anyone to his home, but walked instead to those whom he wished to see. He bought vegetables himself in the marketplace and smiled at those who thought it undignified. Section 21. Envying the water carrier. In Rabbi Raphael Bersheder's house, Herschel, the water carrier, would often come with fresh water for the rabbi. The latter once remarked to his wife, "I tremble before the worthiness of Herschel. When he enters with his pails, he feels as the very dust of the earth. When will I be able to attain such lowliness of spirit?" Section 22. The Deserving Rebbe. A young rabbi came to visit the Alexandria rabbi. The latter expressed surprise and said, "Were I in your place, I would not have used valuable time to visit an insignificant rabbi like myself." The visitor answered, "Whom else shall Hasidim recognize as their Rebbe, if not one who holds himself to be undeserving to be one?" Section 23. The Philosopher's Counsel. Said the Besht, "A king was told that a man of humility is endowed with long life. He attired himself in old garments, took up his residence in a small hut, and forbade anyone to show reverence before him. But when he honestly examined himself, the king found himself to be prouder of his seeming humility than ever before. A philosopher thereupon remarked to him, 'Dress like a king, live like a king, allow the people to show due respect to you, but be humble in your inmost heart.'" Section 24. The Divine Light. The Besht commented upon Daniel 2:22. "He knoweth what is in the darkness, and the light dwelleth with him," he said. He who knows himself to be insignificant, even among the uncultured and the ignorant, who live in darkness, shall have the divine light dwell within him. Section 25. Intentional Humility. Said the Kotzker, "All mitzvot should be performed with the proper intention. There is one exception, humility." Section 26. The Gaon. Rabbi Solomon of Warsaw sent a letter to a man of wealth in Kutna and addressed him as Gaon. The man was greatly surprised, and when he was in Warsaw, he visited the rabbi to inquire the reason for this salutation. The rabbi opened the drawer of his desk, drew forth a letter, and said, "You can see yourself that I only addressed you as people address me." Section 27. The Lowly and the Torah. Said Rabbi Israel Isaac of Alexander, "We read at the conclusion of the Amidah, 'Let my soul be unto all as the dust. Open my heart to thy Torah.' This teaches us that the lowly alone can truly understand the Torah." Section 28. Measure for Measure. Said Rabbi Haim Heikel Amdurer, "We read, 'How shall Jacob stand? For he is small.' Amos 7:2. This teaches us the following lesson. If Jacob possesses the knowledge that he is small, and if he subdues any sense of self-importance, he will stand. For the Lord will repay him in the same measure, and making himself small, he will provide for him as for a son. But if Jacob holds his head high and forgets meekness, providence too will hold back his abundance on high." Section 29. The Earth Teaches Us. Rabbi Uri Strelisker said, "We are taught by our sages in the Ethics of the Fathers 2:2 that the study of the Torah is good with the way of the earth. We find that for all our necessities we must thank the earth. Without the earth we have neither food nor clothing. Yet we tread upon her, dig her, spit upon her, and the earth accepts every abuse without complaint. The student of the Torah should adopt these ways of the earth. No matter how greatly his opinion is sought and esteemed, he should consider himself lowly and should bear demeanment from anyone without complaint or anger." Section 30. The Lord's Lowly. said Rabbi Bunam. Only the lowly are able to comprehend the highness of the Lord. We read in Psalms 138:6, "The Lord is high, and the lowly see it." For us. Section 31. Selfishness or meekness. Said Rabbi Bunam, "The haughty and the arrogant fill their mind with selfishness, leaving no room for holiness. The lowly and the meek, however, have adequate room for holiness, and should strive to fill their mind with it. Of what use, otherwise, is their weakness?" Section 32. Demonstrating goodness. Said the Berditchever, "In the Machzor we read, 'When there is no demonstrator of goodness.' This means, when one thinks of himself as naught, this becomes a demonstration of his goodness." Unquote. Chapter 79. Hypocrisy and Hypocrites. Section 1. The Soft-Spoken Enemy. The Kobrener commented upon Psalm 10:10. "He croucheth, he boweth down, and the helpless fall into his mighty claws." In explanation, he told the following fable. An old mouse sent out her son to search for food, but warned him to be careful of the enemy. The young mouse met a rooster and hastened back to his mother in great terror. He described the enemy as a haughty being with an upstanding red comb. "He is no enemy of ours," said the old mouse, and sent her son out again. This time, he met a turkey and was still more frightened. "Oh, mother," he said, panting, "I saw a great puffed-up being with a deadly look, ready to kill." "Neither is he our enemy," replied the mother. "Our enemy keeps his head down, like an exceedingly humble person. He is smooth and soft-spoken, friendly in appearance, and acting as if he were a very kind creature. If you meet him, beware. Lord, us." Section 2. Admitting hypocrites with reason. It is told that the Satan came to Rabbi Elimelech in a dream and said to him, "Do you believe you can wrest the rulership of this world from me by making many Hasidim? Behold, I make many more, and some of them are in your own fellowship." Rabbi Elimelech, armed with a stout club, went to the house of study to eject Satan's emissaries with force and arms. But when he crossed the threshold, he was afraid of falling into error by singling out the followers of the evil one. He left all the disciples in peace, thinking it better to admit many hypocrites than to eject a single one of the righteous. Section 3. The Good in a Hypocrite. Said Rabbi Eliezer of Koznitz, "No Jew is evil, not even the hypocrite. Do we not see that the outward semblance of a good Jew is pleasant in his own eyes?" Section 4. Unworthy Imitation. Said the Besht, "Whosoever shall make like unto that incense to smell thereof, namely, one who imitates the true Hasidim, in order that he may be known as a man of piety, he shall be cut off from his people." Exodus 30:38. Chapter 80. Idols. Section 1. Using our lips improperly. The Makarova rabbi said, we read in Psalm 115, 4-5, "Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they speak not." I will use the other meaning of the first word, and will interpret the verse thus: "Their anxieties and sadness come from their quest of silver and gold." Why? Because they believe their wealth comes solely through the work of men's hands. They forget the providence of God. The only use they make of their mouth is on behalf of their own needs. They take no opportunity to speak words of the Torah and of worship. Therefore, God will withhold from them His blessing. Section 2. The Mitzwoth as Idols. Said the Kotzker, "The prohibition against the making of idols, Exodus 24, includes within itself the prohibition against making idols out of the mitzvot. We should never imagine that the chief purpose of a mitzvah is its outward form, and that its inward meaning should be subordinated. The very opposite is the position we should take. Section 3. Offering, Fat, and Blood. Said Rabbi Bunam, "We are taught by our sages that he who fasts for the sake of God is like unto one who offers to God his fat and blood. It follows, therefore, that if a man abstains from food because of anger, or through a desire to be known as one who fasts much, he is thereby offering his fat and blood to a strange god." Chapter 81. Integrity and Honesty. Section 1. Dissatisfaction. The Lizensker said, "When a person becomes dissatisfied with his business or profession, it is a sure sign that he is not conducting it honestly." Section 2. Light from Decay. The Lizensker said, "Not every idea that attracts you is worthy of acceptance. Not all that glitters is gold. Remember also that rotted wood gives out a glow in the dark. Do not in your ignorance mistake a corrupt idea for one of worth." Section 3. A, B, C, D. Two men came to the premise-laner rabbi to ask his advice as to whether they should form a partnership. The rabbi said to them, "Have you already drawn up a partnership contract?" "No," was the reply. "Then," said the rabbi, "I shall draw it for you." The rabbi took a sheet of paper and wrote down A, B, C, D. When he was asked to explain it, he said, A stands for agreement. B stands for blessing. C stands for calumniation. D stands for disaster. That is to say, if the partners will agree among themselves and will be honest, they will have a blessing. But should they calumniate each other, accuse each other of dishonesty and carelessness, there will be disaster. Section 4. Without credentials. The Berditchever once came to a village. A Jewish butcher asked him, "Are you a shochet? I need one and cannot wait for the regular man." The rabbi answered in the affirmative. The butcher promised him additional payment for quick work. The rabbi said, "I will do so on condition that you loan to me 20 thalers, which I promise to return soon." "No," said the butcher, "I cannot loan money to a man I do not know." "You have convicted yourself as a careless Jew by the words of your own mouth," said the rabbi. "You refuse to trust me with a sum of money, yet you are willing to trust my assertion that I am a shochet without asking for credentials. You might have invited an unscrupulous man to serve who would have caused you to eat improperly slaughtered meat." The butcher acknowledged his error and promised to be more careful in the future. Section 5. The proper answer. The Tzikover rabbi stopped a Jew who was not a Hasid and asked him what he would do if he should find a purse of money. "I would return it to the owner, of course," was the reply. "You have too prompt an answer," retorted the rabbi. "I am not sure that you are sincere." He asked another non-Hasid, who said, "I would certainly keep it if I could do so." "You are a wicked person. You are too ready to give up the privilege of performing a mitzvah, even for an imaginary gain," said the rabbi. A Hasid of the unlearned class was next asked. "Oh, Rabbi," he exclaimed, "it would be a great temptation. I should implore the Lord to grant me strength to withstand it and to be able to perform the mitzvah of returning that which had been lost." "Your answer is proper and correct," said the rabbi, "and it is fit for a Hasid to give. Our opponents blame us for accepting unlearned persons as Hasidim, but this demonstrates the influence of Hasidic instruction even among the unlearned." Section 6. Protecting the weak. The Sadigura rabbi rebuked a wholesale merchant for being too harsh in his dealing with the retailers. The merchant remarked, "Rabbi, why do you live in a city and interfere with the merchants? Why do you not live in a village and commune in solitude with God, as the Besh did?" The rabbi retorted, "In the time of the Besht, the robbers lived in the forests, and hence the Zadok lived there in order by his prayers to protect the passers-by. Today, however, the robbers live in the city, and the Zadok is compelled to live there as well, in order to protect, if he can, the weak." Section 7. A Troubled Conscience. The Magalnitzer walked to and fro one morning in his room and could not concentrate upon his prayers. Finally, he summoned his servant and said, "Israel, 2 weeks ago we passed a dairy in our carriage, and one wheel suddenly cracked. Do you remember borrowing the dairy owner's extra wheel? And, if so, have you returned it?" "We have not returned it," replied the servant. "Then do so without further delay," ordered the rabbi. As soon as the servant left in the carriage, the rabbi found himself able to pray with concentration. When the servant returned, he reported that a wheel of the dairyman's team had just cracked, and if the extra wheel had not been returned to him, he would have been unable to bring the milk into town, at great loss to his trade and great discomfort to his customers. Section 8. The Purse. Said the Koretzer, "If a man finds a purse with money near his doorstep, he may not argue. I would accomplish but a single mitzvah by tracing the owner and returning this purse to him. On the other hand, I could perform many mitzvot if I should devote this money to several good causes. Nay, the finder may not even carry the purse into his own home. He must forthwith deliver it to the proper authorities." Section 9. Aid from Heaven. A man complained to the Porisover that he was overwhelmed with debts. The rabbi said, "From every dollar profit you make, set aside a portion towards the payment of your debts. When it is noted in heaven that you wish to pay off your debts, you will receive heaven's aid in doing so." Section 10. Debts before donations. A man who had failed in business came before the Gastininer rabbi and laid on the table his written request with a donation. The rabbi refused it, saying, We read, "When Israel has paid up his debts, he offered willingly." Chapter 82. Intermarriage. Section 1. A mitzvah draws a mitzvah. The Apter rabbi related the following tale. Once a Jew came to a village to purchase grain. The countess who owned the town was a widow. Meeting the Jew, who was of handsome countenance and form, she fell deeply in love with him. She persuaded him to divorce his wife, become a Christian, and marry her. The Jew succumbed to the temptation, and his Christian wife gave him the title of Count. A few years later, when the nobility were assembled in the capital to sit in the Sejm, the Polish Senate, one nobleman declared that a Christian girl had disappeared in his town, and he accused the Jews of having killed her for ritual purposes. Other noblemen added similar tales and affirmed that Christian blood was in constant demand at the ceremonies of Jews. The king became enraged and issued an edict that all the Jews be banished from Poland. According to the Polish constitution, every edict had to be signed by all members of the Sejm, in addition to the king. If there was one dissenter, the edict was nullified. The former Jew, one of the members of the Sejm, placed his veto on the decree, stating that the blood accusation was entirely without foundation in fact. Notwithstanding the manifold repetitions of the accusation throughout the centuries, and despite the fact that alleged victims had been canonized by the popes, the edict was destroyed, and the king vigorously reprimanded the nobleman who had brought the accusation. Since one precept when performed draws another in its train, it transpired that the Jewish count repented of his life as a Christian. He consulted a rabbi, escaped to Amsterdam, and commenced to lead the Jewish life anew. Soon after this event, the countess died. The penitent remarried his Jewish wife and henceforth lived as a pious and loyal Jew. Chapter 83. Israel, Bride of God. Section 1. The Bride of Noble Birth. The Berditchever argued before the Lord as follows. When two persons marry, one of noble but poor family, the other provides the sustenance for their livelihood. Thou, O Lord, hast taken unto thee as a bride Israel, descendant of noble patriarchs. It behooves thee to provide Israel with unfailing nurture. Section 2. Show us again thy love. A woman complained to the Koznitzer Maggid that her husband had ceased to love her. When he married me, she cried, he loved me dearly. Now his affection has turned away from me. The Maggid lifted up his hands and exclaimed, I have the same complaint against thee, O Lord. When thou didst choose Israel to be thy bride at Sinai, thou didst truly love her. Now it seems as if thine affection has departed from her. Be not unto us as this woman's spouse unto her, but show us again thy love and redeem us. Section 3. The Ring of Betrothal. Said the Koznitzer Maggid, a young man presented to his promised bride a jeweled ring of betrothal. She exclaimed, You are leaving me, my beloved, to visit your native city. Perchance you may forget me and marry another. Her betrothed replied, As long as you wear my ring, which is priceless, I shall not lose remembrance of you or leave you. I have given you this ring as a pledge of surety. In the same way, Israel says, My Lord hath forgotten me, Isaiah 49:14. And God answers, As long as you keep my Torah and its commandments, I shall not abandon you. The Torah is your pledge of surety. Section 4. Undesirable Guests. Said the Sudilkover, when guests are invited to a wedding, the purpose is to gladden the heart of the bride and the groom, but there are always present guests who care only for their own pleasures and who give no heed to the young couple. Likewise, the purpose of our life in this world is to strive for the union of God and Israel, his bride, through the performance of good deeds and acts of holiness. But some of us are neglectful of this obligation and concern ourselves only with our own enjoyments. Section 5. The Rabbi's Plaint. After his beloved wife's demise, the Belzer rabbi was heard to express the following plaint. Thou knowest, O Lord, that there is nothing in my power I would not have done to bring my wife back to life, if it were possible. Yet thou, the all-powerful, doth not restore thy spouse Israel, though thou art able to do so. He later added, The Lord answered me, saying, Were Israel as loyal to me as your wife was to you, I would long ago have redeemed her. Section 6. The Best Man. The Yud explained the phrase in the Zohar, Aaron was the best man of the bride, and Moses of the bridegroom, as follows. Aaron was seeking to praise Israel's virtues before the Lord, and Moses sought to glorify the Lord before Israel. Section 7. The Stolen Ring. The following tale is attributed to the Besht. A merchant praised his wife for her loyalty to him. A listener boasted that he would be able to persuade any woman to give him her husband's most precious gift. The merchant retorted that if he could obtain from the wife his wedding ring, his boast could be believed. The man, unable to secure the ring, persuaded the wife's maid to steal it. When the boaster showed it to the husband, the latter began to avoid his wife, took her with him on a journey, and abandoned her on the way. The wife suffered many tribulations, but at last succeeded in reaching her home once more. It was then proved that the maid had stolen the ring and had given it away. The Archangel Michael, said the Besht, Israel's patron, praised Israel for her loyalty to God. The Satan thereupon declared that he could secure from Israel the holiness entrusted to her. Through sin and strife, he was successful in snatching it away. Then Michael abandoned Israel after leading her into exile. But the time will come when it will be proved that Israel did not voluntarily surrender the holiness of her trust, and then she will regain the favor of her patron angel. Section 8. The Return of Holiness. Said the Magalnitzer. We read, When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Show a wonder for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, Take thy rod, and cast it down before Pharaoh, that it become a serpent. Exodus 7:9. We know from the Midrash that the children of Israel were idol worshippers in Egypt. When Moses stated that Israel must leave Egypt in order to serve the God of their fathers, Pharaoh exclaimed, But Israel worshipped our gods. Why then should they be chosen by your God to worship him? If there is a greater God than ours, why should he choose an enslaved people? And Moses said, Look at these holy markings on Aaron's rod. Behold, in your country it is turned into an unclean serpent. This could not happen in Midian, where the rod was in my possession many years. It is the same with Israel. They are a holy people, but residence in unholy Egypt transformed them into idolaters. As soon as they depart, their holiness will be made clear. Chapter 84. The Jewish Life. Section 1. Live like a good Jew. A man expressed the wish in the presence of the Belzer rabbi to die like a good Jew. The rabbi commented, Such a wish is wrong. It is like the wish of Balaam, May my soul die the death of the righteous. Numbers 23:10. Desire rather that you may live like a good Jew, and it will follow as a consequence that you will die like a good Jew. Section 2. A Jew enters. Said the Kobrener, If I knew that when my soul arrives in heaven, it will be announced that a Jew has been brought in, I would be contented. Section 3. A Better World. In the first place, God created heaven and earth. These were the words the Gira rabbi used in a paraphrase of the first sentence of Genesis. He explained, The Gira rabbi, the Midrash, comments on this verse to the effect that Israel is called first in the Bible, and the expression first instead of beginning is used to teach that the creation came to be for the sake of Israel. Each one of us, therefore, should bear steadily in mind that everything was created for his sake, and that it is his duty to neglect no act which he ought perform as a member of the people of Israel. Thereby he will make the world a better place in which to live. Section 4. The Second Donation. A poor man came to Rabbi Bunam to beg for a donation. The rabbi presented him with a few coins, for which the beggar thanked him heartily. As he turned to leave, the rabbi called him back and again offered him money. The beggar was astonished and ventured to ask the rabbi for his reason. The first donation, replied the rabbi, was because, possessing a Jewish heart, I took pity upon you. The second one was because I am commanded by the Lord to aid the indigent. Section 5. The Inner Jew. The Yud and the Lelever rabbi came to a wealthy man for a donation. The man, observing the Yud's robust frame, said, I will give you nothing. You should go to work. Idan. After they had departed, the man was told the name of his visitor. He ran after the two rabbis and, with profuse apology, gave them a large gift. The Yud replied, You have not offended me, since you did not know that I was a leader known among the people. But you did know that I was a Yud, and the common Jew within me cannot forgive you, since you are not asking forgiveness from him. Show me by your future conduct that you venerate the everyday Jew, and you will gain my pardon. The Kotzker, in telling this story, asked that it be borne in mind that there are two Jews in every Jew, the workaday Jew and the higher inner Jew. This is alluded to in Genesis 1:27, and created man in his image, in the image of God. 2 images, or forms, are mentioned. Section 6. Transactions between Jews. The Magelnitzer rabbi was asked to explain the contradiction contained in 2 passages of the Talmud. One states that Jews should make their living one from the other. The second states that Jews should not need one the other. The rabbi replied, "The expression, one from the other, means that both benefit by the transaction, and therefore it is desirable." End quote. This also includes the case when the donor to charity feels the profit to his soul gained by his gift. But the expression, one the other, means that only the receiver feels benefited, and this is undesirable. Section 7. At home everywhere. When Rabbi Henoch Alexanderer settled in Alexander, a Hasid inquired if he felt at home in the town. The rabbi replied, "There is a tale that some passengers on a vessel wished to make a purchase at a foreign port. They asked a Jewish fellow passenger to do this for them. 'But the place is strange to me,' protested the Jew. 'Nay,' answered the non-Jewish travelers, 'a Jew is at home everywhere. Is it not true that his God accompanies and guides him? It is thus with me. In any place where I may commune with God, I am at home.'" Section 8. Reckoning with the nations. Said the Sudilkover. We read, "He shall not be reckoned among the nations' numbers," 23:9, from the verse. I paraphrase the verse thus: "He shall not reckon with the nations." The secret of Israel's survival among the nations lies in the fact that he has gone his own way and has lived his own life, regardless of what other nations might think and say of him in scorn or praise. Chapter 85. Joy. Section 1. Joy and Tribulation. The Alexanderer rabbi said, we read in Isaiah 55:12, "For ye shall go out with joy." This means if we are habitually joyful, we shall be released from every tribulation. Section 2. Service with gladness. The Alexanderer rabbi said, "Do you wish to know how important it is to be full of joy at all times?" Moses enumerates a long series of curses in Deuteronomy 28, and then remarks in verse 47, "Because thou didst not serve the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart." Section 3. Of Rejoicing. The seer of Lublin said of Ari Rabbi Isaac Luria that he had 2 chief merits, that he made plain and translucent the mysteries of the Zohar, and that he placed rejoicing foremost in the service of God, whereby he acquired sufficient merit to be deemed worthy of a sight of Elijah. Said the Resigner, "I envy the Hasidim of Chernovitz, who dress in modern attire, because their cheery temper makes them enjoy this world, and marks them for a share in the world to come." Section 4. Rejoicing at a single coin. Said the Resigner. We read in Psalm 106:44, "Nevertheless, he looked upon their distress when he heard their cry of gladness." This may be explained as follows. It is often easy to recognize a person's distress by the measure of his gladness. If a person rejoices because he has earned a single coin, we may discern thereby how poor he is. If he is joyful because his punishment has been suspended, we may know thereby how greatly he feared imprisonment. Section 5. Causes for Joy. Rabbi Menachem Mendel, the Vitebsker, said, 1. Rejoice that you have an opportunity to sing unto God. 2. Rejoice that you are a Jew. 3. Rejoice that you are able to pray, to study, and to perform God's will. 4. Before the endlessness of God, the highest saint and the lowliest commoner are equal. 5. Be contented with your achievements in affairs of the spirit, as well as with your worldly status. 6. Do not doubt yourself, but enjoy the light of God. Section 6. The cheerful sinner. In Lublin, there lived a great sinner. Whenever he conceived a desire to converse with the rabbi, the latter received him and talked with him as with a confidential friend. Many of the seer's students were angered at this, and one of them said to another, "How does it happen that the rabbi, who can read the heart of any man the moment he first sees him, and can trace the genealogy of a soul upon the forehead, does not see that this man is a sinner? And if he sees this, how can he associate and converse with him as he does?" Finally, the two students plucked up courage to go to the rabbi and ask him. He answered, "I know these facts as well as you do, but you will recall how I love cheerful, happy men and dislike gloomy and despondent men. This man is a great sinner. Other men repent their sins after they have committed them and are remorseful for a brief time, then return to their folly. This man, however, knows no remorse and no care, but dwells within his happiness as in a tower, and the charm of his happiness wins my heart." Section 7. The Besht on Joy. Said the Besht, "No child can be born except through pleasure and joy. By the same token, if one wishes his prayers to bear fruit, he must offer them with pleasure and joy. The chief value of a mitzvah is its performance with pleasure, but continuous pleasure loses its relish, and therefore it is natural for a man to descend at times in his service to the Lord. But when he ascends again to his former place, he experiences new pleasure therein. Weeping is evil indeed, for man should serve God with joy, but if one weeps from joy, tears are commendable." Unquote. Section 8. The Gates of Tears. Said the Yud, "The Talmud tells us that all the heavenly gates are closed, except the gates of tears. Why this exception? Because tears are a sign of grief, and grief cannot open gates that are closed. The other portals, however, can be opened wide by joyous prayers." Section 9. The joyful are immune. Said the Yud, we read, "And it grieved him at his heart, and the Lord said, I will blot out man." Genesis 6:6. In the era before the flood, men knew not grief and sadness. Hence, no penalties could be meted out to them, since retribution cannot affect those who are joyous. Therefore, the Lord caused each man to feel grief in his heart, and then he was able to blot out humanity. Section 10. Joy and Sin. Said the Koretzer, "Joy achieves the forgiveness of sins, since it comes from a higher world, the world of divine light, and we know that to forgive is divine." Section 11. The Approachable King. Said the Mezoritzer, "When a king is at a celebration, he is approachable to many people who otherwise would be denied admittance to the palace. Likewise, when we serve God with joy, he is more approachable." Section 12. The Broken Heart. Said Rabbi Bunam, we read, "Who healeth the broken in heart." Psalm 147:3. The question may be asked, since to have a broken heart is oftentimes desirable in a man, why heal it? The answer is, it is healed through removing the sadness it contains, since a man should be both broken of heart and joyful to serve the Lord aright. Section 13. The Bratslaver on Joy. 1. Joy is attained through Torah and worship. 2. Joy is a vessel to draw fresh understanding. 3. He who judges himself attains joy. 4. Even repentance should be attained through joy. We should rejoice so much in God that it will arouse in us regret for having offended him. 5. Through zealous labor on the performance of a holy deed, we can acquire joy. 6. God dislikes melancholy and depressed spirits. 7. Joy is a cure for illnesses caused by melancholy. 8. It is the duty of the joyful person to endeavor to bring to those in sadness and melancholy a portion of his mood. 1. Joy opens up the heart. 2. Joy strengthens our power of thought. 3. Charity from the heart brings joy. 4. When does the wicked begin to smile? When he conceives a new plan of wickedness. 5. Sincerity of the heart brings joy. Chapter 86. Justice and Clemency. Section 1. The Sheep's Offense. When Rabbi Bunam was a young man, a friend borrowed a few dollars from the chest established for the repairing of damaged synagogue books in order to donate a gift to a poor man who was collecting funds for the marriage dowries of dowerless brides. This became known, and the trustees summoned the borrower to a hearing. The defendant asked Rabbi Bunam to serve as his counsel. Rabbi Bunam narrated the following well-known fable. There was once an epidemic among the animals of the forest. The lion, the tiger, the wolf, and the fox held a consultation, and the fox affirmed his belief that the epidemic was due to a great sin committed by some resident of the forest. He advised that all the animals assemble and confess their transgressions. The beasts of prey first confessed, and their excuses were accepted. Finally, a sheep timidly approached and confessed that she had eaten a little hay from her owner's mattress. "Aha!" roared the lion. "You are the great sinner. You have abused your master's confidence." And the sheep was condemned to death. Aha! Aha! Rabbi Bunam then turned to the judges and said, "You, Reb Leo, have been guilty of this, and you, Reb Bear, have done so and so. You, Reb Wolf, have acted wrongly in this and this instance. Yet you dare sit in judgment against a kind-hearted man because he has borrowed money for a highly worthy cause." Everyone present felt ashamed and left without pronouncing judgment against the defendant. Section 2. God's Love of Righteousness. Rabbi Elimelech of Lizensk comments thus on the verse in Psalm 11:7, "For the Lord is righteous, he loveth righteousness. The upright shall behold his face." Usually a man does not care for the qualities which he himself possesses, but the Lord, though himself righteous, loves righteousness. The last word is in the plural. It denotes different types of righteousness. One man's righteousness is perfect, another's is less perfect. Yet the Lord loves every kind. The perfect kind is like the heavens, the imperfect like the earth. Yet it was God's will to create both. Yea, even if it is so imperfect that it resembles the unformed earth that was void, it is still beloved on high, in the expectation of the improvement to follow. Section 3. Justice for the Orphan. The wife of Rabbi Wolf of Zbaraz accused her maidservant of having stolen a costly vessel. The girl denied the deed. The woman, being wroth, prepared herself to go out and appeal to the rabbinical court. Rabbi Wolf, seeing her preparations, put on his Sabbath garment also. His wife said that it was not fitting for him to go too, and that she knew well enough how to bear herself in the court's presence. "Truly," replied the Zadok, "you do, but the poor orphan, your maid, as whose counsel I am going, does not, and who but I will see that justice is done her?" Section 4. Restoring the Soul. A widow who had lost her case in the Rimanover rabbinical court came weeping to Rabbi Hirsch Rimanover and complained bitterly against the judgment. Nothing the rabbi could say availed to console her. The rabbi thereupon went to the court and asked the judges to review the widow's case, saying there must have been an error. The judges retried the case and discovered in truth that an error had been made. The widow went on her way rejoicing. The new judge inquired from the rabbi how he had discovered the error and expected in reply a lengthy dissertation on the code. The rabbi, however, answered in these words. We read in the Psalms 19:8, "The law of the Lord is perfect, restoring the soul." I understand from this verse that a proper decision based on God's law is refreshing to the soul and even acceptable to the loser. But this woman was unable to cease lamenting over your decision. Hence, I knew your judgment had been incorrect. Section 5. Hearing both sides. An intimate of the Zbarazer asked him to rebuke his partner. The rabbi replied, "All Jews are my intimate friends. I can no more rebuke your partner, who is not my Hasid, because of the presentation you have made concerning the facts in the argument, than I could rebuke you if he presented his arguments against you. Both sides must be heard." Section 6. Justifiable methods. Said Rabbi Bunam, the verse, "Justice, justice shalt thou pursue," Deuteronomy 16:20 teaches us that we may use only justifiable methods, even in the pursuit of justice. Section 7. God's consideration. Said Rabbi Bunam, when a judge sentences a man to death, he does not take into consideration the pain he thereby gives to the offender's relatives. God, however, considers all the kinsmen and close friends when he is about to punish the transgressor. We learn this from the verse, "The ordinances of the Lord are true, they are righteous altogether." Psalm 19:10. Section 8. The scale of merit. Said the Besht, from the commandment to love thy fellow man as thyself, Leviticus 19:18, we learn the Talmudical commandment to judge thy fellow man on the scale of merit. Since thou always findest excuses for thy own misdeeds, make excuses also for thy fellow man. Section 9. God's deeds. The Strelisker explained thus the 3 lines in the Rosh Hashanah hymn. His secret is uprightness. His advice is faith. His deeds are truth. Because the uprightness and justice of God are oftentimes hidden from us, it is His advice that we have faith that His deeds are always truth. Section 10. Direct and reflected rays. Said the Koretzer, the actions of men send forth either direct or reflected rays. The first are mercy, the second, justice. He who lends money sends forth the positive rays. He who repays alone, merely reflected rays. A father, in his mercies towards his son, sends forth direct rays. The son who aids his father, merely reflected rays. It is for this reason that the proverb states, one father can support 10 sons, but 10 sons cannot support one father. The reflected rays are many times weaker than the direct rays, even as justice is many times weaker than mercy. Section 11. Authority to save. Many persons complained to the Sassover concerning a certain Shokeh's conduct and asked for his dismissal. One man, however, declared that the Shochet was without fault and was merely the victim of jealousies. The rabbi decided to retain the Shochet, and when the others complained at his taking the word of one person against many, the rabbi replied, Amen ne. God himself commanded Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, yet he listened to an angel and saved Isaac's life. Why? Because to harm a man, a command from a high tribunal is required, but to save a man, only a word from the lowest authority is needed. Section 12. Difficult and clear cases. It was the custom in Poland for rabbis of small towns to act as judges only in cases not involving more than 400 zlotys. Cases involving larger amounts were to be sent to the district rabbi. Rabbi Chaim Schoenberg, the rabbi of Szczucin, broke away from this tradition and decided a case involving 800 zlotys. The district rabbi summoned Rabbi Chaim to Tiktin to explain his conduct. Rabbi Chaim replied, "I consider the rule to be false. We read that Jethro counseled Moses and said, 'Every great matter they shall bring unto thee, but every small matter they shall judge themselves.' Exodus 18:22. Moses, however, did not follow this regulation. Moses appointed the rules, and according to his instructions in verse 26, the hard cases they brought unto Moses, but every small matter they judged themselves. You, Tiktiner Rav, wish to enforce Jethro's rule that every matter involving great amounts should be sent to you without reference to the difficulty of the case or its clearness. I, however, believe in the rule of Moses that the amount involved does not matter, only the degree of difficulty in the case or its clearness. Only difficult cases should be sent to the higher court, even if they involve but a single zlota. Clear cases, however, may be left to the lower court, even if they involve thousands. Section 13. The Bratslaver on Justice and Mercy. 1. A true decision stands even against the will of the disputants. 2. Good judges cause the Torah to be beloved. 3. 4 things bring down clemency from the heavenly tribunal: charity, prayer, a change of conduct, and a change of reputation. 4. He who shows the way to God will be acquitted in the heavenly tribunal. 5. Knowledge draws God's mercies. 6. If anyone assails Israelites in your hearing, you must defend them. 7. Stubborn refusal to repent causes incurable diseases. 8. Melancholy awakens justice, but shamefacedness suspends it. Chapter 87. Kind Deeds. Section 1. Hidden Kindness. Rabbi Hirsch Ziditzover narrated the following story. Once when I was a disciple of the Sassover rabbi, I wished to see the rabbi's midnight service for the exile of the Shekinah. I concealed myself in his home, and at midnight I saw the rabbi arise from his bed, dress in peasant garments, take some logs of wood and an axe, and walk out of the house. I followed him in silence, and saw him step into a hut where a woman had given birth to a child a few days before. Her husband was not in the town, and no one had come to kindle a fire for her in the cold night. The Sassover said to her in Polish, "Buy my wood very cheap, you may pay me later." The woman replied, "I have no strength to chop it and to light the fire." "I have an axe, and will do it for you," was the reply. While chopping the wood, the rabbi recited the first part of the midnight service, and while making the fire, he said the balance of it. Then he returned to his home, changed his garments, and commenced his studies. Section 2. The Apple Vendor. One day the Tzanzer passed through the marketplace and noticed a weeping woman seated before a fruit stand. In reply to his questioning, the woman told the rabbi that no purchasers came to buy her apples and that she faced ruin. The kind-hearted, lame old Zadok took her place and loudly called out, "Buy fine apples, a dozen, for a gulden." The news that the holy man was selling fruit soon spread, and the wealthiest residents came to buy, deeming it an honor to make a purchase at the hands of the world-famed scholar and Zadok. The stock of apples was quickly converted into a pile of guldens, to the delight of the poor widow. Section 3. The Three-Legged Stool. In the record of the town of Rybititz, where the Dinover served as Rav in his youth, he inscribed this comment: "We say in the Amidah, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, But the benediction in the Amidah ends with the words, Shield of Abraham. Abraham was known for deeds of kindness. Isaac was known for service to the Lord. As we read, and Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide, Genesis 24:63. Jacob was known for his love of the study of the Torah, as it is written, and Jacob was a quiet man, dwelling in the tents of the Torah, Genesis 25:27. We find, thus, that the three patriarchs engaged in kind deeds, service, and Torah, the three essentials for the stability of the world. Avoth 1:2. In our days we behold very few who are able to study properly day and night. Still fewer are those able to serve God fittingly. All we can ask, even now, is that we perform deeds of kindness to our fellow men. But it may be asked, can kindness alone suffice to stabilize the world? Can a three-legged stool stand upon one leg when the other two are broken? The answer is in the affirmative. Though all three props are needed, the prop of good deeds is strong enough to keep the stool upright. This thought is suggested by the fact that the rabbis who tell us that the world rests upon three things have concluded the first benediction in the Amidah with the words, Shield of Abraham. Interest in the performance of good deeds, a quality which marked Abraham, is a shield and a support to us, even when other qualities in our own nature may be weak. Chapter 88. Kol Nidre. Section 1. The Lullaby. The Sassover rabbi was late for the Kol Nidre service one Yom Kippur Eve. A group of the congregation went in search of him. Nearby, they heard his voice singing a lullaby. It was the home of a widow, and when they entered, they found him lulling a little child to sleep. The rabbi explained that the mother had left the infant to attend the synagogue. It had awakened and cried as the rabbi passed by. He had sought to still its cries. Section 2. A Sober People. On Yom Kippur Eve, the Berditchever would say, O Lord of the universe, hadst thou enjoined others than Jews to eat and drink today, they would surely have overeaten and become drunk, thereby failing to attend divine worship in the evening. But thy people Israel are sober of mien and body, and all are standing before thee barefooted. Hast thou any other people like Israel? Section 3. I forgive as you ask. The Koznitzer Maggid was very frail, but despite his weakness, he insisted upon reading himself the entire order of prayer on Kol Nidre. Before the words, and the Lord said, I forgive as you ask, the Maggid offered the following plea. O Lord, thou art aware how weak I am, yet I am standing before thee to petition for Israel with all my strength. Wouldest thou not do so little as to say, I forgive as you ask? Section 4. Melody and Repentance. Rabbi Bunam said, the world of melody is near to the world of repentance. We find that sinners frequently repent on hearing the melody of Kol Nidre. Section 5. The Repentant Renegade. The Kotzker rabbi told the following story. An old man who had long before become an apostate was riding on the highway one stormy night. It chanced to be the eve of Yom Kippur. The rain poured down in torrents, and the old man went under his wagon for protection. To while away the time, he began to sing, and among the songs, he chanted the melody of the Kol Nidre. Suddenly, he recalled that it was Kol Nidre night. An intense yearning overtook him to be once more with his former brethren. He left the horse and wagon and ran in the downpour towards the nearest town. About midnight, he reached the synagogue, pushed open the door, and saw that the synagogue was empty. He realized it was too late for the services, and in grief, he fell to the floor. There he died soon after of a broken heart. Thus we see, continued the Kotzker, that as long as there is a spark of life in a Jew, we must not despair of his soul, no matter how low he may have sunk. Section 6. A Song from Sin. On the eve of Atonement Day, Rabbi Susia once heard the cantor's chant, "And it is forgiven," sung in such a wondrously sweet voice that he called out to the Ancient of Days in his glad exultation, "Lord of the world, if Israel had not sinned, would such a song ascend to thee from below?" Section 7. The Alphabet. An ignorant villager, having heard it is a good religious deed to eat and drink on the day before Yom Kippur, drank himself into a stupor. He awoke late at night, too late for Kol Nidre services. Not knowing the prayers by heart, he devised a plan. He repeated the letters of the alphabet over and over, beseeching the Almighty to arrange them into the appropriate words of the prayers. The following day, he attended the Kotzker synagogue. After the closing service on Yom Kippur, the rabbi summoned him to inquire the cause of his absence at Kol Nidre. The villager confessed his transgression and asked whether his manner of reciting the prayers could be pardoned. The rabbi responded, "Your prayer was more acceptable than mine, because you uttered it with the entire devotion of your heart." Section 8. The Tearful Child. Before Kol Nidre, the daughter of Rabbi Israel Jacob of Kremenitz awaited her father's blessing, holding in her arms her 3-year-old child. The pious woman wept copiously, as is the custom on Yom Kippur Eve, and the child, at the sight of her mother's tears, also began to weep. The rabbi came over and said to his grandchild, "Why do you weep?" The little girl answered, "I hear my mother weeping, and so I also cry." The rabbi entered the synagogue, kissed the curtain before the ark, and, turning to the congregation, exclaimed, "My little granddaughter wept when she beheld her mother's tears. We are the children of God. Why do we not hear God moaning, 'Woe is me! My children are driven forth from their home, scattered among strangers, and my house is razed to the ground. Why are we so hard of heart that we do not weep at the voice of God's lamentations?'" The entire congregation began to shed tears and to bewail the exile of the Shekinah and of Israel. Chapter 89. Laughter and Gaiety. Section 1. Gaiety and Sadness. Rabbi Bunam said, "The Lord's kindness is attracted to gaiety. A gay person is usually blessed with plenty, even though he may be impious. A sad person is usually in want, even though he may be God-fearing." Section 2. Smiling at Distress. The Lubliner rabbi commented on Psalm 106:44. Nevertheless, he looked upon their distress when he heard their cry. He said, "The Lord becomes attentive to the man who sings in the midst of his troubles and accepts them good-naturedly and with laughter." Section 3. Laughing through tears. Said the Lubliner, "The true Hasid must be like a child who can laugh while weeping. Weeping by itself brings despair, while laughter by itself makes one forgetful of the reverence due the Lord." Section 4. Poverty and Joy. Said the Kobriner, "If a poor man realized the great good he acquires from his poverty, he would dance with joy." Section 5. Joy and Salvation. Rabbi Bunam saw a Jew in danger of drowning while swimming in the sea near Danzig. He noted that the man was about to abandon the struggle to save himself, and he shouted to him, "Give my greetings to the Leviathan." Unwittingly, the drowning man smiled at this levity. Thereby he regained his presence of mind and was able to hold himself afloat until friends rescued him. Relating this experience, Rabbi Bunam remarked, "We may learn from this that prayer with a joyful heart and a cheerful countenance attains to the Lord, but prayer with outcries and lamentations may be wasted." Section 6. Vanished Joys. said the Belzer. When the temple of God was still standing, pious Jews used to assemble in Jerusalem on holy days to eat together the second tithe and the peace offerings. They were filled with happiness in each other's society. Now, however, religious folk have no such enjoyment in their meetings, inasmuch as their tribulations are many and their joys are few. It is only the impious who gain true enjoyment in their gatherings. They assemble for pleasure and extravagance, and find therein hearty satisfactions, whereas the pious, who band together on behalf of worthy causes, find abundant objectors and opponents, whose satanic work oftentimes overcomes their best intentions. Chapter 90. Leadership. Section 1. Turning the Wheels. Said Rabbi Shmelk. We read in Numbers 27:18, "And the Lord said unto Moses, Take thee, Joshua, the son of Nun, a man in whom is a spirit." The nature of the spirit is thus explained by Ezekiel 1:20. "Whithersoever the spirit was to go, as the spirit was to go thither, so they went." End quote. And the wheels were lifted up beside them, for the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. The living creatures are the leaders, possessed of spiritual enlightenment and inspiration. The wheels are the ordinary folk who are influenced by the leaders. Only those are true leaders who possess the skill and power to turn the wheels. Section 2. Jethro's Counsel. The Amshinover commented on Exodus 18:19. "Now hearken unto my voice. I will give thee counsel, and God will be with thee." Jethro desired that Moses should have assistance in judging the people. He appreciated, however, that if Moses had inquired of the Lord whether he should appoint aides, the Lord would not give his assent, inasmuch as this would seem derogatory to the ability of Moses to care for the people himself. Jethro, therefore, counseled Moses to appoint aides on his own initiative. Since he did this of his own volition, God would not oppose it. Section 3. The Wise Rabbi. When the Lizensker rabbi died, some of his closest adherents left Lizensk in order to seek out a new teacher. They came to Rabbi Hirsch of Ziditsov, who invited them to remain as students of his method of serving the Lord. They declined and traveled next to Premislan. The Premislaner also invited them to become his Hasidim, and sought earnestly but vainly to win their allegiance. Their third visit was in Ropshitz. There they met with a lukewarm reception. Not a word of invitation to remain was uttered by the rabbi. The Hasidim were considerably piqued and remained over the Sabbath. The Ropshitzers' ways proved of great attraction, and the visitors became his Hasidim. Section 4. The Minor Tzaddikim. Said the Tzartkova rabbi. My father, the Raziner, used to say that because people disbelieved in the greatness of holy men in the time of the Besht, it was decreed that they should be forced to believe in unworthy rabbis. A parable gives the explanation. A man owned an expensive watch which suddenly ceased to keep time. Since it was impossible for him to take the watch to a jeweler for repairs, he began, after a few days, to shake the works from time to time to prevent corrosion. Like this man, we give our adherence to a minor tzaddik until we discover a major tzaddik. We must not become unaccustomed to reverence for the tzaddik. Section 5. Next year. Either. When the elder Lekovitzer rabbi died, his son Noah expected to be called as rabbi in his father's place. His father's disciples, however, were undecided as to their choice. In the meantime, the Ludmire rabbi aspired to become the rabbi of Lekovitz and invited himself to Rabbi Noah's home for the Sabbath. Rabbi Noah strove mightily to please the Hasidim and related many novel items on subjects of the Torah. At the final meal, he recounted the following story. A villager was accustomed to go out in the wheat field to discover if the wheat had reached its height. He and his wife would place themselves at opposite ends of the field and endeavor to catch sight of each other. If they were unable to do so, they knew that the wheat had reached a satisfactory height. When they returned to their home, the husband would say to his wife, "Have you seen me?" And the wife was accustomed to answer, "No, and I pray that I may not see you next year either." The Ludmira rabbi took the hint, realized that he was regarded as an interloper, and was not seen in Lekovitz again. Section 6. Fear no man. When the Hamburger rabbi died and a successor was to be chosen, the leaders of the community met to discuss the matter. The most prominent of them advised the election of the greatest rabbi to be found, even if it should take a long time before he was available. The others, however, declared that none of the best-known rabbis would be likely to give up their present positions and voted in favor of the rabbi of a nearby small town. In order to pacify the opponents, they compromised by electing him for 3 years only. Soon after the rabbi who was chosen took up his duties, a merchant from out of town had occasion to deposit his money with a prominent community leader. When he asked for the return of his money, the leader denied receiving it. The merchant went to the rabbi with his complaint, and the rabbi sent a summons to the leader. The latter refused to accept it and threw the process server out of his house. The rabbi promptly made out another summons in which he threatened to publish the fact that the magnate had denied the authority of the rabbinical court and therefore should be excluded from the Jewish community. The leader came to the Rav and said, "Since I see that you fear no man, however prominent, I am convinced that you are worthy to be our rabbi for your lifetime." Thereupon he placed his signature on the letter of invitation to the rabbi, and not only returned the money to the merchant, but also paid him for his vexation. He admitted that he had purposely withheld the deposit in order to determine whether the rabbi would give him special consideration because of his prominence. Section 7. The Rocking Boat. A disciple gave this account of the great Maggid. When we journeyed to him, most of our desires were stilled upon entering town. Whoever had a particularly keen desire was soothed upon entering the Maggid's house. But if there was one among us whose soul was still rocking like a boat, when he beheld the Maggid's face, he came to rest. Section 8. The Shepherd. Rabbi Bunam was asked regarding the successorship of the Yud as Rabbi of Parsishka. In reply, he narrated this tale. A shepherd who greatly loved his flock took the sheep to a green meadow near a sparkling spring. He feared that a wolf might come out of the wood and snatch away a sheep. Therefore, he resolved to keep a most watchful eye. But after nightfall, he lay down by the spring and fell asleep. Before daylight, he suddenly awakened and rushed over to the flock to count the sheep. None was missing, and the thankful shepherd fell down on his knees and cried out, "Dear God, how can I repay thee for this? Entrust unto me your sheep, and I will guard them as the apple of my eye." "Such a leader," said Rabbi Bunam, "would be a worthy rabbi for you." The disciples recalled the clemency and wisdom of Rabbi Bunam, and thereupon they chose him for their rabbi. Section 9. Serving or Ruling. Said the Amshinover. We read in the Ethics of the Fathers 1:10, "Love, service, and dislike rule. When a man enters a society of inferiors, he may choose between serving or ruling it. He is advised to choose the former." Section 10. The Moth-Eaten Fur Hat. Rabbi Bunam was asked by the Lubliner for a remedy to stop the hair from falling out of his fur hat. Rabbi Bunam answered, "If all the moth-eaten hair is combed away, the remainder will not fall out. Otherwise, the good hair will also fall prey to the moths." "Let this be a lesson to you, Bunam," exclaimed the Lubliner, "when you become a leader in Israel." Section 11. Leaders and their generations. A Hasid asked Rabbi Bunam, "There is a Talmudical allegory that God showed to Adam each generation and its leaders. Why did he first show the generation and then the leaders? Rabbi Bunam replied, "Had God shown him the leaders first, Adam would have exclaimed, 'Should such a man as Bunam be a leader?' But when Adam saw the generation first, he said, 'In such a generation, Bunam is worthy to be a leader.'" Section 12. Seeking the Wicked. Rabbi Bunam commented on the verse in Psalm 37, 35-36. "I have seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a leafy tree in its native soil. But one passed by, and lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found," he said. We ought understand why the psalmist sought out the wicked. This will become clear if we apply the verse to our own times. He who in days gone by was considered wicked would now be regarded as a man of goodness. Hence, we seek out such a sinner in the past to make him our leader. But now we cannot find a man of even these qualities, and we are compelled to accept as leaders men of qualities still less commendable. Section 13. The Duty of Leaders. The author of Tefillah LeMoshe says, "If God has granted you the privilege of being a leader in Israel, do not rebuke your people with an angry heart, but with a soft tongue. For Israel is a holy congregation, blessed of the Lord. Let every man be important in your eyes, and not inconsequential, for you cannot know who is worthy and who unworthy. Man often looks upon a fellow man as despicable and worthless, but God looks into the very heart." Section 14. The Bratslaver on Leadership. In every person who comes to the leader, there is some quality of goodwill which the leader can bring out and fortify, thereby refreshing his soul. The stronger the goodwill a man possesses, the more he gains from listening to his leader. The first sign of this gain is his ability to show greater love towards his fellow men. 1. A leader who commences a good deed but does not complete it loses his place at the head of his people. 2. When God wishes to punish Israel, he sends them unworthy leaders. 3. The word of the lowly, wise, and popular man is heeded. 4. When God wishes to honor a good leader and to bring him fame, he causes quarrels among the wicked. 5. When a man is able to receive abuse smilingly, he is worthy to become a leader. 6. He who cannot accept reproof cannot become a great man. 7. He who defends Israel attains greatness. 8. Good sense and calm trust in troubled times proclaim the truly great man. 9. He who hates dishonesty becomes great. 10. He who serves the Lord sincerely and sensibly will become great. 11. The building of a house in Palestine brings leadership. 12. He whom God has lifted up to become a leader should receive your homage. Section 15. Worthiness to lead. When in his 60th year after the death of the Kotzker, the Gerer accepted election as leader of the Kotzker Hasidim, the rabbi said, "I should ask myself, why have I deserved to become the leader of thousands of good people? I know that I am not more learned or more pious than others. The only reason why I accept the appointment is because so many good men and true have proclaimed me to be their leader." We find that a cattle breeder in Palestine during the days when the temple stood was enjoined by our Torah Leviticus 27:32 to drive his newborn cattle or sheep into an enclosure in single file. When they went to the enclosure, they were all of the same station, but when over the 10th one, the owner pronounced the words, "consecrated unto the Lord," it was set aside for holier purposes. In the same fashion, when the Jews pronounce a man to be holier than his fellows, he becomes, in truth, a consecrated person. Section 16. New Paths for the People. Said the Bratslaver. A king had 2 sons, one wiser than the other. He appointed the less intelligent son to be his treasurer, but the wiser he gave no official appointment, except to be seated at the side of his father. When a nobleman inquired the reason, the king replied, "Merely to distribute monies already available requires no special wisdom. Even a simpleton can do this. But my wise son is seated with me and plans new avenues for procuring wealth for my treasury. Keen intelligence is required for this task. In the same way, merely to follow routine does not require a great tzaddik, but to discover new paths for the people to approach God, a wise leader is needed." Chapter 91. Love. Section 1. Without a reason. Said the Belzer. When the Lord wishes to preserve Israel from a calamity, the advocates of heavenly justice endeavor to dissuade him, citing the evil deeds of Israel. But the Lord replies, "Israel observes many of my commandments without knowing the reason for them. Therefore, it is fit that I should save them without a reason for doing so." Section 2. An Eternal Love. The Magelnitzer rabbi heard that the Vorker rabbi often visited the Kotzker rabbi. The Magelnitzer, who was known to hold a poor opinion of the Kotzker, asked the Vorker, "What reason have you for liking the Kotzker?" "I love him without a reason," replied the Vorker. "And, as you know, such a love lasts forever." Section 3. Beyond Human Strength. Rabbi Mendel of Riemanov once inquired of his teacher, Rabbi Schmelke of Nikolsburg, "Is it not beyond human strength to love the wicked?" He explained, "One must love their souls." Another tzaddik once cried from the depth of his heart, "Would I could love the best of men as tenderly as God loves the worst." Section 4. Love them first. Said the Bersheder, "Do you desire that people love you? Love them first." Section 5. Love the wicked. Said the Bersheder, "Love the man of wickedness. Why? Because he will then love you, and love will unite his soul and yours. As a consequence, inasmuch as you hate wickedness, you will transfer your hate to him, thereby causing him to repent and turn from evil to good." Section 6. Love is the chief thing. The Besht was asked, "What is the chief point in service to the Lord, if it be true, as you teach, that fasting and self-chastisement are sinful?" The Besht answered, "The main thing is to encompass oneself in the love of God, the love of Israel, and the love of the Torah. A man may attain this if he secures enough nourishment to preserve his health, and if he makes use of his strength to battle against evil inclinations." Section 7. The Bratslaver on Love. 1. When there is no love among men, there is slander, mockery, and false accusations. 2. Terror and ruin come through hate. 3. Everyone loves the man who prays for Israel with his whole heart. 4. Repentance enables a man to love God. 5. The man whom you strengthen in his service to God will love you. The way to strengthen him is to love him. 6. If you beware of petty quarrels and unfounded dislikes, even influential persons will be willing to entrust you with the problems of arbitration. 7. He who does not swear falsely will not transgress the prohibition against revenge. 8. God is present whenever a treaty of peace is signed. 9. When the sages of a generation meet in amity at frequent intervals, their unanimous decisions will endure, for God himself becomes their chief justice. Chapter 92. Loving Our Neighbors. Section 1. The more deserving. Said the Belzer, only the man of humility, who believes that the other person is more deserving than he, can truly fulfill the commandment, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." Leviticus 19:18. The man of humility will feel unable to disregard his comrade's request when he is in a position to grant it. Section 2. What brings our comrade pain? Rabbi Moshe Leib of Sassov declared to his disciples, I learned how we must truly love our neighbor from a conversation between two villagers which I overheard. The first said, "Tell me, friend Ivan, do you love me?" The second, "I love you deeply." The first, "Do you know, my friend, what gives me pain?" 100. The second, "How can I, pray, know what gives you pain?" The first, "If you do not know what gives me pain, how can you say that you truly love me?" Understand then, my sons, continued the Sassover, to love, truly to love, means to know what brings pain to your comrade. Section 3. Thine own hand. Rabbi Schmelke of Nikolsburg said, It may sometimes happen that thine own hand inadvertently strike thee. Wouldst thou take a stick and chastise thy hand for its heedlessness, and thus add to thy pain? It is the same when thy neighbor, whose soul is one with thine, because of insufficient understanding does thee harm. Shouldst thou retaliate, it would be thou who wouldst suffer. Section 4. Rejoicing with our brother. Said the Radviller rabbi, the commandment to love our fellow men as ourselves does not necessarily imply that if one buys himself a garment, he must buy one also for another person. Most of us cannot afford to do so, and the Torah does not contain a command that only the wealthy are able to observe. What we are capable of doing, rich and poor alike, is to participate in a fellow man's joys or griefs. If we hear that another man is prospering, we must rejoice as if we ourselves had greatly benefited. If another man is in distress, we must come to his aid, just as if we were ourselves in trouble, and were praying that he aid us. Jerusalem was destroyed because of hatreds without cause. Instead of love, men were apparently happy at the misfortunes of their companions. We are all children of God, and he sorrows at the pain each one of us suffers. Section 5. The head and the limbs. The Yud was asked, how does the commandment, love thy neighbor as thyself, harmonize with the command to love one's rabbi more than any other man? The Yud replied, the verse teaches us to love our fellow men in the same degree as we love ourselves. But as a man loves his head more than his other limbs, so he may love his rabbi more than any other man. Section 6. The evil-doing neighbor. A student asked Rabbi Schmelke, we are bidden to love our neighbors as ourselves. How can I do this when my neighbor does me ill? The rabbi answered, thou must understand the command aright, love thy neighbor, as something that thou art thyself, for all sons are one. Each is a spark from the original soul, and that original soul is in all of you, as the soul is in all the limbs of thy body. It may sometimes happen that thy hand slips and strikes thee. Wouldst thou then take a rod and beat thy hand because of its blunder, and thus add to thy pain? So it is, if thy neighbor, whose soul is part of thy soul, does thee ill in his blindness. If thou dost retaliate upon him, thou merely injurest thyself. The scholar asked him again, but if I see a man who does ill to God, how can I love him? Dost thou not know, said the rabbi, that the world's soul issues from God, and that every human soul is a part of God? And wouldst thou not pity it, didst thou see one of the holy sparks from that soul caught fast and likely to be extinguished? Section 7. what we dislike in others. Rabbi Shmelka interpreted the famous saying of Hillel, "What is hateful to thee, do not cause to be done to thy neighbor." He paraphrased it, saying, "What is hateful to thee in thy neighbor, do not do thyself." Section 8. In Mortal Danger. Rabbi Aaron, the son of Rabbi Hayim of Tzanz, journeyed once to Gorlitz on a bitterly cold day, wrapped in a bearskin. One of his fellow travelers had no overcoat and suffered dreadfully from the cold. He fell sick unto death. When Rabbi Hayim heard of this, he reproached his son severely. "Why did you not give him your bearskin?" he asked. Rabbi Aaron answered, "Father, I had only one skin." "You should nevertheless have given it to him," continued Rabbi Hayim. Rabbi Solomon of Radomsk heard the colloquy and said, "Then you would rather your son imperil his own life, though it is written, 'Everyone is his own neighbor.'" "That is doubtless true," said Rabbi Hayim, "but know, Radomsker Rabbi, that when it is a question of a man's life or death, we need not proceed according to what is written." Section 9. Prayers for Others. The Berdichever was asked why he lived in such straitened circumstances, whereas other rabbis, not so well known, lived in affluence. The rabbi replied as follows. The Talmud teaches that when we pray for something on behalf of our neighbors, and we ourselves are in need of the very thing we seek in our prayer, we are answered first. Now my adherents wish me to pray for them, so that the Creator may aid them to subdue evil desires and selfishness, and at no time do they crave riches and pleasure. Hence I am granted their wishes in my own person. But the disciples of other rabbis implore wealth and worldly delights, with the consequence that the rabbis obtain the objects they ask for their followers. Section 10. Why mortals precede. A Hasid asked a Tzaddik, "Why is it customary to say 'to life' before reciting the benediction over a drink of wine? Is it not disrespectful to bless mortals before blessing the immortal one?" The Tzaddik opened the prayer book and showed the Hasid the passage wherein we are enjoined to accept the commandment of loving our neighbors before accepting the commandment of loving God. The reason, doubtless, is that mortals need our love and sympathy more than God. Section 11. Loving all others. Rabbi David of Lelov said, "I am not worthy as yet to be called a Tzaddik, since I still feel more love for my own children than for other people." On the same subject, the Gastaniner rabbi said, "The Kotzker rabbi, my revered teacher, labored to instill in me a love of mankind in such perfection that I might be able to love my enemy as much as my dearest friend." Section 12. For the love of his soul. Said the Lenzner rabbi, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor's soul as thine own. Thou repentest of thy sins for the love of thy soul. Labor then with thy neighbor, that he may also repent of his sins for the love of his soul." Section 13. The Lord is thy shade. The Besht commented upon the verse, "The Lord is thy shade." Psalm 121:5. He said, "As thou conductest thyself towards others, so doth the Lord conduct himself towards thee. If thou art kind and merciful, the Lord will be kind and merciful towards thee." Section 14. Broadening the heart. Said the Yud, "Accustom thyself to good-heartedness by degrees. At first refuse not a request for a pinch of tobacco, for the light of a match, or for other small gifts. Little kindnesses like these will broaden thy heart, so that thou wilt thus habituate thyself to helping thy fellow man in many ways." Section 15. God in the Compact. Said Rabbi Israel Isaac of Alexander, the verse reads, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord." This indicates that the Lord says, "I love thy neighbor as thyself, and include me also in the compact of love. Section 16. Loving the Wicked. Rabbi Benjamin Halevi and Rabbi Raphael Berscheider engaged in a disputation. The latter declared that one must love even the wicked, and the former argued that it is incumbent to pray for their downfall. When Rabbi Benjamin departed from the synagogue, he said to a friend, "Rabbi Raphael, to be sure, was right, and it is truly a praiseworthy attribute to love all Israel. Before the multitude, however, it is desirable to preach that evildoers will receive their punishment speedily. Moreover, it is a trait which few persons possess. My master, the Koretzer, told me that Raphael has the unique quality of loving even coarse doers of evil. He further declared, 'When Raphael comes to me, I surrender to him my desk and my table. Yet I know I have not done my full duty to him.'" Chapter 93. Loyalty. Section 1. The Wiles of Satan. Said the Pulnor, "A king wished to test the loyalty of his subjects. He ordered one of his servants to head an apparently rebellious army and to invite other towns to join the revolt. Hafen, the ostensible rebel, succeeded in winning several cities to his side. When he arrived near a certain town, many of its citizens were prepared to enter his ranks. But a man of wisdom in the town, who had given the matter much thought, said, 'Is it not strange that the king permits this revolt and dispatches no army to end it? Perhaps it is a trap against us.' He visited the rebel general and persuaded him to depart. The apparent insurrectionist, said the Pulnoer, is the Satan who seeks by wiles to entrap us. Words of wisdom and persuasion can head him off. Rive. Section 2. The Loyal Cossack. The Kazmairer, with his following of Hasidim, once turned out of doors on a bitter cold evening to bless the new moon. At the wall, he met a Cossack, standing guard, as motionless as a statue. "How now, Master Sentinel?" exclaimed the rabbi. "What if you freeze to death, standing in this bitter frost without stirring hand or foot?" The Cossack replied, "If I die, another will come and stand guard in my stead." The rabbi turned to his Hasidim in exhortation, "Look what is done for a master as frail as you or I. Will you do as much for the all-powerful as this Cossack, for one of his liegemen?" Section 3. Not blood, but service warms. The Kobrener rabbi said, "A general who had been an officer for over 50 years once met the king. The monarch greeted him with a friendly smile and said, 'Are you in good health, General? Does your blood still warm you?' The old general replied, 'No, Your Majesty, my blood does not warm me, but service does.' Comment is superfluous, said the Kobrener. Section 4. Serving the Rebbe. Rabbi Hirsch of Rimanov was left an orphan in his early boyhood. Once, he saw the Rebbe Menachem Mendel Rimanov at the synagogue and was so impressed by his holiness that he resolved to devote himself to his service. He visited the Rebbe's house and persuaded the servants to allow him to chop wood for the Rebbe's oven. Later, he was permitted to sweep the floors, but his chief ambition was to make up the Rebbe's bed. This, however, he was not allowed to do, as the servants feared the rabbi's displeasure. One day, however, the Rebbe's personal servant was called away, and he ventured to entrust the lad with the care of his master's room. Hirsch took great pains in smoothing the Rebbe's bed with care, and when the Rebbe retired to rest, he noted the difference. The next morning he made inquiries, and, being informed of young Hirsch's devotion, enlisted him as his closest attendant. Hirsch soon became indispensable, and his master grew so attached to him that in his will he designated Hirsch to be his successor as Rebbe, though he had learned sons and many famous disciples. Section 5. The Zaddik's Reward. The Lezensker spoke on the text in Exodus 21:33, "And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good. He shall give money unto the owner of them. If the Zadok makes an opening in the heart of his followers, or if he strives to dig an opening among the hard-hearted, and continues his efforts lest they grow harsh again, thereby overthrowing the spirit of worldliness, then the Lord who has endowed the Zadok with the power to influence human hearts shall grant him his reward. He shall repay him by vouchsafing unto him the longing to increase his loyal devotion to the Lord. Section 6. Loyalty to one occupation. A man who was a ritual slaughterer and also a cantor asked Rabbi Bunam's advice as to whether he should become a writer of scrolls. The rabbi replied, "The Satan found it difficult to tempt each person individually. Therefore, he devised a plan to mislead the ritual slaughterer and the cantor and the scribe in each community. They became unfaithful in their labors, thereby causing the plain people to stumble in the way. Later, however, he improved his plan of action. He induced a single man to become both a ritual slaughterer and a cantor. Thus he was freed from the annoyance of being compelled to tempt two persons. At present, I perceive that Satan proceeds another step forward in his strategy. He persuades one man to unite all three positions in himself. Were you loyal to your communal work, you would have all you can possibly do to accomplish one function in the proper fashion." Section 7. Serving other gods. The Besht commented on the verse, "And ye turn aside and serve other gods." Deuteronomy 11:16. He said, "The moment ye turn aside from God, ye serve other gods. For all your living forces are from God, and if ye use these forces for purposes not desirable in the eyes of God, it means that ye wish to please other gods." Section 8. The steadfastness of Israel. The Ropshitzer gave another meaning to the words in Lamentations 1:3. "All her pursuers have overtaken her in the narrow passes," he said. All persecutors of Israel have appreciated him when he was in dire straits. When they behold that notwithstanding all persecutions, Israel holds fast unto the Lord, then they understand his merit. Chapter 94. Loyalty to Israel. Section 1. God's love for Israel. The Carliner said, "May I be able to love a good Jew as much as God loves a wicked one?" Section 2. Loving our fellow Jews. The Besht was seated with his disciples, listening to their half-hearted praise of Israel. "You are like a stepmother who praises her stepson, not because of affection for him, but in order to please her husband," said the Besht. Israel is a holy and good nation, a people versed in the Torah, a gracious and upright people. He continued in this strain until the Hasidim were thoroughly instructed in true love for their fellow Jews. Section 3. Speak no evil of Jerusalem. Said the Staliner rabbi, "When a Jew speaks or thinks evil of his fellow Jews, he shall be expelled from the heavenly abode, even as one who speaks evil of the king's sons is driven from the royal palace. He who loves a person loves also his children. Likewise, one who loves God also loves Israel, his son." Section 4. Loyalty unto death. The Kobrenner related the following tale. When Napoleon's army invaded Russia, a Saxon officer was captured by the Russians. The Russian commander lacked the facilities to house an officer, and therefore gave the latter a choice between surrendering his commission and death. The officer exclaimed, "I will never disgrace my king by a promise not to serve him," and he was executed. "Let this be a lesson to the Jew," added the rabbi. "Let him never become an apostate or transgress the major commands of God, even if death be his portion." Section 5. God's Tehillim. said Rabbi Shmelke. An allegory of the Talmud says that God wears phylacteries on his forehead and on his hand, whereon are written the words, "Who is like unto thy people, Israel, one nation?" Israel being the only nation on earth which observes God's commandments in the Torah. But when an Israelite sins, the Lord exclaims, "I am ashamed of my forehead, I am ashamed of my forearm," as the writing thereon does not conform with strict truth. Section 6. God's tefillin are fallen. The Berdit Shever, breaking off his prayer, turned to God, saying, "Lord of the world, thou art bound to forgive Israel its sins. If thou wilt do so, it is well. If not, I will inform all the world that thou art walking about in phylacteries that are unlawful and of no effect." "For what," said David, "thine anointed one? Who is like thy people Israel, a people set apart on earth?" 2 Samuel 7:23. "But if thou wilt not forgive the sins of Israel, their privilege is of no avail. The word, carried in thy phylacteries, untrue, and the phylacteries, unlawful." Another time, he exhorted the divinity as follows: "Lord of the universe, the people of Israel are the phylacteries of thy head." When a Jew drops his phylacteries, he lifts them up with loving care, cleanses them of every stain, and then, with a kiss, makes amends for their abasement. "Lord of the world, thy phylacteries are fallen to the ground." Section 7. Speak no evil of a Jew. Said the Apter, "It is a grave sin to speak evil, even of the most wicked Jew. Such malignment brings grief to the Shekinah." Section 8. The long arm. Said the Kosmyrer, "When all Jews cherish love for each other, they become together as one giant man, and their arms together become one long arm. Then in truth it is possible for this mighty arm to reach into heaven itself and bring down to earth all gracious things." Section 9. The influence of Esau. The Magalnitzer rabbi said, when Jacob was about to meet Esau, he experienced greater fear of the Lord, but was distressed that it should come through the influence of Esau. Genesis 32:8. Many times, we, the descendants of Jacob, begin to reverence God and attach ourselves closely to the people of Israel when our adversaries, the descendants of Esau, threaten us. But, like Jacob, we should feel distressed that this return to Israel should have been caused by the influence of Esau's offspring, our foes. Section 10. The preventive. A man of wealth lost his fortune and was unable to provide for the marriage of his daughters. He complained to the Lubliner, who counseled him to go forth to ask for donation. The man said, "But, Rabbi, I shall become a hater of Jews. Every time one gives me nothing or less than I think he should, I will hold hate in my heart for him." "Here is a preventive," said the Lubliner. "Believe that the Lord has decreed how much you are to receive from each person, and you will bear no ill will towards anyone." Section 11. True proof. Said the Yud, "The true proof regarding our advancement in service to the Lord lies in our own knowledge as to whether we have advanced in our love for Israel." Section 12. The itinerant preacher. The Berditchever heard an itinerant preacher accusing Jews of violating Jewish laws. He lifted up his eyes and exclaimed, "Lord of the universe, this preacher is compelled to make bitter complaints against thy children because he needs the few coins that are usually given to a wandering preacher. Give him, O Lord, his few coins in another way, and save him from the necessity of speaking evil of Israel." Section 13. Balaam and the prophets. Said the Pulnor, "Balaam showered praises upon Israel, while the prophets rained reproofs upon them. Who was the better friend? The ultimate intention of each gives the answer. Balaam intended to persuade the Israelites that they had already attained perfection and need not improve themselves. Had they accepted his counsel, they would have deteriorated and become like other nations. The prophets, however, intended to spur Israel into attaining a state of higher purity and goodness. They, therefore, rebuked them even for minor sins and did not hesitate to exaggerate their shortcomings. Chapter 95. Man. Section 1. False Commentaries. Said Rabbi Bunam, "It was my intention to write a treatise under the title Man. It was to require merely a quarter of a page, and the whole meaning of the term man was to be included therein. But after consideration, I changed my decision, lest my treatise might lead to false commentaries." Section 2. The Power of Man. Said the Koretzer, "Man contains within himself all the worlds that exist. He is, therefore, able to have contact with them all. Man possesses within himself all good and all evil traits, but they are in an unborn state. It is within his power to give them birth. If he is angelic in character, he will transform evil traits into good. If he is demonic, he will transform good traits into evil. It is the study of the Torah and the performance of commandments that aid us to become as holy as angels." Section 3. A Small World. Rabbi Noah Lekevitzer said, "Man is often called a small world. This title is to be explained as follows. If a man is small in his own eyes, he is indeed a world. But if a man is a world in his own eyes, then is he indeed small." Section 4. Man's Creation. Said the Koretzer, "Man was created last for the following reason. If he is deserving, he shall find all nature at his service. If he is undeserving, he shall find all nature arrayed against him." Section 5. Will he choose good? The author of Kelly Yakar explains why after the creation of man, there are not written the words, "And God saw that it was good," Genesis 1:25, as in the case of the cattle. All other creatures received their final nature at the time of creation, but man was endowed with the faculty of free will or self-improvement. Hence, it was impossible to declare concerning him that he was good at the time of his creation. It was fitting to discover first what he would make of himself. Section 6. A Single Mitzvah. Said the Koretzer, "A man may often live out the entire span of his life for the purpose of performing a single commandment or gaining a single chosen end." Section 7. Feet, Hands, and Mind. Said the Koretzer, "Humanity may be likened to the form of a man. Israel is the head, since his importance lies in the achievements of his mind. Other nations are the hands, since they are valuable for their manual works. Animals are the feet, since their worth derives from their feet. A man's life may also be compared to the form of a man. In his youth, his strength is in his feet. In middle age, in his hands. In old age, in his head." Chapter 96. Marriage. Section 1. The world is like a wedding hall. The word of the sages, this world is like a wedding. The Rabbi Jacob Joseph of Pulno explained as follows: "Just as it is the goal of the wedding to unite the bridegroom with his spouse, so it is the duty of man to unite himself in this world with Godhead." Section 2. No one can be happy all the time. Commenting upon the Talmudical saying, "This world is like a wedding hall," the Alexandria rabbi said, "A villager came to an inn in Warsaw. In the evening he heard the music and tumult of a wedding coming from the next house. The same occurrence was repeated for several evenings. The villager asked the innkeeper, How is it possible that a single householder should have so many weddings?" The innkeeper replied, "It is a wedding hall. Today one person holds a wedding there, tomorrow another." "This is symbolic of the way of the world," commented the rabbi. "There are always those who enjoy themselves, but some days it is one person, and on other days it is another. No one is happy all the time." Section 3. The Coachman's Charity. The Lubliner told the following story. A coachman heard music coming from a house, but suddenly it was succeeded by sounds of a quarrel. He went into the house to investigate and discovered that the wedding of a poor couple had been interrupted when it was learned that the prayer shawl promised by the bride to the bridegroom had not been furnished. The coachman promptly gave all his money towards the purchase of a prayer shawl, and the ceremony continued with music and jubilation. "This was the highest form of charity," commented the rabbi. "It affected the welfare and entire future of 2 children of Israel." Section 4. Adding Beauty to Commandments. Rabbi Isaiah Kalman Halberstadt said, "We read in the Talmud that Rabban Simeon ben Gamaliel said, 'There were no holidays in Israel like Yom Kippur and the 15th day of Ab. On the latter day, known as Midsummer Day, the maidens were privileged to ask the young men in marriage. They would arrange an open-air dance in the vineyards. All were dressed in pure white garments, and when the youths would approach, the maidens would divide into 3 groups. The handsome girls would say, 'Observe our beauty, for it is fitting that a wife should be of comely appearance.' Those of noble family would say, 'Observe our high-born lineage, for this forebodes good children.' Those of unprepossessing countenance would say, 'Take unto yourselves wives, for the sake of obeying the will of God, and adorn us with gold.' The phrases of the handsome maidens and the last words spoken by the unhandsome may seem to be frivolous, but they will not appear thus on closer scrutiny and explanation. When a man wishes to donate a scroll of the Torah, he usually desires to do so in a generous fashion. He may either spend additional money to obtain excellent parchment and fine script, this may be accounted beauty of the body, or he may seek for a scroll written by a man of rare piety and holiness. This may be accounted as beauty of lineage, since the value of the scroll lies in its distinguished associations. Or he may strive to obtain a beautiful coverlet, or a fine pair of holders, or decorative adornments for the scroll. This may be accounted as beauty of the exterior. In each instance, the man endeavors to perform the commandment in a beautiful manner. So it is with the maidens. The first group says, "When you seek to perform the commandment of taking a wife to yourself in a fitting manner, consider beauty of the body." The second group says, "Consider the beauty of noble descent." The third group says, "We have neither beauty of body or noble descent." But if you wish to marry solely for the sake of the commandment and not for ulterior motives, then demonstrate this by marrying us. As for the beauty you may wish to add to the commandment, it will be sufficient to adorn us in costly garments and jewels. Section 5. The 15th of Ab and Yom Kippur. Said the Yud, the reason that the Talmud compares the 15th day of Ab to Yom Kippur is as follows. The 15th day of Ab commemorates the permission of marriage between the various tribes of Israel, and the sins of the young people are forgiven on a wedding day, as on Yom Kippur. Section 6. The Careless Prayer. The Careless Prayer. When the Yud's first wife died, he waited 2 years and then married her younger sister. He grieved greatly, however, over the loss of his first wife. Once he said, "The death of my first wife may be due to her own mother. My mother-in-law professed to be so pleased with me that she prayed within her heart, 'O Lord, send my younger daughter a husband like unto the husband of my older daughter.' Her prayer was heard, and since there seemed to be no other man who would have satisfied her as much as I, her older daughter was compelled to die, thereby giving place as my wife to her younger sister. Chapter 96. A. Brides, Bridegrooms, and Dowries. Section 1. The Family Stem. A man came to the Gerer rabbi, asking his advice whether he should permit the marriage of his son to a maiden whose uncle had become an apostate. The rabbi replied, "You may safely accept the maiden as your daughter-in-law, so long as the family stem is sound. One need not mind about the branch." Section 2. Nuts without cultivation. The Gerer rabbi said, "The custom in many congregations of showering the bridegroom with nuts when he goes up to read the Torah on the Sabbath preceding his wedding is founded on the following principle. The Talmud teaches that one who assumes the yoke of learning Torah is freed from the yoke of profane labors. Thus, the bridegroom is reminded that should he decide to occupy himself solely with study, his livelihood will come to him as free from labor as nuts that grow without cultivation. Section 3. Welcoming the Bride. The Alexandria rabbi was once reading the Talmudical enumeration of acts of kindness, among which are to be found the following 3: visiting the sick, welcoming the bride, attending the funeral. He was asked, "Why does the Talmud interpose welcoming the bride between the sick and the dead?" The rabbi replied, "The Talmud seeks to teach us that when we visit a sick person dear to us, we should give charity towards the wedding expenses of a poor bride. By virtue of this good deed, the Lord will preserve us from the necessity of attending the funeral of the friend who is ill." Section 4. Dowries for the Poor. Rabbi Baruch of Gorlitz, a son of the Tzanzer rabbi, came to his father asking aid for the dowry of his daughter. The Tzanzer replied that he lacked the money. A few days later, Rabbi Baruch learned that some wealthy Hasidim had rewarded his father with large sums of money for his excellent words of counsel. He again visited his father and besought his monetary aid. The rabbi said, "I have already distributed the money among the poor for dowries." "But father, why am I worse than a stranger?" asked the son. "You are my son," responded Rabbi Haim, "and can easily secure assistance from my Hasidim if you will appeal to them. But these poor folk have no well-known father." Section 5. The Rabbi's Daughter. The Tzanzer had everything in readiness for his daughter's wedding when a widow entered, lamenting that her daughter was about to marry, but that she lacked the wedding gown. The rabbi promptly gave to her everything he had prepared for his daughter. The girl complained, but her father comforted her, saying, "Do not concern yourself about what you bring your bridegroom. You will be acceptable to him because you are my daughter." Section 6. Sharing his fame. The Kotzker rabbi told his brother-in-law, the Gerer rabbi, that he had misgivings regarding the validity of his marriage. His wife, he believed, undoubtedly had consented to marry him because she thought him to be a rabbi, whereas, in his inmost heart, he knew that he was not great enough to be a rabbi. The Gerer replied, "My sister did not care whether you are worthy to be a rabbi or not. She merely desired to share your fame as an illustrious rabbi, and the populace will always speak of you as the Kotzker rabbi." Section 7. The Wise Choice. Rabbi Isaac of Hamburg desired that his daughter should marry the son of Rabbi Isaac of Linsk and promised a dowry of 600 gold eagles. When the prospective bridegroom's parents perceived that the maiden was unprepossessing of looks, they wished to abandon the entire matter. Rabbi Isaac of Hamburg persuaded them to discuss it with their son. The youth had been impressed by the girl's nobility of character and insisted that he take her to wife. It had been previously agreed that Rabbi Isaac of Hamburg should transmit the promised dowry before the betrothal. The bride's father, however, did not adhere to this condition. Again, the rabbi of Linsk wished to abandon the matter, but once more his son insisted that the betrothal should take place. Immediately afterwards, Rabbi Isaac drew the dowry from his purse. "If the money was in your possession," inquired Rabbi Isaac of Linsk, "why did you vex me with vain worry?" Rabbi Isaac of Hamburg replied, "The Talmud teaches that when a man takes a wife for the beauty of her countenance or for her wealth, their children will lack good character. I noted that your son did not wish to marry my daughter for her looks. Now, I see also that he does not desire her for her money either. There is every hope, therefore, that they will have admirable children." Section 8. A pearl or a pea. A friend of the Oheler rabbi proposed that the latter give his daughter in marriage to a distinguished Torah scholar. The scholar agreed to become the Oheler's son-in-law, but he stipulated that a settlement be made so that he might continue his studies in peace of mind, the income from the settlement to be sufficient for his livelihood. The wife of the Oheler opposed the settlement of so large a sum upon an unworldly scholar. Her husband answered, "A peasant was digging in his field and discovered a jar containing what he believed to be peas. He tried to cook them, but they remained hard. Thereupon, he went to a neighbor and received in exchange peas that were edible. The neighbor had recognized the supposed peas for what they were, namely, precious pearls. He moved away from the vicinity and realized a great fortune from their sale. "I too," said the Oheler rabbi, "have found a pearl for my daughter. Shall I exchange it for merely an edible pea?" Section 9. The Tzanzer's Payment. A dangerously ill man sought the blessing of the Tzanzer, and soon after regained his health. He desired to reward the rabbi with a gift of 300 thalers, but the Tzanzer declined it. A few years later, a poor man lamented to the Tzanzer that his daughter remained unmarried because he could not present her with a suitable dowry. The rabbi gave the father a letter to the magnate, who had been restored to health on receiving his blessing. The man could not at first understand why the Tzanzer requested a gift of 300 thalers, but his wife reminded him of the rabbi's kindness and said, "It behooves you to give the money as the rabbi enjoins. He is only asking what is rightly due him." Section 10. Both said the same. Once the Ropshitzer endeavored to link in marriage the families of two noted Tzaddikim. The father of the prospective groom said, "I demand that the father of the girl give the young couple twice the dowry I present, inasmuch as my son is a great scholar." The father of the prospective bride likewise demanded twice the dowry on the ground that his family was of higher pedigree. The Ropshitzer remarked to each father separately, "You are quite right. The other one says exactly the same thing." Eventually, the two fathers came together, and after many misunderstandings, they reached an agreement. When the Ropshitzer appeared, they demanded an explanation. He replied, "I merely spoke the truth to you, namely, that each of you said exactly the same thing. I knew that when you would meet, you would not demand double payment from each other, for only a thief is required by law to pay double." Exodus 22:3. Chapter 96. B. Worthy Wives. Section 1. The Berditchever's Wife. D. It was said that the Berditchever's wife excelled even the rabbi himself in holiness. Once she was overheard saying, "O Lord, may I be worthy, that my Levi Isaac may have the same holy thoughts when he says grace over the bread that I have when I form the loaves." Section 2. A Loyal Wife. The wife of one of the Berditchever's enemies met him one day on the street and poured over his head a pail of water. He ran to the synagogue and prayed, "O Lord, do not punish the good woman. She must have done this by the order of her husband, and she is therefore to be commended as an obedient wife." Section 3. Do not lose courage. The Slonimer related the following story. A commander-in-chief received a message telling him that his main line of defense had been broken by the enemy. He was greatly distressed, and his emotions showed plainly on his countenance. His wife heard the nature of the message, and entering her husband's room, she said, "I too, at this very moment, have received tidings worse than yours." "And what are they?" inquired the commander with agitation. "I have read discouragement on your face," replied the wife. "Loss of courage is worse than loss of defense. By the same token, loss of the will to battle our evil impulses is worse than the offense we commit when we are overpowered by them." Section 4. The Same Dish. In bidding adieu to a group of young men who were his visitors, the resigner said to them, "Be careful to pray betimes. If you ask why, on occasion, I am late with my prayers, I will explain it by a parable. A certain woman was in the habit of cooking daily the same dish of soup. Once she was late with dinner, and her husband was forced to wait. When he found on the table the same dish, he exclaimed angrily, I waited with patience, because I thought you were preparing a new dish which requires more time. I beg of you, however, not to keep me waiting for the usual dish." We, the Tzaddikim, offer prayers with different devotional thoughts daily. It requires time for proper concentration of the mind upon these. Hence, we pray late. You, however, have the same inadequate concentration day after day. Hence, for such prayers, you must not keep the Lord waiting. When another rabbi heard of this, he commented, "If the husband truly loves his wife, he readily forgives her tardiness." The reasoner was told of this comment and praised the second rabbi for his defense of ordinary Jews. Section 5. Her Wise Choice. When the future wife of the Oheler rabbi was about to become a bride, her father said to her, "I have had requests for your hand from 3 young men. One is poor, but a scholar, another rich, but of little scholarly attainment, the third very wealthy, but unlearned in Hebrew." The maiden replied, "What matter a man's wealth if he be ignorant or of limited learning? The third youth may be poor, but he must be truly brilliant if you, father, praise him." She married the rabbi, Moses Teitelbaum, who became world-renowned as the Oheler. Section 6. A Fresh Share. The father-in-law of the Rimanover wished him to become a merchant instead of a devoted scholar, and demanded that he abandon his life of study and piety. The Rimanover refused, and since his wife agreed with his decision, her father drove them both from their home. For 3 days, the Rimanover ate no food. Finally, his wife asked the baker for a loaf of bread, and the baker replied, "You are already in great debt to me. I shall cancel the amount if you will give me your share in the world to come." The woman agreed, and when she brought the food to her husband, she began to weep. The Rimanover learned the cause of her tears and said, "By rescuing me from starvation, you have earned for yourself a fresh share in the world to come." Chapter 96. C. Unworthy Wives. Section 1. The Excessively Good. Once the Kobrenner narrated the following story. On his deathbed, a father warned his son to beware of the excessively good. The son married a beautiful girl. Once he invited her to go walking with him, but she declined, saying she did not wish to have men admire her. "She is too modest," thought the husband. He announced that he was taking a journey, but returned unexpectedly to discover that his wife had been unfaithful to him with an officer. The latter threatened to kill the unfortunate husband, who left the house and wandered through the streets all night. In the meantime, the king's jewels were discovered to have been stolen, and the wanderer was arrested by the police on suspicion of being the thief. He could not say where the jewels were hidden, and was therefore condemned to death. On the way to execution, he overheard a bystander remark to his guard not to tread upon some worms on the ground. He felt sure this overkind person was a villain, and accused him to the guard of having stolen the royal jewels. This flash of intuition proved correct, and the gems were found on his premises. The judge asked the man how he had singled out the true thief. The man related the story of his father's warning, and, pouring out his heart, told also the story of his wife's infidelity. The disloyal wife and her lover were arrested for their threats, and the husband was restored to his property. Section 2. Two Counsels. A man on his way home from a long journey stopped over to visit the Berditchever. He was impressed by the rabbi's piety and benevolence and presented him with a goodly donation. The rabbi said, "I will repay you by giving you 2 bits of counsel. The first is, when in doubt, turn to the right. The second is, when you see a young woman married to an old man, look for murder." The man took his departure in his carriage and soon came to a junction in the roads. He saw a group of the gendarmerie standing in hesitation and was informed that they were searching for a thief who had stolen a large sum of money. The traveler advised them to take the road on the right and followed them also. The thief and his booty were soon discovered, and a substantial reward was presented to the traveler for his counsel. He continued on his way, and at nightfall halted at an inn. The old landlord wished to give him lodging, but the young wife informed her husband that no rooms were available. The traveler could find no other accommodations, and since it was raining heavily, he lay down beneath the eaves of the inn. About midnight, he was awakened by the noise of a wagon. He quietly stole out and saw a man descend from it, knock at the window, and whisper for some time to the young wife of the innkeeper. Scraps of conversation which reached the watcher's ears convinced him that they planned the innkeeper's death. He immediately began to shout, "Murder! Murder!" The culprits escaped in the wagon, and the old innkeeper rewarded his rescuer handsomely. He also sent a gift to the Berditchever, who had foreseen the consequences of his unwise marriage. Section 3. A Wife's Importunities. The Yud narrated the following tale. A Hasid died and was taken before the heavenly tribunal. His earthly conduct seemed to have been exemplary, and he would have been assigned to paradise, except for the testimony of an angel that he had once committed a serious misdeed. The Hasid excused himself on the ground that his wife had compelled him to commit the offense. The prosecuting angel laughed aloud at this statement. The Hasid was sentenced to undergo a period of punishment before departing for the Garden of Eden. The angel also was punished for ridiculing the Hasid. He was sentenced to become a mortal man, since the heavenly tribunal wished to convince the angel that sometimes it is well nigh impossible to withstand the importunities of a wife. Chapter 96. D. Divorce. Section 1. The Tears. Rabbi Susia's wife was a quarrelsome woman and persistently urged him to separate from her. One night he called to her and said, "Hendel, look here." He showed her that his pillow was quite damp. Then he said, "Our sages declared, if a man puts away his first wife, the very altar pours forth tears over him. Do you still wish the letter of divorce?" From this moment henceforth, Rabbi Susia's wife was quiet, amiable, and good. Section 2. Forgiveness and Consolation. After the death of Rabbi Abraham, the angel, the night following her 7 nights of mourning, the widow in her dreams ascended to heaven. She entered an ample hall, and there she beheld a number of throne chairs ranged in a semicircle, and on each throne a man of might. There entered one, like in face, and bearing unto the others her husband Abraham. He said, "Know, my companions, that my wife hath this just grievance against me. On earth I lived with her as one apart from her, and for this I stand in need of forgiveness." "It is yours," cried the widow. "With all my heart I grant you forgiveness." And presently she awoke, consoled. Chapter 97, Master and Disciple. Section 1, In Their Hearts. The Kobrener visited the Slonimer rabbi and asked him, "Have your teachers left any writings as a heritage?" "Yes," replied the Slonimer. "Are they printed or are they still in manuscript?" asked the Kobrener. "Neither," said the Slonimer. "They are inscribed in the hearts of their disciples." Section 2, Bearing His Heart. The Rosdoler was asked to tell something regarding his master, the Strelisker. The Rosdoler bared his heart and said, "Look into my heart, and you will know what my master is." Section 3, A Burning Coal. Said the Besht, "The influence of a leader is likened in the Talmud to a burning coal. Do not hold yourself aloof from your master. You will remain cold. Do not approach him too closely. You may be burned." This applies also to your relationship with your friends. Section 4, Traits in Common. Said the Besht, "We are told by our sages to cleave unto the wise, but how can a vulgar man attach himself to one who is wise? By searching out those gracious traits which are common to himself and the sage. These will furnish both with a point of contact and a mutual interest in a form of goodness." Section 5, The Man of Purity. Rabbi Bunam heard the Yud oftentimes repeat, "Whosoever attaches himself to a pure man becomes pure." Rabbi Bunam asked, "Where does the justice lie in this? A man who has not labored to purify himself may become as pure as one who has labored diligently to achieve purity?" The Yud answered, "It is often more difficult to remain attached to a man of purity than to purify oneself." Section 6, A Reversal of Place. Rabbi Mordecai Chernobyler said, "Though the Yud was a disciple of the Lubliner in this world, he is greater in the eyes of posterity than his master. Oftentimes the positions of master and disciple are reversed in heaven." Section 7, Holiness versus Wit. The Ropshitzer voiced a witticism which pleased his master, the Rimanover, and the latter complimented the Ropshitzer on his wisdom. The Ropshitzer said, "My master is a man of holiness. How then can he understand a witty saying?" The Rimanover felt piqued, and the Ropshitzer was forced to labor hard to appease him. Section 8, The Cherished Disciple, Kolei. Rabbi Benjamin Wolf Halevi narrated the following. "My master, the Koretzer, said, 'No one can appreciate how deep is the brain of my disciple, Raphael Bershitter.' On another occasion, he said, the Besht remarked that God would thank him for giving him such a Yosele, meaning Jacob Joseph Pulnoer. I say that God will thank me for giving him such a Raphael a third time." The Koretzer said, "I cannot guarantee that anyone I praise will not become spoiled with the exception of my Raphael." Section 9, The Disciple's Atonement, 2. When the Besht heard of the holy conduct and the greatness of Rabbi Jacob Joseph, he desired to number him among his society of Hasidim. He invited him to a Sabbath meal, and there related the following tale. A learned rabbi in a village was preparing his sermon for the great Sabbath, the Sabbath preceding Passover. After rehearsing it several times, he became very thirsty. He walked over to the window and called out to a passing water carrier. The latter refused to heed his summons, and the rabbi became indignant. When the water carrier passed the house again and still refused to give heed, the rabbi went outside and struck the man on the cheek. The rabbi greatly regretted this outburst of anger, and it still weighs heavily upon his conscience. If he should come to me, I could indicate to him a path of repentance. Rabbi Jacob Joseph confessed that he was the rabbi of the story, and thereupon became the Besht's most enthusiastic adherent. Chapter 98, Melancholy. Section 1. The sin of the melancholy. A Hasid bemoaned to the Lubliner that evil lusts plagued him and made him melancholy. The master said to him, "Above all else, rid yourself of melancholy, for it is more pernicious than sin." When the evil one rouses men to lust, it is not his aim to make them sin, but to draw them through sin into the pit of melancholy. Section 2. Aphorisms on melancholy and sadness. Said the Alexanderer. 1. Sadness is not a sin, but no sin hardens the heart so much as sadness. 2. A Jew who is not always full of joy because he is a Jew is ungrateful to the Lord. 3. One who looks into his inner self, whether he is a proper Hasid, is guilty of pride. All he needs to know is if he is a proper Jew. 4. Sadness is the worst quality in a man. It is the attribute of an incurable egotist. He is always thinking, something should rightfully come to me. Something is wrongfully lacking to me. Whether in relation to substance or spirit, it is always I. 5. There is only a hair's breadth between sadness and bitterness leads to heartbreak. 6. To the one obsessed by sadness, his very body feels heavy to carry around. He cannot abide himself. He cannot abide the other Jew. 7. The most delicate dissatisfaction with himself is associated in a man's life with sadness, but the most complete joy is born out of holiness. Section 3. Signs of melancholy. Said the Koretzer, the man of melancholy may be known by these signs. 1. A lack of desire to visit Palestine. 2. A lack of interest in holy studies, except for study in order to fulfill the commandment to study Torah. 3. An inability to serve God through everything he hears and knows. 4. An inability to shed tears. Section 4. Repentance and melancholy. Said the Bersheider, it is not easy to repent of the sin of melancholy. When one begins to repent of it, he falls into deeper melancholy by the knowledge that he has sinned. The sole remedy is to think only of the moment of repentance and not of the later consequences of his sin. Section 5. The Bratslaver on melancholy. 1. Man's talk often brings him tribulations and sorrows. 2. Sadness weakens a man. 3. Melancholy oftentimes presages illness. 4. God does not abide with a man of sadness. 5. A man does not attain his hope through sadness. 6. Sadness leads to heartache. 7. He who is sad brings upon himself many afflictions. 8. The study of the narrative and imaginative lore of the Talmud removes sadness. 9. Sadness leads to quarrels, joy to peace. Chapter 99. Mercy of God. Section 1. Endless mercies. Said the Sedberzer rabbi, if we realize that our very existence is only by reason of God's grace and mercy, we may easily understand that God will grant us other mercies as well. God's power is endless, and His mercies are without limit. Section 2. Mercies for the undeserving. A man came to the Rosdoler with a donation accompanying his written request for the blessing of happiness. The Rosdoler said to him, "You are giving me a donation because you believe that I am a worthy Rebbe or Zaddik. I know, however, that I am not a Rebbe and do not merit your gift. But one of God's attributes is that He has mercy even on the undeserving. Hence, if you give to an undeserving person, God will repay you in the same measure and will aid you, even though you may not merit His help. A good deed performed on the earth below brings down from heaven the divine mercy. Section 3. Making God's Mercies Known. Rabbi Mordecai of Chernobyl commented thus on Psalm 118, 1-4. In truth, God's mercy fills every occurrence of our life, but this is not always apparent to each one of us. The psalmist says, "O give thanks unto the Lord, for He is good, for His mercy endureth forever." But if the mercy is not perceived by all, let Israel so say. If Israel cannot perceive it, let the house of Aaron say so. If even they do not observe it, let those that fear the Lord then say it. Section 4. Why we prosper. Said the Belzer. We read in Psalm 24:5, "He shall receive a blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation." When we succeed in business or study, let us remember that our success has come not because of our sagacity or good sense. Furthermore, let us not imagine that we have deserved the blessing because of our goodness. We have received it because God in His mercy has desired to aid us. Section 5. The Compassion of God and Man. The Tsartkover rabbi said, "If a man obtains the compassion of his fellow men, he also obtains the compassion of God." For the angels of mercy argue, if a mortal man takes pity on him, surely the all-compassionate should have mercy upon him. Section 6. Mercy through effort. Said the Koretzer, when a man is in a state of tribulation, God's mercies emanate from him, but they remain on high. It requires the effort of repentance, prayer, tears, and good deeds to bring down God's mercy on behalf of the suppliant. Section 7. Kindness with pain. Said the Lenzner, there are two forms of kindness. A kind man may give money to a person who is sick and allow him to use his own efforts to improve his circumstances. Not so, however, the kind father and his ill son. The father labors through every means to cure the malady of his son, even though a painful operation may be necessary. The Lord is not satisfied merely with forgiving our sins and granting us an opportunity to do better. He wishes to take a hand in our improvement. Therefore, He sends us teachers to rebuke and instruct and influence us. If this proves inadequate, He sends down tribulations, even as the mortal father permits his son to suffer pain as a prelude to recovery. Oftentimes, however, we are unable to bear the Lord's punishments, even though we may know they are the height of compassion. We therefore entreat Him to limit His kindness according to our ability to bear it. Section 8. Trust and Fear. Said the Besht, trust in God's mercies, and His kindness will encompass you. Fear God's punishments, and His strict judgment will surround you. Wherever your mind abides, you will find yourself cleaving unto it. Serve the Lord in love and in complete trust, and you will receive His mercies. Section 9. Boundless Mercies. The Berditchever read in the High Holiday Prayer Book the words, "We are full of sins, but Thou art full of mercies." The rabbi thereupon exclaimed, "O Lord, consider how insignificant we are, and how insignificant are the sins which we are able in our littleness to commit. But Thou art unlimited, and there is no boundary to Thy mercies. How art Thou able to limit them towards us?" Section 10. The Conduit. Said the Mesoritzer, the good man who desires to receive the constant inspiration of God's benevolence must be like a conduit laid from a spring on a hilltop to water a field. In this conduit, there must be no blemish of the smallest size. It must be laid straight, and it must be carefully linked to the spring. Section 11. Whoso is wise. said Rabbi Bunam. The Psalm 107 enumerates various misfortunes which God may send upon man, and concludes with the verse, "Whoso is wise, let him observe these things, and let him consider the mercies of the Lord." From this we learn never to lose hope in the midst of misfortune, but to believe that it is truly meant for good. Let us have fortitude and patience to await better days, and we shall perceive that all was a sign of God's mercies. Chapter 100. The Messiah. A. The Messianic Hope. Section 1. Be prepared today for redemption. A Hasid placed this question before the Berditchever. Does not the verse in Malachi 3:23, which states that Elijah will appear before the great day of the redemption to prepare the hearts of the fathers and their children, contradict the statement in the Talmud that the Messiah replied to a query concerning the time of his advent with the verse in Psalm 95:7, "Today, if you will obey his voice?" The rabbi replied, the Messiah could come today without being preceded by Elijah if we ourselves prepare our hearts without troubling the prophet to do it for us. Let us make ourselves ready, then, to receive the Messiah any day by obeying the voice of the Lord. Section 2. Today as yesterday. The rabbi of Originating, Rabbi Eliezer Lipman, persistently inquired from Rabbi Mendel of Kosov why the Messiah has not come, and why the redemption promised by the prophets and sages has not been fulfilled. Rabbi Mendel answered, "It is written, 'Why has the son of Jesse not come, either today or yesterday?' 1 Samuel 20:27. The answer lies in the question itself. Why has he not come? Because we are today, just as we were yesterday. Section 3. Compelling Messiah to come. Before his death, the Apter said, "The Berditchever declared before he passed over into his world that, when he arrived in heaven, he would urgently make demands regarding redemption until the Messiah would be dispatched. When, however, he crossed over into the heavenly abode, the angels were wise enough to place him in a hall of the highest delights, so that the Berditchever forgot his promise. I, however, faithfully pledge myself, when I attain the heavenly heights, that I will not allow myself to be beguiled by pleasures, and will compel the advent of the Messiah." Section 4. The Bird's Nest. The Besht narrated this parable. A migratory bird of rare beauty flew past the royal palace and alighted on the top of a high palm tree. The king yearned to possess this beautiful creature and instructed his courtiers to form a human ladder, one to stand on the shoulders of the other, until the highest could throw a net upon the bird. Though only men of strength were chosen, one weakened, and the entire human structure collapsed to the ground. By virtue of one man's fault, the king's desire could not be fulfilled. It is the same with us. The man of holiness depends upon the support of a lesser man, and the latter depends upon men of even lowlier quality in order to attain the summit of holiness and to bring down God's love. But when one person weakens, the whole structure totters and falls, and the Zadok must begin anew. And the temple of the Messiah is called in the Zohar the Bird's Nest. Section 5. Redemption before atonement? Said the Reasoner. It is told of the grandfather of Spola that he once exclaimed, "Messiah, why tarriest thou? Art thou waiting for repentance and atonement? Verily, I swear, the Jews will not make atonement. I will not gainsay the spoiler, O Lord, but this I vow before thee. Let King Messiah come, and we will all make atonement. And for this we have fair warrant. Before we sinned, 4 exiles have been decreed against us in the days of Abraham, the exiles of Egypt, Babylonia, Greece, and Rome. It is therefore only fair that redemption should be ours before atonement. On another occasion, the Risener said, "It is required of us that we repent and atone before redemption, but we have lost the power, for we are staggering under the burden of our sufferings like drunken men who cannot walk the way. Our sages have demanded, not in plain words, but by plain implication, redemption before atonement, when they said that crushing poverty makes men avert their faces from a knowledge of the Creator." Section 6. Pray for Messiah's coming. On the second day of the new year, Rabbi Shmelki preached on the text in 1 Samuel 20:27, "Wherefore cometh not the son of Jesse to the meal, neither yesterday nor today." Why has not the Messiah, son of Jesse, come yesterday or today, in former generations and in this generation? Because we petition the Lord merely for bread, for our material well-being. Had we wholeheartedly implored him to send the Redeemer and forgotten our individual needs, the Lord would assuredly have sent us the Messiah. Section 7. Within each of us. Said the Stratiner, "Each Jew has within himself an element of the Messiah, which he is required to purify and mature. Messiah will come when Israel has brought him to the perfection of growth and purity within themselves." Section 8. Let Messiah come. Before Kol Nidre, the Oheler stood before the ark and said, "Lord of the universe, thou art well aware of my unworthiness, but thou also knowest that I do not speak falsehood, and that now, before the advent of Yom Kippur, I wish to relate to thee my true thoughts. Had I known that the Messiah would not come in my own days, long ago I would have surrendered my soul to thee. All that has held me to life is my expectation that the Messiah would speedily come. Let Messiah come now, not for our sake, but for thy sake, so that thy name may be glorified. I am prepared to die at once, if it has been decreed that I am unworthy to behold his coming, and if my living delays, for even a moment, the redemption." Section 9. The Bitter Exile. Rabbi Meir Apter and the Ropshitzer were at a wedding feast. Said the Apter, holding forth a bottle of brandy, "When Messiah comes, we will go out to him with strong drink, and we shall show him the manner by which we awakened our religious emotions in the bitter exile." The Ropshitzer replied, "Nay, my dear friend, we will go out to him together and show him the kind of religious leaders Israel possessed as guides in the bitter exile." Section 10. The Harp and the Discourse. Rabbi Yekuthiel Teitelbaum narrated the following. The Rimanover rabbi assured his disciples before his death that he would refuse to enter paradise unless the Messiah would come. When he died, King David was ordered to play upon his harp, and the sweetness of the melody caused the Rimanover to forget his promise. When my grandfather, the Oheler, died, he said before his departure, "David's harp shall not prevail over me." On arrival, he was asked to deliver a discourse and was informed that the Messiah would come as soon as he had finished it. But since above us there is both unlimited time and unlimited wisdom, the discourse still continues, and the preacher believes that he has just begun. Section 11. Elijah will explain. Commenting on the Talmudical passage that Elijah will not come on the eve of the Sabbath or of the holy days, the Belzer said, "I anticipate his coming every day, even on the eve of the Sabbath. As for the statement of the Talmud, it must be explained by Elijah when he comes. Do we not have many other statements in the Talmud awaiting his explanation?" Section 12. Redemption of Prayers. A Zadok once inquired of the prophet Elijah why the Messiah fails to make an appearance and to redeem the people of Israel from its servitude in exile. He made answer, "Let the Israelites cease from praying without making sense of their supplications, and the Messiah will forthwith appear. Behold, The letters and words of holy prayer are held in captivity by heedless worshippers. Let the Jews redeem them first, and their own redemption will follow. B. False Messiahs. Section 1. Akiba and Bar Kokhba. An unbeliever asserted to the rabbi of Berdichev that the great masters of old were steeped in error. For instance, Rabbi Akiba believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah and enrolled under his banner. Thereupon, the Berdichever narrated this parable. Once upon a time, the only son of an emperor fell ill. One physician advised that a piece of linen be smeared with a burning salve and wrapped around the bare body of the patient. Another physician, however, discouraged this because the boy was too weak to endure the pain the salve would cause. Thereupon, a third physician recommended a sleeping draught, but a fourth physician feared this might endanger the heart of the patient. Upon this, a fifth physician advised that the sleeping draught be given by teaspoonfuls to the patient as often as he awakened and felt the burning of the salve, and this was done. Thus, when God saw that the soul of Israel was sick unto death, he wrapped it in the biting linen of poverty and misery, but laid upon it the sleep of forgetfulness, in order that it might endure the pain. However, lest the spirit expire utterly, he awakens it from hour to hour with a false hope of a Messiah, and again puts it to sleep until the night shall have passed and the true Messiah shall appear. For such reasons the eyes of the wise are sometimes blinded. Section 2. Sabbatai Zevi's downfall. Of Sabbatai Zevi, the false Messiah and false Redeemer of Smyrna, the Besht said, "Many have trodden the same steep path of Kabbalistic study and have attained the fortunate goal." He too had a holy spark in his being. He fell, however, into the net of Samael, the false deceiver, who thrust him into the role of a redeemer. This overtook him only because of his arrogance. C. The Messiah's character. Section 1. The loyal wife. Rabbi Mordecai Lekivitzer divorced his wife. His enemies, who had vainly hunted for excuses to defame him, believed that the woman would not hesitate to inform them of any of her former husband's misdeeds. Her reply, however, greatly surprised them. "I have nothing to declare regarding him," she said, "except to say that if he is not great enough to be the Messiah, no one in this generation is." Section 2. The holiness of the Berdichever. Rabbi Moshe of Zlotsov visited Rabbi Baruch of Medzibos. At the meal, he noticed a Hasid imitating the bowings and movements of the Berdichever rabbi at prayer. Instead of rebuking him, Rabbi Baruch laughed uproariously. Rabbi Moshe reproved him for ridiculing so holy a man. Rabbi Baruch replied, "I well know his great holiness, but it is for this very reason that I am ridiculing him." The Satan frequently argues, what need is there of a Messiah and a holy temple when the divine services of the Berdichever fully equal the divine services of the high priest at the holy temple? Therefore, I ridicule his services to counteract the Satan's argument. Section 3. Hasid or Mithnaged. Said the Kotzker, "I believe the Messiah will come as a Mithnaged, that is, as one who opposes the Hasidic movement. If he came as a Hasid, the Mithnagedim would not be likely to accept him, whereas the Hasidim would quickly recognize him as Messiah, even though he came as a Mithnaged, and would gladly accept him." Section 4. The True Zaddik. The Yud said, "When Messiah will come, all the Zaddikim and their Hasidim will go forth to meet him. Some of them will be received cordially, others will be turned aside. The Hasidim of the unwelcome Zaddikim will cry out, 'Our intentions were good. We believed our Rebbe to be a true Zaddik. Why do you repel us?' Messiah will answer, A Hasid should daily implore the Lord to send him knowledge concerning the true Tzaddik to guide his soul. Had you been sincere and prayed in this mood, the Lord would have aided you to find the true guide. Section 5. The Omnipresent Messiah. Said Rabbi Moses Sofer, "In every generation there lives a man great enough to be the Messiah. This man knows not his own greatness, but should he be summoned, he will be endowed with the messianic spirit, whereby he will be able to select worthy aids. If the generation is unworthy, the man dies, and another man arises great enough to be the Messiah." Section 6. Keep his commandments. The Yud commented on the verse, "The end of the matter, all having been heard, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole man." Ecclesiastes 12:13. He said, at the end of time, in the Messianic period, all that will be heard is this: fear God and keep his commandments. Section 7. The difference. The Lubliner was asked concerning the Talmudical saying of Samuel that the difference between the present and the Messianic times is only in the freeing of Israel from the domination of non-Jews. The commentators known as the Tosafot note that the word "only" in Samuel's statement cannot be taken literally, since in Messianic times Jerusalem and the Temple will be rebuilt. Hence, there is more difference than in freedom from domination alone. In other passages, however, the same commentators write that "only" must be taken literally. The question was posed, why is this? The rabbi answered, "Only" is to be taken literally in this passage as in others. It should, however, be understood thus: the difference in what Jews have now and what they will not have under the Messiah is only in foreign domination. This we have now and will not have in the Messianic age. Yet the difference between what we have not now, but will have in the Messianic era, is very great indeed. D. Messianic Tribulations. Section 1. Signs and Portents. Rabbi Bunam said, "Before the Messiah will come, there will be rabbis without Torah, Hasidim without Hasidism, rich men without riches, summers without heat, winters without cold, and grain stalks without grain." Section 2. The World's Redemption. The Rosdoler paraphrased the verse in Proverbs 31:30 thus: "When falsity will be accepted as grace, when vanity will be looked upon as beauty, and when the woman who fears the Lord shall be ridiculed, then will the Redeemer be compelled to rescue the world from utter corruption and to uplift it, since it can fall no lower." Section 3. Prosperity and Poverty. The Besht explained the adversities which, according to the Talmud, will befall us before the advent of the Messiah as follows. Before the coming of the Messiah, there will be a period of great prosperity, and Jews will become wealthy. They will grow accustomed to extravagant living and forget all their habits of frugality. Later, a terrible depression will arise, and the means of livelihood will be scarce. Poverty will descend upon those who no longer know how to live sparingly. These will be the Messianic tribulations. Section 4. The Goal of Prayers. Said Rabbi Shmelk, "When one prays to God for his personal wants, the Satan interposes by displaying the petitioner's iniquities, and the prayer may not be heard. But when one prays for the redemption of the Shekinah from exile, his prayer ascends higher than the Satan's domain, and he may then also pray for his own needs, since the Satan is not present to accuse him." It is thus that we can interpret Psalm 102:12. A prayer was offered at first for the afflicted one, namely the Messiah, who is described as the afflicted one who rides on an ass from Zechariah 9:9. This prayer is offered because he delays his advent, and a complaint was poured out because God is in exile. After these words, the psalmist adds, "O Lord, hear my prayer for my own needs. Section 5. Evil Portents. It is related of the Resigner by Rabbi Herzl of Luck. Once I remained with the Resigner over the Sabbath, and he sat at the meal with 10 Hasidim, which was not his wont. He made lament of a near day, when the common run of people will prosper in body and soul, but the just and the elect will suffer, and be in such straits for their daily bread, that they will scarcely have strength to recite a psalm. Said the Resigner, "Why do I tell you this? So that you may be prepared, and that you may not lapse into doubt, for it must be so." Section 6. Working for the Messiah. Rabbi Bunam once said to the Gira Rabbi, then his disciple, "I am convinced I can petition the Lord so earnestly for the advent of the Messiah that he would grant my request. Nevertheless, I picture to myself the order of the Messiah's advent in this way. He will notify all the Tzaddikim to assemble at the home of the oldest Tzaddik, the Apter Rabbi. All the Tzaddikim will sit at the table, with the Messiah at its head and the Apter at his right hand. The Apter will surely ask the Messiah, whose prayer was responsible for his coming. The Messiah will answer, 'It was the prayer of Bunam Parsisher, who is seated at the end of the table.' This will greatly vex the Apter Tzaddik. Hence, I do not work for the coming of the Messiah." Section 7. The Messiah as a Hasid. The Gira Rabbi visited the Resigner and other Tzaddikim. When he returned, he paid a visit to his Rebbe, the Kotzker. When the latter inquired regarding his long journey, the Gira informed him that every Tzaddik seemed to be hotly opposed both to the Kotzker Hasidim in their territories and to their master. "So?" exclaimed the Kotzker, "and what will they say if the Messiah proves to be a Kotzker Hasid?" Chapter 101. The Mind and Thoughts of Man. Section 1. The Holy of Holies. In every action, said the Berditchever, a man must regard his body as the Holy of Holies, a part of the supreme power on earth, which is part of the manifestation of the deity. If he does, he will ward off the evil impulse. The brain of man is like unto the ark and the 2 tables of the covenant. It is the noblest part of man. Whosoever thinks unholy thoughts is placing an idol in the Holy of Holies. Whenever a man lifts his hands to do a deed, let him consider his hands the messengers of God. Section 2. The Holy Dwelling. Said the Resigner. The psalmist laments, Psalms 78:60, "And he forsook the tabernacle of Shiloh, the tent which he had made to dwell within men." 10. When the Lord gave Israel the law, he intended to live in the hearts of men. He did not desire a dwelling erected for him. But when Israel sinned, he ordered a holy place to be built to house his holiness. Ezekiel indicates this when he says, Ezekiel 43:10, "Thou, Son of man, show the house to the house of Israel, that they may be ashamed of their iniquities." They should feel shame because their sins had made necessary the building of a holy house. Section 3. The Mind's Divinity. The Berditchever Rabbi interpreted thus the verse, Exodus 34:6, "And the Lord passed by before him, and proclaimed, the Lord, the Lord." When the thought of the Lord passes through the mind of the good man, it becomes divine, and divinity exclaims, "O thou that art divine." Section 4. God's Thoughts and Man's. The Resigner interpreted Isaiah 55:8, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord." His paraphrase was, "For are there not my thoughts to give you what is in your thoughts? Why then are not your ways as my ways?" Section 5. A Stable. A Hasid told Rabbi Bunam that he had become an expressman. The rabbi remarked, "Your head will now be occupied with the horse. Hence it appears you have made of your mind a stable." Section 6. On the way to Karlin. A Hasid was on his way to visit the Karliner rabbi. A Rav met him and said, "Cannot you find a rabbi nearer than Karlin?" "No, I cannot," answered the Hasid. "I read the thoughts of all the rabbis, and I find them to be spurious." "If you read thoughts," said the Rav, "then tell me what I am thinking now." "You are thinking of God," answered the Hasid. "No, your guess is incorrect. I am not thinking of God." "There you have it," remarked the Hasid. "You yourself have stated the reason why I must go to Karlin." Section 7. Disciplining our thoughts. Rabbi Elimelech commented on Genesis 18:12-15 and said, "We may understand the laughter of Sarah as a sign of joy rather than of unbelief." The verse will then have the following meaning. Sarah rejoices to hear the angel's prophecy that after she had waxed old, her youth would be renewed. At this moment, however, an impious thought crossed her mind. "But my Lord is so old." She immediately dispelled this unworthy thought, however, inasmuch as it implied disbelief in the power of God. She believed she had not sinned because she had regretted her thought without delay. And she said, "I did not deride," since she knew she had feared the improper thought and did not retain it. But God explained to her that it had been derision on her part. The truly good person must discipline himself so that he will be unable to think impure and unworthy thoughts. Section 8. Concentrate the mind. Said the Besht, "It is desirable that a man should frequently interrupt his occupation for a moment, whatever it may be, and concentrate his mind upon the fear of the Lord. This should be practiced even if one is engaged in a sacred occupation." Section 9. The Solid Foundation. Said the Besht, "Mind is the foundation of man. If the foundation is solid, the building is secure. By the same token, if a man's mind is filled with holy thoughts, his actions will be sound. 2. But if his mind is occupied with selfish thoughts, even his good actions are unsound, being built on a weak foundation." Section 10. Sinful Thoughts. Once Rabbi Susia said to Rabbi Elimelech, "Melech, pray, explain this to me. I read in a holy book that all souls were included in the soul of Adam. Why was Adam allowed to sin, placing thereby a blemish on all souls, including your own?" The Lizensker answered, "Had Adam not sinned, he would have continued to carry in his mind the thought that all his frailties are due to the fact that God, desiring no rival, had refused him permission to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. Had he eaten of it, he would have become as powerful as God. And since sinful thoughts are worse than sins from Yoma 29, I preferred that Adam actually sin rather than carry in his mind evil thoughts." Section 11. The Bratslaver on Understanding. A. 1. When the eye sees, it is easy to comprehend. 2. He who walks in humility has clear thoughts. 3. Faith and the fear of the Lord lead to understanding. 4. If we perform no kind deeds, we have no understanding. 5. If we are deserving, we will learn how to find God in all our enjoyments, even in eating. 6. The greater our good deeds, the greater our understanding. B. 1. The chief source of understanding lies in the heart. 2. The chief goal of understanding is to know God in our heart, not in our brain. The heart is conscious of fear and awe, and induces to pure service. 3. Lack of proper understanding is the cause of all tribulations. Perfection of knowledge will banish them. 4. The happiness awaited after the resurrection will exist because understanding will fill the earth. All men will know God and will thereby be included in His unity and immortality. He who knows God is included within God. Therefore, beware lest you employ your mind and your heart for unholy thoughts. Holy thoughts lead to an understanding of God. 5. Enthusiasm within the heart is born out of the movements in the nerve centers of the brain. The more we exercise our brain with thoughts of Torah and divine service, the more enthusiastic does our heart become in its desire to serve the Lord. 6. The holy enthusiasm of a man's heart balances its unholy enthusiasm for unworthy passions and purifies it. 7. Perfection of understanding is possible only to the man who keeps his 5 senses holy. Holy inspiration and enlargement of the mind's powers may be attained thereby. 8. Universal mind surrounds us, but cannot be grasped by mortal man. Mortal mind cannot solve all problems of the universe, since it lacks omniscience. 9. Were we in possession of the universal mind, we would know beforehand everything that is to be. Then there would be no free will. In the millennium, there will be no free will, since human beings will become immortal like the angels, and like them will possess the mind of the universe. 10. The essence of a man is his mind and understanding. Hence, where his thoughts are, he is. Let him but think holy thoughts, and he will be in a holy place. 11. Anger and cruelty testify to a defect in a man's knowledge. With increased understanding come calmness, peace, kindness, and contentment. 12. The essence of joy awaited at the redemption and in the future life is the attainment of holiness and the knowledge of God. The better the man, the more he will attain. The people of Israel will be granted more than the nations. 13. He who thinks holy thoughts in the Torah and in divine service is rewarded by the ability to understand more and more. This means that a man gives entrance in his own mind to that part of the universal mind which immediately surrounds him, and this may continue even unto his death. He absorbs more of the universal mind and is able to attain a higher degree in the world to come, whereas another person must be satisfied with less of it. Such understanding warms his soul, as garments warm the body. 14. A kind deed brings the blessing of understanding from the Lord, but since our understanding is limited, we must add faith to it. Enthusiastic and joyful performance of a mitzvah brings the attainment of spiritual light, which is divine inspiration. 15. A man must strive to subdue his bodily desires, wherein he resembles the beasts, and endeavor rather to improve his mind. 16. A man must make use of his mind's powers and bring hidden faculties into play by study in affairs of the spirit. His understanding of metaphysics remains with his soul after the physical life is over. This holy understanding constitutes life after death, or the immortality of the soul. 17. No one is entitled to excuse his lack of service to the Lord by affirming that he is engaged in business and must associate with vulgar folk. God is everywhere. He is among the most common of men. He is to be found in the lowliest occupation. Delve deeper, and you will find a way to serve God in everything and in every work and place. 18. By the same token, no matter how low you may have fallen in your own esteem, bear in mind that if you delve deeply into yourself, you will discover holiness there. A holy spark resides there, which through repentance you may fan into a consuming flame which will burn away the dross of unholiness and unworthiness. 19. Without God's presence, no existence is possible, whether it be organic or inorganic matter. It has existence only because of the divinity within it. 20. He who conquers his evil impulses is like unto an angel. He can behold divinity in all things. He receives a taste of the light of love, which resides in understanding. This light is above time and is without limits. 21. Join your heart in alliance with your understanding. If your heart is submissive to your understanding, your knowledge that the divine presence is within everything at all times will aid you to subdue all your unworthy impulses and the undesirable traits of your heart. 22. The mind is the soul. If we improve our mind through holy studies, we improve our soul. Other studies are of no value to the soul. Repentance means the expulsion of all thoughts which are outside the domain of holiness. 23. Holy studies continually renovate the mind and the soul. 24. He whose brain nerves grow weary of metaphysical thoughts may rest them either through sleep, through the study of the Torah in its simple meaning, or through occupation with mundane problems. Faith in God, honesty, dependability, and trust must, however, pervade his every action. 25. Passion and desire surround understanding as the shell, the kernel, break through the shell and thereby attain understanding. 26. Unholy thoughts are the foundation on which the Satan builds. 27. In metaphysical research, a man must combine understanding with faith. In repose from this labor, faith must be the master. 28. The Lord by his decrees gives to a man the suggestion that he approach more closely. Look into everything that transpires in your life and heed the suggestions contained therein. 29. Be careful that your performance of good deeds at all times equals your knowledge. Otherwise, your heart will be unable to keep your understanding holy, and it may turn into the sinful channels of doubt and unfaith. 30. Knowledge may become firm through three things: through instruction, through practice, through the beauty of form it assumes. 31. He who possesses firm knowledge can aid those of weaker understanding and become their leader. 32. A man without understanding is a mere brute. Give consideration to this thought, and you will return unto the Lord. 33. In the spirit of joy, a man may direct his brain to holy thoughts. In the spirit of sadness, the brain is in exile and refuses to obey a man's commands. 34. The man of great understanding knows full well that time has no significance for the values that are real. Equip yourself with whatever you can, that you may bear it into the world to come. 35. He who demonstrates his understanding has given true proof of himself. Section 12. Minds great and small. A man told the Strelitzker that he knew the entire Zohar by heart. Rabbi Uri replied, I am unable to retain within my mind so great a number of ideas, since a single idea often engrosses my mind for 1,000 days. The Koznitzer Maggid said, The difference between a great mind and a small mind is this. A great mind is able to cling to one idea for a long time and to perfect it, whereas within a small mind, ideas chase each other about like strokes of lightning. Section 13. The Research of Reason. Rabbi Bunam was an advocate of sober thought and of profundity in the learning of the Torah. He was also opposed to the teaching of Kabbalah to the rank and file. Once he remarked, The Kabbalists discover innumerable secret meanings and suggestions in the letters of the Torah, but the Talmud permits the recital of the Shema in any language from Berachoth 13a. Where can they look for meanings and suggestions in other languages? In addition to the Torah, it is necessary to teach morality and the research of reason. Chapter 102. Miracles. Section 1. Deviations from nature's laws. Rabbi Bunam said, "The Lord created nature and inspired the Torah. We find that there are deviations from the strict laws of the Torah. Thus, the Sabbath may be desecrated to save human life. Likewise, there exist some deviations from the laws of nature. When the Lord pleases to perform them, miracles sometimes occur which seem to contradict natural laws." Section 2. The Miracle Worker. A Hasid told the Kotzker rabbi about another rabbi who was credited by rumor with the power to work miracles. "I would like to know," said the Kotzker, "if he is able to perform the miracle of making one real Hasid." Section 3. Without an intermediary. The Hasidim of the Koznitzer Maggid informed him that an elderly woman had borne a son, though she had not gone to a Rebbe for a blessing. "Well, what of it?" commented the Maggid. "The Lord is sometimes desirous of demonstrating that he can accomplish a miracle, the same as a Rebbe." Section 4. A Man of Wonders. The Lenzner rabbi declared that the Sassover rabbi was a man of wonders. He was broken of heart and whole of heart at one and the same time. Section 5. Before he was born. A Hasid visited the Premislaner. The rabbi inquired the name of his Rebbe, and he replied that he was accustomed to visit the Tzikover regularly. The Premislaner exclaimed, "Your Rebbe, Eliezer, is a great Tzaddik. He precedes me in heaven." The Hasid repeated this to the Tzikover, and the rabbi's sons importuned their father to tell him whether the Premislaner was right in his statement. "It may have once been true," responded the Tzikover. "When?" asked his sons. "Before I was born," was the reply. Section 6. The Lord dislikes miracles. Said the Vorker. It is said, Genesis 26:12, "And Isaac sowed in that land, and found in the same year 100-fold, and the Lord blessed him." This means 27, along 27. The Lord thanked Isaac for tilling and sowing his land, and thus enabling him to provide for Isaac in a natural manner. For had Isaac not worked his field, the Lord would have been impelled to provide for him in a supernatural manner. Section 7. A Miracle Explained. Rabbi Meir Nathan, son of the Tzanzer, told his father-in-law, Rabbi Eliezer Tzikover, that last Shavuoth he had heard his father, the Tzanzer, declare that the Ropshitzer sat at his table. When the Tzanzer came to visit the Tzikover, the latter asked, "Pray, explain to me how it was possible for my late father to be present at your table, seeing that he has been dead many years?" The Tzanzer replied, "My meaning was metaphorical, to be sure. I conducted the meal according to the custom of your revered father, the Ropshitzer." Section 8. A Genuine Miracle. The Lizensker commented on the expression, "Show a miracle for yourselves," from Exodus 7:9. He said, "When a magician performs his acts on the stage, they are magical in the eyes of the audience. The magician himself, however, knows them to be merely tricks. But when the man of God is commanded to perform a miracle, he himself is greatly astonished at the wonder." The Lord intended to say, "Pharaoh will invite you to demonstrate a miracle that will be a marvel even in your own eyes, unlike the magical tricks of his court magicians." Section 9. The Greatest Miracle. Rabbi Solomon of Karlin said, "The greatest of all miracles is to bring into the heart of a Jew the holy influence whereby he may be enabled to pray properly unto his Creator." Section 10. The Lord is God. Rabbi Baruch of Medzibas was informed of the many miracles accredited to the Lizensker. He said, How utterly useless they are. When Elijah performed miracles, we are told that the people exclaimed, "The Lord is God," from 1 Kings 18:39. But nowadays, the people grow enthusiastic over the reputed miracle worker and forget entirely to say, "The Lord is God." Section 11. Fools and Miracles. Rabbi Hirsch Leib Eliezer said, "We find in the Talmud the saying, 'Since the day of the destruction of the Holy Temple, prophecy has been taken away from the prophets and given over to fools,' from Baba Bathra 12b. How is this to be explained? In this way, since the destruction of the temple, it is known to every sensible person that prophecy is no longer manifested. It is only the foolish among the Hasidim who expect their tzaddikim to prophesy and foretell the future." Section 12. An incentive to superstition. In the presence of the Rizener, Hasidim once related the many miracles which the tzaddikim were reported to be performing. The Rizener said, "The more miracles are attributed to the tzaddikim, the more the ground is prepared for deception by clairvoyants, fortune-tellers, and charlatan doctors. A tzaddik should merely offer prayer to the Lord, and if he is a true tzaddik, his prayer will be heard." Section 13. Better without miracles. The Gerer said to his closest Hasidim, "It were evil indeed were we in our time in such a position that we required miracles to be shown us." Section 14. The Tzaddik's Will and God's. A Hasid heard much regarding the renown of Rabbi Israel Meir HaKohen, the Hafetz Hayyim, as a great tzaddik. He chanced to meet a resident of Radin, where the Hafetz Hayyim resided, and inquired, "Does your tzaddik perform miracles?" The Radiner Jew answered the Hasid, "You deem it a miracle when God does the will of your tzaddik. We, however, deem it a miracle if it can be truthfully asserted that our tzaddik does God's will." Chapter 103. Mitzvot. Section 1. Celebrating a mitzvah. Rabbi Mordecai Chernobyler said, "The banquet which we Jews give to celebrate a mitzvah is more worthy than the mitzvah itself." A parable illustrates this. The Satan brought many serious accusations against the Jews, and their defender, the archangel Michael, knew of no arguments in their behalf. After a while he bethought himself and said, "The few mitzvot which Jews perform offset their many transgressions." When a Jew performs a circumcision, he gives a banquet, because he is overjoyed at having done a mitzvah. Have you ever seen a Jew, however, celebrating when he transgresses? This demonstrates that he feels no joy in his offense, and only succumbs because of weakness. In the mitzvah, he feels intense happiness. This defense before the heavenly tribunal proved successful. Hence you see, continued the Chernobyler, how important is the celebration of a mitzvah. Section 2. The Fur Coat. A rabbi related the following tale. A man died and was brought before the heavenly court. His sins and good deeds were placed on the scales, and the sins far outweighed the good deeds. Suddenly a fur coat was piled on the scale containing the good deeds, and this side becoming heavier, the man was sent to paradise. He said to the angel who escorted him, "But I cannot understand why the fur coat was brought in." The angel replied, "One cold wintry night you traveled on a sled, and a poor man asked for a ride. You took him in, and noticing his thin clothes, you placed your fur coat on him to give him warmth. This act of kindness more than offset your transgressions." Section 3. The Value of a Mitzvah. The Besht explained Psalm 62:13. "And unto thee, O Lord, belongeth mercy, for thou renderest unto every man according to his work." We see frequently a Jew hurrying to the synagogue on a weekday, but stopping to purchase an article which he happens to see for sale at a cheap price. He can only hope to gain a half thaler by the transaction, and the delay may cause him to miss the borehu response or the kedusha. Yet, if one should wish to purchase from this very Jew the mitzvah of saying borehu or the kedusha, offering 100 thalers, he would refuse to sell it. The Lord, in his kindness, recompenses every man according to the value which a man places upon a mitzvah after he has performed it, not according to its worth to him before it is performed. Section 4. The Reward for a Mitzvah. The Dinover rabbi related the following story. A Jewish girl ran away from home with a non-Jewish general. Later, he left her. Then, she married a miller and had a son by him. Many years passed. Her husband died, and her son succeeded his father as the miller. 2 Jewish merchants were caught in a snowstorm near the mill and took refuge at the miller's home. This was on a Friday afternoon. They sent the miller to bring them food. A little before sunset, an old woman entered and kindled the Sabbath lights. This astonished the Jewish merchants, and they inquired how she came to be there. Thereupon she related the story of her life and added that throughout all the years she had never forgotten to kindle the Sabbath lights in tribute to her Jewish birth. The sad memories of the past proved too grievous for her. Her heart broke, and she died within a few hours. When the miller returned, the merchants told him that his mother had been born a Jewess and expressed the desire to be buried as one. The miller agreed, and the body was taken to the nearest Jewish cemetery. "I was told of the circumstances," said the Dinover rabbi, "and I ordered that Kaddish be said for her soul, since she had never failed to keep at least the one mitzvah of kindling the Sabbath lights." Section 5. The Helping Hand. It was the custom of Rabbi Meyer Hurwitz, grandfather of Rabbi Shmelke, to perform an act of mercy before he ate his meal. One day, no opportunity came to him, and he refused to break his fast. Toward night, he heard a wagon halt at his door. He went outside and saw that the wagon was loaded with excellent lumber. The driver informed him that, owing to a misadventure, he had come late to town and, seeing a lighted house, had stopped to offer the tenant his lumber at an unusually low price. The rabbi awakened a carpenter and loaned him the money to avail himself of the bargain. Then he ate his meal. Section 6. Minor and Major Good Deeds. Said the Radviller, "We read in the Ethics of the Fathers, 'Run to do even a slight precept.' What is meant by a slight precept? I believe it may be explained by the saying in the Talmud, Kiddushin 39b, 'One who sits and does not transgress is rewarded as if he observed a commandment.' This is, therefore, a minor good deed. And we are told to be as careful to abstain from doing evil as to exercise care in performing good." Section 7. Intention and Action. The Lizensker rabbi used the text Genesis 22:7, "Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?" He said, an explanation is due to the question, why did Abraham carry wood and fire for a distance of 3 days' travel? And why did he chop the wood before leaving home when a log is easier to carry on the shoulder? To understand this, we must first comprehend that the Lord appreciates most in a man his zeal in performing a commandment and his readiness to do it with his whole heart and soul. Therefore, should a man's heart yearn to do a good deed, but he fails to perform it because circumstances prevent, the Lord accepts his fervent desire as equal to actual success in performing it. It is, however, almost impossible for a man, as a rule, to concentrate his entire being on the performance of a mitzvah, and the enthusiasm with which he commences soon wanes. Hence, the actual performance of a mitzvah is necessary to the mind as a stimulus to the effort at pleasing God. Isaac saw that his father, fearing lest his ardor to perform God's command would cool, and eager to obey, while his mind was full of determination, cleft the wood, and prepared the fire at once. Hence he thought that the intention to sacrifice his son was sufficient to fulfill the Lord's injunction, and that a lamb could be substituted. And Abraham answered, "You may be correct regarding my intention in the matter. I fully intended to sacrifice you, and also acted upon my resolve by cleaving the wood and preparing the fire. I hoped that the combination of intention and partial fulfillment might be sufficient to please the Lord. But you also were included in the command, since I was not ordered to bind you and sacrifice you against your will. Hence, it is necessary that you actually perform your share by going up to the altar and making yourself ready for the sacrifice. Then, if it be God's will, He will provide the lamb." Section 8. The Difference. Said the Kotzker, "The difference between my disciples and others is this. Other Hasidim do mitzvot in the open and transgressions in secret. Mine transgress in the open and do mitzvot in secret." Section 9. Generous with a mitzvah. Rabbi Israel Salanter saw a servant maid carrying upon her shoulder 2 pails of water. When dinner was ready, he washed his hands sparingly. He was asked why he did not use more water, and he replied, "One must not be generous with a mitzvah upon another person's shoulders." Section 10. The Acceptable Mitzvah. Said Rabbi Yerachmiel, "A mitzvah is acceptable only if it is performed for the sake of pleasing the Lord, but not for the sake of a reward. Nevertheless, we should do our utmost to perform every mitzvah within our power, even if we feel ourselves unable to be rid of the expectation of rewards. For among a multitude of mitzvot, there may perchance be a few acceptable ones. It is the reverse, with transgressions and evil traits of character. Anger, for example, is an evil trait, comparable to idolatry. But when one hears blasphemy, he may show his anger, provided it is made known for the sake of honor to the Lord, and for no other reason. Nevertheless, if a man is not quite certain, or if he feels unable to distinguish another reason for anger from his desire to defend the Lord's honor, he must not indulge in anger. In short, when in doubt regarding the purity of your motive, act affirmatively in the case of a mitzvah, and negatively in the case of an offense. Section 11. Avoid pettiness. Said the Bershider, "Many a time my master, the Koretzer, counseled me to bear in mind the words in the Besht's testament, 'Do not indulge overmuch in pettiness while performing thy religious duties,'" he added. "This rule sustained me in my youth." Section 12. A True Reward. Said the Bratslaver, "Rejoice so much in a mitzvah that you will desire no other reward than the opportunity to perform another mitzvah." Section 13. The Perfect Mitzvah. Said the Koretzer, "A perfect mitzvah should be performed in 3 ways: in action, in talk, and in thought. The mitzvah of kindling the candles on the Sabbath is performed in action by the women, in talk by the recital of the Mishnah on kindling the Sabbath lights from Sabbath, chapter 2, and in thought by the concentration of our mind upon longing for the restoration of the menorah in the Holy Temple. Section 14. The Divinity of Every Mitzvah. Said the Metzibozer, "We learn from the verse, 'Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. The blessing, if ye shall hearken unto the commandments of the Lord your God,' from Deuteronomy 11:26, that we will receive the blessing if we look for the indwelling presence of God in every commandment, if we will understand the divinity of every mitzvah." Section 15. Unhurried Obedience. Said Rabbi Bunam, "We should not go about in haste to do a mitzvah, but we should first consider and observe the proper way and the proper spirit for its performance, as we are taught. And it shall be righteousness unto us, if we observe to do all this commandment before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us, from Deuteronomy 6:25. Through deliberation we can properly perform the mitzvah as God hath commanded us. Section 16. The Supreme Sacrifice. The Yud said, "A man should choose 2 mitzvot, that he may perform them with his whole heart and soul, and even be ready to die for them." The Magalnitzer added, "Choose 1 mitzvah for which you are ready to die, namely the mitzvah which you are in the act of performing." Section 17. The Sculpture. Said the Yud, "A mitzvah, or a prayer, may be performed in a spirit of great-heartedness or of pettiness. It may be asked, wherein lies the difference, as long as it is performed? The difference may be discerned from the following illustrations. A sculpture may be done in clay, and the same figure poured out in gold. Does not the statue of gold captivate your appreciation more than the same figure in cold clay?" Section 18. The 3 Sages. The Kotzker narrated the following excerpts from the Midrash. "A fine ornament was hung upon a very high tree, and no one could climb up to bring it down. A wise man ordered that one ladder should be tied to another ladder until it was possible to reach the top. It was then easy to reach up and take hold of the ornament," from Vayikra Rabbah 19:2. "Some healing mineral waters were flowing in a deep ravine, and none could draw them up. A wise man ordered that one rope be tied to another rope to which a vessel was attached, and the waters with healing properties were drawn up from Bereshith Rabbah 93:3. A nobleman called for workmen to fill with wine barrels that had holes. The workmen grumbled and wished to know the reason for such a command. A wise man said to them, 'As long as you are compensated, of what concern to you is the nobleman's reason?' From Vayikra Rabbah 19:2. The Kotzker explained this midrash as follows. The first sage reasoned that the ornament had been placed on the tree by human hands, and therefore other men might follow the same procedure and bring it down. This applies to moral laws which were observed by people even before the Torah was given. The second sage went further. He reasoned that since we understand the worth of healing waters, we should make an endeavor to draw them forth, even though no one has done so before. This applies to the laws of the Torah, the reason for which we understand. The third sage was willing to obey even when the reason for certain laws was not understood by him. This applies to laws of the Torah, which seem to have no reason. The third sage was the wisest. Chapter 104. Modesty. Section 1. The Punishment of Fame. When the great Maggid perceived that he had become a man of wide renown, he inquired of God, "What sin have I committed to incur the punishment of widespread fame?" Section 2. Favorable Testimony. Rabbi Mendel Vitebsker received a call to become a Maggid in Minsk. The letter styled him a pure, holy, saintly man, and it bore upwards of 100 signatures. "Would that I were able to take this document with me after my death and present it to the heavenly court," said the rabbi. "I can hardly conceive that 100 men should testify that I am holy and pure." Section 3. Learning from another. A Hasid asked the Gera rabbi why he still visits the Kotzker rabbi, though he himself is more renowned. The rabbi replied, "As long as a man finds that there is someone from whom he can learn, he should not teach others." Section 4. Teaching Modesty. Rabbi Nahum Zev proudly announced to the Kotzker rabbi that he had been elected rabbi of Biala. The Kotzker began to shout at him, "You have become a rabbi? How dare you accept such a position? Are you fit for it? By whose influence? By whose intervention?" The Biala rabbi left the room dazed and took his rabbi's disapproval deeply to heart. In a few moments, however, the Kotzker's warden called him back to the rabbi's presence, and his master met him with hearty congratulations on his election. Section 5. Deference towards a greater. When Rabbi Isaac was Rav of Brody, there lived in the city a learned man named Joshua. The scholar heard that the Rav had accepted a call to become rabbi at Hamburg, and petitioned him for a recommendation concerning a book he had written on rabbinical law. When Rabbi Isaac on the journey perused the manuscript, he recognized it at once as a work of brilliancy and scholarship. As soon as he arrived at Hamburg, he informed the community leaders that he had just discovered a man greater than himself, and advised them to elect him instead. The leaders did not accept this recommendation, but Rabbi Joshua was appointed Dayan of Rabbi Isaac's court. Section 6. The Leader's Meditation. The Kaminker said, "We read in the Song of Songs 1:6, 'They made me keeper of the vineyards, but mine own vineyard have I not kept.' The leader complains that multitudes come to him for guidance. Though he still needs guidance for his own conduct of life, he then muses, 'Because I have not yet perfected my own ways, I must suffer the punishment of guiding others. It is painful also that I must lead others to perfection, while I must constantly endeavor to perfect myself. Every day, therefore, I must set aside many hours for self-improvement.'" Section 7. Without special worth. Said the Lubliner, "The reason a Tzaddik may accept money when asked to pray for someone is as follows. When the Tzaddik offers a prayer on behalf of another person, it may be asked in heaven, by what right may one person pray for his comrade, and thereby give the impression that his prayer is more acceptable? And when the Tzaddik is rewarded for offering the prayer, he may reply, 'I offer this prayer for my fellow man because he has engaged me to do so, not because my prayer is worthier.' This is suggested by the verse, Psalm 72:15. He will give them of the gold of Sheba, that they may pray for him continually." Section 8. Modest Piety. The Kozmira rabbi visited Rabbi Akiba Eger of Posen. The latter asked him to define a Hasid. The Kozmira replied, "A Hasid is one of whose Hasiduth, or piety, only he and his Creator know." Section 9. Considering himself the half. The Lubliner rabbi said, "A true Hasid is very rare. 2 Hasidim are not likely to be found in one place. 1 Hasid in a place is not sufficient. Every place should have a Hasid and a half of a Hasid, and each one should consider himself as the half and the other as the whole." Section 10. The Bold and the Shy. The Medzebozer rabbi quoted the Ethics of the Fathers, 5:23. "The bold-faced are for Gehinnom, that is, purgatory. The shamefaced for the Garden of Eden, that is paradise." He explained it as follows. "We see oftentimes that one is impudent and bold-faced when he is about to commit a transgression which leads him to Gehinnom. But one who is about to perform a good deed which leads him to the Garden of Eden is quite shy and shamefaced about it. The reverse would be more natural." Section 11. The Gates of Righteousness. The Medzebozer commented upon the verse, "Open to me the gates of righteousness. I will enter into them. I will give thanks unto the Lord." From Psalm 118:19. 8. He said, "When the Tzaddik declares, 'I have not yet entered into the domicile of righteousness, open the gates unto me,' he receives the response, 'Thy knowledge that thou hast not yet begun to perform good deeds, this will open the gates of the Lord.'" Section 12. From one another. A Hasid, who was an intimate of the Alexanderer, asked him why he did not admit the Hasidim who came to him until many hours had elapsed. The rabbi replied, "As long as they wait in the vestibule, they talk among themselves on Hasidut, and they learn from one another. But what can they learn from me?" Chapter 105. Money and Sustenance. Section 1. Sayings of the Bratslaver on Money and Sustenance. A. 1. Poverty comes to a man through unworthy talk and through pride. Charity corrects these influences and brings riches. 2. A man will obtain sustenance through fervent worship. 3. Charity cools the heat of desire for riches. 4. He who is constantly engrossed in money-getting and allows himself no rest or respite for worthier activities involves himself in the curse of the words. "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread," from Genesis 3:19. 5. Desire for money is like the worship of idols. 6. A man should believe that God does not require him to concentrate his entire mind on earning a livelihood. A little effort on the part of the man who has faith that all sustenance is from God suffices for him to attain his necessities. 7. Desire for money degrades a man from his true ethical plane. 8. True faith is demonstrated by a man's readiness to spend money on the performance of a good deed. 9. Those sunk in desire for money are always in debt. They either borrow to make more money and carry the load of debt, or they fall into obligations to this desire for money. Oftentimes we perceive men of wealth toiling arduously and assuming risks in order to acquire more money, as if they were compelled to pay off a debt. This debt they owe to their desire, and since a man has not yet died who was half satisfied with his possessions, they are always in debt to their own desire. These slaves to gold suffer irritation, bitterness, sadness, and anxieties because of their desire. The more gold they own, the more anxiety they feel. Their money consumes the days of their life. 10. The money of the rich who do not give sufficient charity is like the sport of madmen. The money plays with them as with children, and then slays them in this world and the afterworld. 11. He who dislikes superfluous money attains wisdom, intelligent understanding, and inspiration. 12. He who is honest in his business dealings is like one who brings incense unto the Lord. 13. The desire for good eating leads to poverty, contempt, and shame. 14. Wealth comes through truth. 15. Those who are dissatisfied, though they possess every necessity, are those concerning whom it is written, Proverbs 13:25. But the belly of the wicked shall want. 16. The desire for gold diminishes understanding, life, longevity, and the call of conscience. 17. The melancholy which the desire for money brings in its train makes the limbs heavy and weakens the pulse. The weaker the pulse, the heavier the limbs. The heavier the limbs, the weaker the pulse. This continues until it causes death. 18. He who covets is guilty of robbery in thought. 19. He whose livelihood is straitened should contribute to charity. This good deed will act like a medicine. 20. Only the man of folly marries for money. He will pay for his sin by suffering through his wife and children. 21. Desire for money brings enmity. 22. The lowly and the meek cannot be curtailed in their livelihood by anyone. 23. He who deals honestly keeps the commandment, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself," from Leviticus 19:18. 24. He who does not keep the law in his thoughts during his business transactions will be forced to go to law. 25. Desire for money corrupts the mind. 26. He who employs others should enforce a reasonable authority, and he will find it easier to provide them with a livelihood. 27. This world is merely a passageway to the eternal world. He who possesses and he who lacks money pass through it just the same. Profits are mere imagination. 28. The man and his money cannot both be in the same person. Either he loses his money and remains a man, or he loses his dignity as a man, and the money is left. 29. The will to attain immortality is precious in the eyes of the Lord. In your passage through life, take hold of an added prayer, a good deed, or a page of the Torah, so that your journey will be of benefit to you. B. 1. He who is accustomed to mock others will possess no wealth. 2. Wealth will not remain with him who has no pity on others. 3. Poverty is worse than 50 plagues. 4. The nations have power over Israel because they study the Bible. 5. Wine brings poverty. 6. The man who possesses knowledge will prosper. 7. He who breaks the fence of the sages will become poor. 8. He who controls his desire to eat will receive a fine home. 9. To gain a livelihood is as difficult as dividing the Red Sea. It is more difficult than the redemption, and twice as difficult as giving birth. 10. He who is appointed a leader oftentimes becomes wealthy. 11. Do not be anxious lest your competitors remove from you your livelihood. Against their will, people will seek you out in your place and call upon you, for your livelihood has been allotted to you. 12. For 4 things do householders lose their property, because they rob the wages of their hirelings, because they delay their wages, because they transfer their own obligations to the shoulders of others, and because of haughtiness. 13. A change of name and residence oftentimes aids in securing a livelihood. 14. Through faith, a man's livelihood will be increased. 15. When prosperity arrives, weakness is decreased. 16. Drought comes when people promise to give to charity and give not. 17. Uncleanliness in the home leads to poverty. 18. Honoring the Torah and the Sabbath brings wealth in its train. 19. To gain success, enter into partnership with a man of success. 20. He who dislikes money will live long. 21. He who seeks treasures hastens the day of his death. 22. Constant joy brings success. 23. Poverty saves from purgatory. 24. When your livelihood is endangered, try to give to charity. 25. He who engages in building becomes poor. 26. Modesty brings riches. 27. A man's livelihood is decreased if he judges not his fellow man in the scale of merit. 28. He who dislikes money receives inspiration from heaven. 29. Dishonesty leads to poverty. 30. He who deliberates not on his actions is embroiled in debt. 31. He who removes another's livelihood is as if he had slain him. 32. Atheism leads to poverty. 33. Melancholy decreases sustenance. 34. Overmuch sleep leads to poverty. 35. Honor your wife, and you will become wealthy. 36. He who has no livelihood should study the Torah and then pray for sustenance. His prayer will be heard on high. 37. He who engages in unfair competition is wicked. 38. For all things, including wit, wisdom, wealth, and children, a man must strive according to nature and pray that God may send him prosperity. 39. He to whom another's possessions are as dear as his own can pray with concentration of heart. 40. A man's wealth will remain with him if he gives generously to Palestine. Section 2. An informal prayer. R. Said the Mykolayiver. In many prayer books, 2 informal prayers are inserted in the middle of the benediction in the Amidah, beginning with the words, "Hear our voice." One pleads for forgiveness, and the other for sustenance. But why was not the plea for forgiveness inserted in the benediction for forgiveness? Doubtless this may be explained as follows. We see that the impious are oftentimes more wealthy than the pious. Hence we petition, "O Lord, we too have sinned. Hence we also are entitled to wealth." Chapter 106. Money and its use. Section 1. The use of money. The Premislaner said, "It is true that a Jew oftentimes offers most earnestly those prayers which plead for a livelihood and for money. But to what use does he place the money? He keeps God's commandments therewith. He donates it to charities. He engages a teacher to instruct his children in the Torah. He spends it on meals appropriate to the Sabbath. He contributes it to the support of students of the Talmud. Is it improper, then, for him to pray for money?" Section 2. The favors of the Satan. The Rimanover rabbi dreamed that he ascended to heaven and heard an angel pleading with the Lord to grant Israel wealth, saying, "Behold how pious they are in poverty. Vouchsafe unto them riches, and they will be many times as pious." The rabbi inquired the name of the angel. The reply was, "He is called the Satan." The rabbi then exclaimed, "Leave us in poverty, O Lord. Safeguard us from the favors of the Satan." Section 3. With silver and gold. Said the Gerer rabbi. We read in Psalm 105:37, "And he brought them forth with silver and gold, and there was none that stumbled among his tribes." The psalmist wishes to tell us that the money did not spoil them. Section 4. Treasure at home. A man asked the Kotzker's advice regarding the wisdom of moving from his native town in order to improve his circumstances. The rabbi told the following story. A certain Jew of Krakow dreamed several times that there was a treasure near a mill awaiting his arrival to dig it up. He left his house early in the morning and dug carefully, but did not find the money. The miller asked the reason for digging near his mill, and when the explanation had been given, he exclaimed, "Why, I dreamed that there is a treasure in the courtyard of a certain man in Krakow," and he named the digger himself. The man promptly returned to his home and uncovered the treasure in his own yard. "You see now," added the rabbi, "sometimes a man can find a treasure in his own home." Section 5. The Maggid and the Miser. The Chelmer Maggid observed among his congregation, in the front row, a wealthy, beardless man who was known to be a miser. Looking hard at this person, he narrated the following parable. "I dreamed that I was walking on the street, and an ox met me. He greeted me in a friendly manner. 'What friend of mine are you?' I asked. 'I give you of my flesh,' replied the ox. Next, a cow greeted me. 'I give you of my milk,' she said. Next, a he-goat greeted me and said, 'Both of us wear long beards.' A swine came next to greet me. I cried at her, 'Keep away, thou swine. I do not eat thy meat. I do not drink thy milk, and thou hast no beard. What then hast thou to do with me?' The miser left his seat and walked out. Section 6. The Power of Money. The Zlotsover Maggid remained a few weeks in Brody. It was observed that he walked to and fro in the synagogue, carrying his talith, and that he waited until everyone else had completed services before he began to pray himself. This odd conduct piqued the curiosity of the synagogue's frequenters, and they induced a rich and learned member to ask the Maggid for an explanation. The Maggid said, "Are you the most learned man in the city that you were selected to question me?" "No," replied the member. "I was chosen as the richest man in the congregation. The poorer members did not dare to approach you." "It seems then," said the Maggid, "it is money that questions me. I do not care to answer the queries placed to me by money." The Apter Rabbi explained that Rabbi Michael of Zlotsov prayed so late in order to include all half-hearted prayers together with his own, and thereby to make them all acceptable on high. Section 7. A Dispersing Agent. A wealthy man visited the Passover. The rabbi questioned him regarding a poor teacher, one of his adherents, but the rich man affirmed that he knew him not. The rabbi reproved the magnate, saying, "God, by vouchsafing riches to you, has appointed you as his dispersing agent to aid the poor, yet you aid not even your fellow Hasid." Section 8. Jacob and Esau. The Ropshitzer discussed Jacob's purchase of Esau's birthright. He explained that this world is the birthright of Esau, and the world to come, the birthright of Jacob. But Jacob found that in order to attain the world to come, he must labor in this world in the service of the Lord. Inasmuch, however, as he entirely lacked the wealth of this world, he would not be able to serve the Lord. Therefore, he asked Esau to sell him some of his birthright in this world. Section 9. Avoid wastefulness. Said the Isbitzer, "We learned that most of the holy furnishings of the tabernacle were of gold, but when it was ordered that the trumpets be made, Moses was told, Numbers 10:2, make thee 2 trumpets of silver. The reason is that the trumpets were also used in war. When ye go to war in your land against the adversary that oppresseth you, then ye shall sound an alarm with the trumpets." Numbers 10:9. This teaches us not to waste our subsistence in the event of tribulation, but to deliberate how we can best meet it according to the circumstances which confront us. Chapter 107. Moral Instruction. Section 1. Lighting the Candles. When Rabbi Shmelke and Rabbi Phineas came to the Mesoritzer Maggid, they were already great students of the Torah, but they gave little attention to the study of ethics. The Mesoritzer convinced them of the importance of devoting adequate time to these studies as well. After they had left him, the Maggid turned to his disciples and said, "I found a house full of candles that were unlit. I have kindled them, and the house is filled with light." Section 2. The Bratslaver on Moral Influence. 1. Every man should frequently converse with his friend on the subject of the fear of the Lord. Each man possesses good points which the other lacks. Through such conversation, both receive the benefit of the other's judgments. Oftentimes, this influence may be transmitted in ordinary conversation. 2. Our understanding becomes as perfect as it is possible for mortals to attain if we seek to bring others near unto God. 3. Almost everyone possesses the influence to draw others to the fear of the Lord. Some may be able to affect only their near ones. Others may have power over multitudes. He who does not utilize his influence towards faith and morality is punished for the misdeeds which his influence might have prevented. 4. Through written words, we can influence those of whom we have never heard. 5. He who seeks to influence others should frequently judge himself. 6. He who influences others for good erects a holy temple unto the Lord, and builds an altar whereon is offered unto God the goodness which has been awakened. 7. In admonition, let no anger escape your heart. 8. Those whom we influence for good become our spiritual children. 9. There are persons so wicked that to befriend them is dangerous to your own spiritual peace. Pray to God to keep them far from you. 10. Even though your fellow men may not heed your admonition, you will have benefited yourself. By admonishing others, your own higher impulses are awakened more than by the effort at self-admonition. 11. When we wish to influence another person, we ought to begin by commending his good traits and help him find excuses for his misdeeds. In this fashion, we may hope to succeed in improving him. 12. We ought to have the greatest compassion upon him who has a burden of transgressions to bear. If we help him to rid himself of it, he becomes our disciple in holiness. We will then be destined to arrive in the afterworld with a precious gift for the Lord. Section 3. The Broom. The Besht was accustomed to send forth his disciples to endeavor to improve people. Once his disciple, Rabbi Mendel of Bar, returned to Medzabaz from a journey. The Besht said to him, "A broom sweeps the courtyard clean, but it becomes soiled itself. Go now and cleanse yourself of any offenses in which you may be guilty." Section 4. 3 Kinds of Jew. The Radomsker rabbi visited a spa in Austria on the Sabbath when the Sedra Kedoshim was read in the synagogue. He was asked to deliver a brief discourse. Noticing in the congregation a goodly number of irreligious Jews, he said, "We read today the portion in Leviticus, chapter 19. The second verse commands us to be holy and ends with the words, 'Today, I am the Lord your God.' The third verse commands us to reverence our parents and to observe the Sabbath. 'I am the Lord your God.' The fourth verse commands us not to turn unto idols, and also concludes with the words, 'I am the Lord your God.' Why does this repetition occur? It may be explained thus. God speaks to 3 kinds of Jews: the saints, the persons of average character, and the irreligious. To the first group, he says, "Lead a saintly life. Do more than you are required. I am your God, the Master of holiness." To the second group, he says, "Keep my commandments. I am your God who commands you to do so." To the third group, he says, "Even though you refuse to keep the entire Torah, at least do not become apostates. I am your God, and if you do not wish to obey me, at least do not turn to strange gods." Section 5. Seize the opportunity. Said Rabbi Bunam, "If by chance an opportunity comes to you to better yourself, do not hesitate to seize hold of it. It is so decreed in heaven. Cling to it until another opportunity comes to you." Section 6. The Need for Company. A rabbi was asked, "Why is it that the pious man seems less eager to persuade others to become religious than the impious man to gain companions in wickedness?" He replied, "The man of piety walks in light and is not afraid to walk alone, whereas the man of impiety walks in darkness and is anxious for company." Section 7. The seed will bloom. Said the Bershider, "Despair not if you preach and behold no result. Be assured that the seed you have planted will blossom in some listener's heart." Section 8. A mature Jew. Said the Bershider, "I asked my master, the Koretzer, how to strengthen my faith and trust in God in times when it seems that God has hidden his countenance and left me in want. He replied, "Only the young require such advice. A mature Jew has had sufficient experience to trust in God's constant watchfulness over him. On another occasion, I told him of the pride in my heart when people show me respect. He answered, "Indulge not yourself in minor, but rather in major thoughts, and your pride of heart for minor reasons will disappear." Section 9. Time to clarify. A young Hasid was ready to return to his home after a visit to the Dinover. He began to meditate. "With what am I going home?" The rabbi read his thoughts and said, "Young man, it is at home that you will become aware of your gain." Section 10. No exchange. A Hasid said to the Raziner, "The Hasidim who visit Rabbi N have both worlds, whereas your Hasidim have neither." "How is this?" asked the Raziner. "He lives near his Hasidim, and they therefore visit him in comfort. They find few visitors there, and hence the Rebbe can instruct them with thoroughness in proper service to the Lord. But this is not the case with you," explained the Hasid. "Know then," retorted the Raziner, "that you should not exchange my purgatory for that Rebbe's paradise." Section 11. Freedom for moral instruction. Said the Porous over, "Let us be thankful that the rabbis of old have already clarified and explained the halacha. This leaves us the opportunity in our days to occupy our minds with the principles of ethics according to the teachings of the Besht." Section 12. A letter of instruction and reproof. The following letter was sent to an unknown Hasid by Rabbi Eliezer at the command of the Lizensker, his father. "My father was greatly distressed on reading your epistle to see that among the Hasidim there are to be found such foolish and unwise persons. We note that you do not visit the Tzaddikim in order to observe their holy conduct, their constant repentance over each step, look, or word for which they are responsible, lest these be not holy for the sake of the Lord. You do not observe their lack of concern whether a good deed or a blessing is better or preferable above others, as the Talmud teaches. We must not declare this saying or instruction is admirable and another inferior." From Erubin 64. "Nor do you see that they seek solely to serve God with their every act, movement, and word. As it is written, 'Know him in all thy ways.' From Proverbs 3:6. What you observe, however, is not their mode of service, but the manner in which they move about, dress, eat, and so forth. You think that he who imitates the Tzaddik in these outward actions is a proper Hasid. If you were not known to us as an earnest man who seeks the way to God, we would not have answered you with a single word. Hence, my father said, he who inquires whether to chant these or other hymns, whether to recite the Song of Songs at this or that time, and the like, is still ignorant and foolish. And he commanded me to write you several regulations concerning your conduct, in order that you may know how to serve the Lord aright. Learn Talmud and the code Orach Hayim, and pray that you may understand it correctly. Arise before daylight, and commune with thy God in solitude, weeping over the pain of the Shekinah. Confess your sins with a broken heart. Tear your heart into 12 pieces by considering how much anguish your sins have brought to the Shekinah, and how you have lengthened its exile. Devote, also, an hour during the day for communion with God in solitude. You will soon be able to perceive before your eyes your sins, great as mountains, which you have overlooked. Repeat this many times, and you will receive heaven's mercy. Pray to the Lord that he may lead you on the pathway of truth, that you may no longer waste your days in unworthiness. Guard your soul against flattery, falsehoods, mockery, the evil tongue, jealousy, hate, rivalry, arrogance, anger, and frivolity with women. Remember constantly the day of your demise. After you have come to believe that your soul has been purified of its contamination by sins, and that your thoughts no longer turn to worthless and impure desires, you may study some of the Kabbalistic works of the Ari. But be not impatient. for the study of the Kabbalah is a veritable poison for impure persons. Learn steadily the Haggadah of our sages, for it achieves purification of the soul. If you persist in this, you will be vouchsafed the ability to chant praises to the Lord aright. Know that if a man serves the Lord with every form of service, but nevertheless retains a vestige of pride therein, he is an abomination to the Lord. If your heart becomes pure, the Shekinah itself will sing within you. As for the proper conduct of a man, I am able to write you only a brief suggestion. Each virtue, quality, and trait has an unlimited number of branches. A very important rule is to guard yourself against drinking intoxicating liquors. The Talmud teaches, avoid intoxication, and you will avoid sin. From Berachoth 29. Another important rule is to avoid evil thoughts, sadness in any form, and hatred of any person except the thoroughly wicked. Love other persons as much as you love your own kinsmen and children. Aid them with your person, your wealth, and your endeavors. If you hear your praises sung, feel truly downcast of heart. Think in truth whether others would have praised you, were every act, intention, and motive of yours known to them as it is known to the Most High. If you hear yourself abused, feel truly glad of heart. God has been merciful to you and has sent you someone to reprove you for your ugly deeds. Believe that every other person is superior to you. Let it seem to you that your every movement is being constantly observed and that you are ashamed to do anything you will not wish to become known. Remember that God sees your every movement and knows your every thought. Beware of uttering a single word before your prayers, as your mind must be wholly engrossed in contemplation of God, to whom you are about to offer prayer. Show not an angry mood to your household or to any person. If you feel anger, believe it to have come because of your sins. Pray to the Lord that you may not be summoned by death without true repentance. Pray also that all Israel may become sincere penitents. Be careful lest you utter God's name in vain. Take care not to think of holy subjects of the Torah in an unclean place. Engage in no talk in the synagogue. Do not speak even words of admonition, as they will lead you to unseemly words as well. At all times, abstain from unnecessary talk. Think always of your lowliness and of God's grandeur. May the Lord, blessed be He, guard us in His mercy and kindness from folly and unworthiness. May we deserve to serve the Lord in truth, awe, and love, without any evil inclinations and without any hindrances, until the coming of the Redeemer, speedily in our days. Signed by Eliezer ben Elimelech. Chapter 108. Music and Musicians. Section 1. Harmony in the Community. Said the Lekevitzer. We read 2 Kings 3:15. And it came to pass, when the minstrel played, that the hand of the Lord came upon him. The musician, the leader of the orchestra of community affairs, should be as unselfish and unprejudiced as music, as the melody which is pleasing to all. Then will the Lord's inspiration come to him to assist his efforts and to achieve every desirable and harmonious end. Section 2. Variations or monotone. The Bialexiger rabbi said, some persons wonder at the various methods of the Hasidic rabbis in serving the Lord, but the explanation is simple. It is the musical variations which make for melody, not the monotone. Section 3. Imperfect instruments. A rabbi asked the Lubliner, "Why do you stop to take snuff in the midst of prayers when interruptions are forbidden?" The rabbi replied with the following story. A king heard a street singer playing his violin and singing. He found it to his liking and invited the troubadour to sing at his court. In the middle of a song, however, A violin string would frequently break, and the king was forced to wait until it was replaced. Finally, a courtier asked the violinist why he did not have the entire instrument restrung in order to avoid interruptions. "I will tell you," replied the street singer. "The king has many musicians with perfect instruments and could order any one of them to entertain him, yet he seems to prefer my playing. Hence it appears as if he were willing to hear me play my imperfect violin. Likewise the Lord has many hosts of singing angels, yet when he orders us mortals to pray unto him, it is clear he is willing to endure our frailties." Section 4. Melodies from Shepherds. The Kalaver rabbi learned from the Mesoritzer Maggid a melody for the hymn in the Haggadah, "The Mighty in His Kingdom," and was greatly pleased with it. The Maggid said he had learned it from a shepherd. From then on, the Kalaver made it a habit to walk in pastures to listen to the melodies sung by the shepherds. His melody for the Psalm 137:1, "By the waters of Babylon," was heard by him on the lips of a shepherd and is now well known. He used to say, "Many a melody once chanted by the Levites in the Holy Temple is now in exile among the unlearned common people." Section 5. The Singing Brigands. Rabbi Meir Margulis visited the Besht with his young son Saul. The father went to transact some business in the suburbs and left his son with the Besht for a few days. The Besht took the boy Saul with him on a brief journey. Passing an inn, they heard the sound of beautiful singing. They entered and saw a group of peasant lads entertaining a large audience with their songs. The boy Saul was asked to sing, and his sweet voice charmed the listeners. The lads were introduced and shook hands in token of friendship. In later years, Saul became a merchant, and passing through a forest, was set upon by brigands and robbed of his valuables. Suddenly, he recognized among the brigands the lads who had pledged him their friendship at the inn. He called them by name and reminded them of the occurrence. They invited him to sing again, and, in token of their enjoyment, they returned to him the goods they had seized. Section 6. Song without words. The Ladir noticed an old man among his listeners who obviously did not comprehend the meaning of his discourse. He summoned him to his side and said, "I perceive that my sermon is unclear to you. Listen to this melody, and it will teach you how to cleave unto the Lord." The Ladir began to sing a song without words. It was a song of Torah, of trust in God, of longing for the Lord, and of love for Him. "I understand now what you wish to teach," exclaimed the old man. "I feel an intense longing to be united with the Lord." The Rebbe's melody became part of his every discourse henceforth, though it had no words. Chapter 109. The 9th of Ab. Section 1. The Truthful Transgressor. The Berditchever on the 9th of Ab encountered a Jew who was eating in public. He stopped him and said, "You must have forgotten that today is the 9th of Ab." "No, I have not forgotten," was the reply. "Then perhaps you are unable to fast because you are unwell?" continued the rabbi. "Oh, no," answered the man. The rabbi lifted his eyes skyward and exclaimed, "O Lord, behold how Israelites love the truth." Even while transgressing, a Jew declines to speak a falsehood. Section 2. Hope for Jerusalem. The Alexandria rabbi was present at a banquet in celebration of the completion of a Talmudical treatise held during the mournful period before the 9th of Ab. He spoke as follows: "It has been customary to set aside this period for sad contemplation regarding the destruction of the temple. We Hasidim, however, do not hesitate to hold banquets during these days. We say, there was a temple in days gone by. There will be a temple in days to come. Let me narrate to you a parable in this connection. King Solomon, According to a Talmudic tale from Gittin, 68 lost his throne to Ashmedai, the king of the demons. He was compelled to escape from Jerusalem and to wander about among the villages. He chanced to come to a wealthy farmer who believed his statement to the effect that he was the king. The farmer gave a banquet in his honor, but bewailed his mournful lot so dolefully that Solomon was unable to partake of the viand set before him. On leaving the rich man's house, Solomon encountered a poor peasant and related his misfortunes. The peasant comforted him and persuaded him not to lose hope of restoration to the throne. "Thou hast been king, and thou shalt be king," said the peasant with confidence. Solomon's heart rejoiced once more, and he ate with zest. The frugal meal served him by the peasant. He found more to his taste the dry bread of the peasant than the luxurious viands of the wealthy farmer. In the same fashion, we Hasidim do not feel we please the King of Kings by overabundant sadness and gloom during these 9 days. The Lord was king in Zion, and he will again be king in Zion. Section 3. God's Secret Tears. Rabbi Bunam narrated this parable. A king beheld the evil conduct of his only son, and he concealed his most precious valuables in an inner chamber of the palace. He thought to himself, "When my son improves his ways, I will reveal the treasure to him." Later, the palace was consumed by fire, and nothing was saved. Everyone bewailed the heavy loss, but the king lamented most in secret. He alone knew of the magnitude of the loss. Likewise, when the holy temple was destroyed, everyone wept at the loss of outward possessions, but God lamented most in secret. He alone knew of the precious spiritual treasures which he had hidden there, as it is said, "My soul shall weep in secret for your pride," from Jeremiah 13:17. Section 4. Mourning with Joy. The Ropshitzer used to say, during the 3 weeks before the 9th of Ab, "It is not fitting that we should deplore the loss of the holy temple with our entire heart, for the Lord, who endowed this edifice with holiness, is with us in exile. We should mingle mourning with joy, because our Lord is present among us." Section 5. A Day for Peacemaking. The Bershitter narrated this experience. He came once to a town on the 9th of Ab. The townspeople informed him of a bitter quarrel between 2 factions and asked him to act as peacemaker. "We suppose, however," they said, "that you will not care to consider this matter on the 9th of Ab." "Quite the contrary," replied the rabbi. "The destruction of the temple was caused by unfounded hatred. According to the Talmud from Yoma 9, what can be more appropriate than to abolish unfounded hatred on this day?" Chapter 110. Noble Birth. Section 1. 3 Prerequisites. The Kotzker rabbi said, "There are 3 things desirable for success. The first, to be well born. The second, to be a good worker. The third, to have the aid of heaven." Section 2. The Palace Murals. The Rizener told the following tale. A king built a palace and summoned 4 artists to paint murals on the walls. 3 artists painted murals, but the 4th painted his wall with such a beautiful coloring substance that all the murals were reflected in it as in the clearest mirror. The king admired most the 4th wall. Noble birth, continued the Rizener, may be admired only when it reflects by its own worth the fame of a man's forebears. Section 3. Overstepping our sires. A rabbi visited Rabbi Shalom of Belz. During the course of the conversation, the Belzer rabbi mentioned that his forebears had been distinguished men and belonged to a famous family. The visiting rabbi, who was of humble descent, expressed surprise that his pious host should express pride in his family. where the true, good Jew knows only humility. The Belzer rabbi made the following reply: "You are quite mistaken in attributing to me pride for speaking of my high descent. It is really the contrary. We are taught by our sages that a man should say to himself, 'When will my deeds equal those of my sires?' It follows, then, that one whose parents are famous always feels humble, believing that he has not yet reached the height of his parents' fame. On the other hand, one with humble parents, as soon as he became favorably known, would feel proud of being a self-made man who had overstepped his father." Section 4. The more renowned family. The Ropshitzer related his genealogy to his Hasidim and declared, "I doubt if there is a family more renowned than mine." A Hasid, however, retorted, "Rabbi, I come from a nobler family than even yours." The rabbi invited him to describe his family. "Let me explain, Rabbi," declared the Hasid. "Of my entire family, I am the only one who dons the phylacteries and washes his hands before meals." The rabbi laughingly admitted the superiority of the Hasid's family connections and respected him for his wit. Section 5. Brandy that is bitter. The Ropshitzer remarked to a Tzaddik, "You who are of lowly descent are better off than I, who am of noble lineage. When you have performed your services in a holy fashion, you can enjoy a little brandy afterwards, and think to yourself that you are superior to your forebears. Not so with me. After I complete my services and partake of a little brandy, the taste is bitter within me, inasmuch as I think to myself, 'Is this simple service all that I can offer to God? Have not my sires far outshone me?' Hence, you see that noble birth does not aid in the performance of services to the Lord, but merely helps to embitter the brandy after prayers." Section 6. Independent of each other. Said the premise laner. Concerning the verse Exodus 6:3, "And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob," Rashi comments, "And I appeared unto the patriarchs." It may be asked, what did Rashi intend to explain by this comment? The answer is, it is customary for one whose father was a man of holiness to be lax in his efforts to improve his own service to the Lord, inasmuch as he depends upon the greatness of his father. This is all the more true when his grandfather was also a saintly man. He contents himself with being the son and grandson of illustrious personages. This was not the case with Isaac and Jacob. They labored hard at self-improvement and paid no heed to their parents' fame. They desired to be great patriarchs in their own right. This is the meaning of Rashi. They were all patriarchs, and no one of them received his fame by reason of his parents. Section 7. 3 Noble Families. The Besh declared that 3 families in Israel gave more noble sons to the Holy Rabbinate than any other: the family Margulis, the family Shapiro, and the family Hurwitz. He, therefore, respected most his disciples: Meir Margulis, rabbi of Lemberg and chief rabbi of Ukraine; Phineas Shapiro, the famous Koretzer Zadok and thinker; and Zevi Hirsch Halevi Hurwitz, the rabbi of Tsartkov, father of Rabbi Shmelki and Rabbi Phineas. Section 8. The Parents' Struggles. Said the Zabli Tover, "The sons of famous men are usually unsuccessful because they believe they may begin where their fathers left off, and they do not care to undergo their parents' struggles." Chapter 111. Non-Jews and Jews. Section 1. The Poverty of Israel. Said the Lubliner, "The Talmud tells us that poverty becomes Israel like a red ribbon becomes a white horse," from Hagigah 9. When the horse is for sale, the owner decorates him to please the eye of the purchaser. Likewise, when Jews look poor, it pleases the non-Jews, and they do not do us harm because of envy. Section 2. Help from naught. Said the Gera Rabbi, During many periods of Israel's history, they turned for help in their need to other nations or to those in authority. This rarely brought satisfactory results. Only when Israel comprehended that from naught shall come my help, namely, that there is no man or people in whom they can place their trust, did it come to pass that they declared in song, "My help is from the Lord," from Psalm 121:2. Section 3. Jewish Inns. The Rimanover rabbi greatly opposed the residence of Jews in the villages, since their children were forced to associate with non-Jews and grew up in ignorance of Judaism. He induced many of his Hasidim to leave the villages and move into the town. Those who did not follow his injunction, he threatened with excommunication. They related their troubles to the Ropshitzer, explaining they could not throw away their opportunity for a livelihood for themselves and their families. The Ropshitzer hired a sled and journeyed to the Rimanover. The snow was deep and the cold severe. When he arrived at the Rimanover's home, he found the rabbi absent. He removed his garments and laid himself in the rabbi's bed. When the Rimanover prepared to retire, he found the Ropshitzer occupying his bed. He tried to awaken him, but the Ropshitzer merely groaned and refused to move. "What ails you, Ropshitzer Rabbi?" asked the Rimanover. "I am frozen with cold, despite my warm fur coat," replied the Ropshitzer. "Before you compelled the Jewish innkeepers to move to the town, a Jewish traveler could find a place to halt his journey and warm himself. Now I can find no Jewish inns near Rimanov. I can provide for myself since I own warm clothes, but I shudder to contemplate the plight of the less warmly dressed travelers." The Rimanover saw the point and promised to recall his threat of excommunication. Section 4. The Lord will provide. The Ladier rabbi in his youth was on a journey one wintry morning, and his feet became frostbitten. The driver brought him to an inn, where the aged innkeeper rubbed his feet with snow and brought warmth to them again. The future rabbi questioned his benefactor, who seemed to be a pious Jew, about his affairs. The innkeeper related that for 50 years he had been an innkeeper in the village, where he was the only Jew. "How often do you attend public worship?" asked the Ladier. The innkeeper replied that every year at Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur he attended the synagogue at the nearest town. The rabbi sought to persuade him to move to the town in his old age, where he would be able to attend services daily and listen to the preaching. "But how will I earn a living there?" asked the old man. "How many Jewish families live in the town?" inquired the rabbi. "About 100, was the reply. "Do you not believe," asked the rabbi, "that the Lord who provides for 100 families is able to provide a livelihood for one more?" The old man immediately assembled his belongings and journeyed to the city. Section 5. Who is superior? Rabbi Aaron Livenier related the following experience of his early manhood. "In my student days, I attended the Talmudical Academy at Prague. Once a wealthy man visited the academy and requested the dean to recommend him a studious, clever youth as a son-in-law. I was selected and soon after married the rich man's daughter. My father-in-law promised to support me in great comfort on condition that I continue my rabbinical studies. But the luxurious living made me indolent, and I began to neglect my books. In reply to my father-in-law's reproofs, I said, 'No matter how little I study, I know more than any other person in the town.' An itinerant rabbi who sojourned for a time at my father-in-law's home was urged to discuss the matter with me. The rabbi remarked to me, 'It is true that in this town you are the most learned person. But suppose I should counsel your father-in-law to send you back to the academy. Would you not feel shame at your backwardness in comparison with the progress of your fellow students?' These words convinced me of my error, and I speedily mended my ways. I then understood the verse, 'Be holy, for I, the Lord, am holy.' from Leviticus 17:2. I used to wonder how man's holiness can be compared to God's. The rabbi's words clarified my doubt. A Jew who is careless in his duties as a Jew believes that no matter how neglectful he may be, he is still superior to the non-Jew. This may perhaps be true in this world. But when his soul comes before his God after death, how will he feel in the holy realm, above the academy on high, when he observes the superiority of his friends? Section 6. Extra covering. Said the Koretzer. In the synagogue, the Jews make use of an extra covering, the talith, that is, the prayer shawl, so that they may the more separate the nakedness of the body from the spiritual. Non-Jews, however, remove their coats and their hats. They do not realize that the body and the soul are distinct from each other. Section 7. Gifts for justice. The Duke of Mannheim complained to a rabbi that the Jews made gifts to the judges. The rabbi replied, "When your judges have before them a Jew and a non-Jew, they are inclined to decide in favor of the non-Jew, but the gifts induce them to mete out justice." Section 8. The town's owner. The Polish nobleman, Radziwill, who owned the little town of Nishviz, chanced to be out of funds while in Warsaw. He entered a Jewish banking house and asked for a loan. The clerk refused on the plea of not knowing him. The nobleman asked, "Did you ever hear of a town named Nishviz?" "Yes," answered the clerk. "Do you know to whom it belongs?" "Surely I do. To the Rebbe of Lechowitz," said the clerk. The nobleman left in disgust. Section 9. The Unwelcome Jew. The author of Homer Ledrush writes, we read in Genesis 26:16, "And Abimelech said unto Isaac, Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we." Isaac did not open a shop, so that the Gentile shopkeepers might have the excuse of complaining against his rivalry. He did not open a tavern in the village, so that there might be complaint that he demoralized the peasants. He did not establish a bank, so that there might be talk of usury. All Isaac did in Gerar was to engage in agriculture. Yet it did not prevent the natives from protesting against his sojourn in their midst, and the men of authority said to him, "Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we." Section 10. Who will be punished? The Gerer overheard several zealous Hasidim condemning the untraditional ways of the Jews of Germany, saying that they should be banished from the face of the earth. The rabbi summoned one to his side and said, "Yosel, when you visit Prussia on your next trip, I could give you a Kabbalistic phrase with power to turn into dust all the impious ones of Prussia. I hesitate to do this, however, since you will have no one with whom to trade." "But Rabbi," said Yosel, "I will trade with the Gentiles." "Aha!" exclaimed the rabbi. "You wish Jews to die, that you may turn to non-Jews. I do not wish it so." Section 11. The Garments of Esau. Several university students, unmistakably Jews, passed the Belzer rabbi on the thoroughfare. The rabbi sighed and said, "I am not opposed to non-Jewish education. Even our father Jacob adopted Esau's garments in order to obtain a blessing. I sigh, however, because, unlike our father Jacob, they do not return to the culture of Israel after they have received the blessing of secular learning. For the most part, they decline to remove the garments of Esau." Section 12. When enemies rule. The Riziner once prophesied that the time would come when every country would be ruled by the enemies of Israel who would force us to return to the Holy Land. "It will be a disgrace," he added, "if, after so long an exile, we return for this reason. Be this as it may, however, honors will attend us in Zion, if for once we can escape from our adversaries." Chapter 112. Obedience. Section 1. For the sake of certainty. Rabbi Chaim Czernowitzer narrates the following parable. A king wished to visit an outlying town and wrote its officials to prepare for him and his retinue. The inhabitants spoke a dialect unlike the cultured speech of the capital city and did not comprehend clearly the royal instructions. A discussion ensued among the leaders, and many explanations were offered. A sage advised them to follow all the explanations of the message, and they did so. When the king saw the abundance prepared in his honor, he inquired the reason. The reply pleased him greatly. In the same way, if we do not understand a commandment clearly, we should obey it according to all the explanations. Section 2. Obeying the record. A rabbi, who accepted a call to become the rabbi of Metz, asked that the community record be brought to him. When this was done, he proceeded to write therein the 10 Commandments. The leaders were astounded and asked the rabbi to explain his action. He replied, "My experience in the rabbinate has shown me that the words written in the community record are more readily obeyed than those written in the Torah." Section 3. The Worm. Said the Ropshitzer in his first sermon, "I am a worm, not a man, as the psalmist states, from Psalm 22:7. But you, Hasidim, are afraid of worms. I shall, therefore, expect from you fitting obedience." Chapter 113. Occupations. Section 1. Loving God's ways. The Best narrated the following parable. A son came to his aged father and asked his counsel regarding the occupation in which he should engage. The father replied, "Seek a different occupation from mine. I labor hard at it and earn a mere pittance." The son's friend marveled at this, inasmuch as his own father had earnestly advised him to follow the paternal vocation in order to learn a comfortable livelihood. The son replied, "My father apparently dislikes his work, while yours has affection for it." God says regarding Abraham, Genesis 18:19, "For I have known him, to the end that he may command his children and his household after him, that they may keep the way of the Lord, to do righteousness and justice." Abraham loved God's ways and asked his children to walk in the same path. Chapter 114. Offerings and Sacrifices. Section 1. Offering his Spirit. Said the Amshinover. We read Exodus 25:2-3. "Of every man whose heart maketh him willing, ye shall take my offering. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them, gold and silver and brass, If you observe a man, explained the rabbi, who is earnest in his piety and worships me from his heart, bring him as an offering unto me, and make it possible for him to continue in this way. And the way to bring him as an offering to me is by removing from him the desire for gold, silver, and brass. Give him a position of security, display to him due regard, and he will be content to devote his life unto God." Section 2. Neither leaven nor honey. The Kotzker rabbi commented on the verse Leviticus 2:11. "No meal offering, which ye shall bring unto the Lord, shall be made with leaven, for ye shall make no leaven, nor any honey, smoke, as an offering made by fire unto the Lord." He said, "In your devotion unto the Lord, be neither tasteless, like leaven, or too sweet-mannered, like honey." Section 3. Overabundant Offerings. Said the Gerer rabbi. We read Exodus 36:6-7. "And they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, Let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing, for the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. Two things need explaining here, said the Gerer. First, why proclaim against bringing more work? It would be useful later. Second, why does it say sufficient and then too much? It may be explained in this fashion. Every man and woman in Israel was eager that his or her contribution be employed in furnishing the Holy Tabernacle. Moses regretted to disappoint anyone by returning a gift or having it left over for later use. There were already more gifts than sufficient, and the workmen were hard-pressed to plan the use of everything offered. Hence, Moses was most eager to halt the flow of donations. Section 4. Behind and thicket. Said the Sassover. Abraham was not commanded to offer up a ram instead of his son Isaac, but he was a prophet, and he foresaw that his children would worship a calf, and he offered up a ram as an atonement for them in advance. A suggestion is given in the words Genesis 22:13, and behold, behind him a ram caught in the thicket. The Hebrew word for thicket is composed of the letters Samek, Beth, and Kaf, and the letters following each of these, respectively, in the alphabet are Ayin, Gimel, and Lamed, composing the Hebrew word for Kaf. Section 5. A substitute. Said the Dinover. We read Leviticus 1:2. When any man of you bringeth an offering unto the Lord, ye shall bring your offering of the cattle. The words of you seem superfluous, but the meaning is this. The reason for an offering is that God in His mercy permits us to offer an animal as a substitute for our own life, of which we have deprived ourselves by sinning against God. But the sinner must thoroughly repent of his sin before the offering. Hence, the verse may be understood thus: if a man offers himself wholeheartedly as an offering unto the Lord, then he may bring of the cattle as a substitute. Section 6. A rescue from punishment. Rabbi Baruch of Metzibos was seated at his meal when a man entered. The rabbi ordered him ejected and began to abuse him. His friend, Rabbi Abraham Dov of Kamelnik, said, "And what have you to say of the statement in the Ethics of the Fathers 3:15? He who puts his fellow man to shame in public has no share in the world to come." Rabbi Baruch answered, "That man had committed a serious offense, and I have ordered him ejected and have abused him in order to save him from God's punishment. To rescue a Jewish soul, I gladly surrendered my own share in the future world." Section 7. Learning the Law of the Offering. Said the Koretzer. It is written, Leviticus 7:37. This is the law of the burnt offering, of the meal offering, and of the sign offering, and so forth. Repentance, while the temple stood, was accompanied by an offering. Nowadays, however, it should be accompanied by the learning of the law regarding the offering, which in the times of the temple it would have been a man's obligation to bring. Chapter 115. Ostentation and Luxury. Section 1. The Playing Card. The Alexandria rabbi said, "An overdressed man who tries to imitate blindly his betters is like the poorly drawn imitation of a man on a playing card." Section 2. The Three Funds. The Reasoner lived in great luxury. A rabbi inquired the reason, and the Reasoner explained as follows. "I have three kinds of funds. One is from the real Hasidim, and this goes for my necessities. One is from the householders of middling piety. This I give away to the needy. The third is from habitual sinners, and this goes for luxuries. Is it my fault that the third fund is the largest?" It is said that the real reason was the same which prompted the command to the high priest to wear gold-embroidered vestments and the tabernacle to have gold appointments, namely, to gain the deference of the people. Section 3. The Pearl in the Ash Heap. Ere leaving for the land of Israel, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Vitebsker called upon the great disciple of the Besht, Rabbi Jacob Joseph of Pulno. He came to the tavern in a carriage drawn by 3 horses, which scandalized the Hasidim not a little, for their teacher had taught them to live austerely. The guest gave further offense, going from the inn to the Zaddik's house without a fur hat or girdle, a long-stemmed pipe in his mouth. They all knew Rabbi Joseph for a short-tempered man, and fully expected him to forbid his house to the free-mannered guest. But the old man received him at the threshold right lovingly, and remained with him for hours in earnest discourse. The disciples asked him the next day, "Who is this man, making bold to enter your house without a fur hat or girdle, with a pipe in his mouth, and silver buckles on his shoes?" Said the Zaddik, "A certain king going to war placed his treasures behind locks and bars, but his choicest pearl he hid in an ash heap where no one was likely to search for it." Rabbi Mendel hides his great humility in the ash heap of worldly vanity, where the powers of evil cannot meddle. Hasidic rabbis wear a fur hat and gird their loose garments. Section 4. The Zaddik's opulent living. The Rizener gave another explanation for living like a prince in a richly appointed home. He explained his manner of life by declaring that when a Zaddik lives in poverty, he has only limited ideas of people's needs and prays for mere sustenance. When, however, he enjoys riches, he feels bold enough to pray that his adherents also may have a life of comfort. Section 5. The Maggid's Worldliness. After grave deliberation, Rabbi Shmelk and Rabbi Phineas resolved to remain in Meseritz, but the longer they tarried, the less they found the conduct of the Maggid to their liking. They noted with disfavor that he kept court like a potentate and busied himself overmuch with the concerns of his house and landed estate. Before morning prayer, belatedly said, he looked after his horses and cows, assigned tasks to his servants, and saw to it that they greased the wheels of his carts. In other matters also, his ways appeared strange, for he held converse in the streets with people of little worth, and even with some of evil repute. This gave offense to the rabbis, and they made ready to leave, until Rabbi Susia prevailed upon them to remain with the Maggid. "Our fathers," remarked Susia, "have said, the froward to Gehinnom, the shamefaced to the Garden of Eden, from the ethics of the fathers." 5:23. How is this to be understood? Is it not as follows? The bold, the froward, is he whom men call the Zaddik. His sanctity emboldens him to descend hellward, to carry aloft that which is low. He is not afraid of wickedness on the streets and at county fairs, but the shamefaced who fears infection must continually keep on a level with paradise. He must always pray and study and shun contact with those whom the Zaddik lifts from the mire. Section 6. Inner Worth. Rabbi Bunam, in his early manhood, was a timber merchant, and as such, wore business clothes of German style. He chanced to be in Lemberg on business at the same time that the Sudilkover rabbi, the grandson of the Besht, was there. Hearing of this, he longed to partake of the Sabbath meal at the rabbi's table. He heard of the Sudilkover's presence, however, too late to change into Hasidic garments, and was, therefore, not permitted to take a seat in front. The rabbi, passing by, recognized his noble character and invited him to sit at the head of the table, next to himself. He said, "We find Genesis 25:25 that when Esau was born, they called his name Esau." Rashi explains that everybody who saw him called him thus. Calling means drawing to oneself, becoming attracted to one. Esau, who stands for falsehood, for evil conduct, for unethical living, attracted people. Many came to name him. But Jacob, who stands for truth, self-restraint, and purity of life, did not attract the bystanders. His naming was left to the one person who understood his worth, and who was drawn to truth and morality. He then turned to Rabbi Bunam and said, Have no ill feeling for those who refused you a fitting place. One among many is attracted to the true worth of a person, regardless of his appearance. Section 7. Garments and their meaning. Said the Bratslaver, soiled clothing is an indication of the wearer's character. Ostentatious garments mark their wearer as an adherent of the Satan. His clothes are more important to him than his God. Section 8. Lead, not to envy. Said the Yud, display neither your material nor your spiritual wealth, lest those who lack it be led by you into envy and covetousness. Section 9. Broadening the understanding. A Hasid asked the Zlotsover Maggid why he lived in great luxury. The Maggid replied, we are told in the Talmud, Berachoth 57, that a fine dwelling, fine clothes, and a beautiful wife broaden a man's understanding, and I need all the understanding I can acquire to serve my master fitly. Section 10. When understanding is absent. A Hasid complained to the Riziner that he lacked fine garments, a fine dwelling, and a beautiful wife, the three things which serve to broaden understanding according to the Talmud, Berachoth 57. But these things only serve to broaden a man's understanding, not to create it in him, replied the Riziner. Therefore, of what use will they be to you? Section 11. In his element. Rabbi Nahum Tzernobyler noticed that his stepson, Rabbi Shalom Shachna Prohabister, the son of the angel, enjoyed fine clothes and residence in a finely furnished home. He appreciated that Rabbi Shalom believed himself an aristocrat and a prince of the captivity. Nevertheless, he warned him against his mode of living as contrary to Hasidic conventions. Rabbi Shalom replied, a hen sat on goose eggs, and the chicks believed themselves young hens. Once when they chanced to wander to a pool, the goslings entered it immediately. The hen shouted a warning, but the young geese exclaimed, we are in our element. I too am in my element in a fine home and fine garments. Chapter 116. Palestine. Section 1. Land of Abraham. The Kozmiter Rabbi said, the Lord gave Canaan to Abraham on the condition that his heirs should follow in his footsteps. When Ishmael did not adhere fully to his father's teaching, Isaac received the inheritance. When Esau did not comply with the true tradition, Israel was given the heritage. When Israel became habitually delinquent, his heirloom reverted to Esau, the names given to Rome and Christendom in Hebrew literature. When Esau's followers degenerated, they were compelled to surrender Canaan to Ishmael, the Muslims. At the present, the process is reversing itself. The land was lost by Ishmael to Edom, that is Esau, and will shortly be given up by Edom to its rightful owner, Israel. Section 2. The Return. Rabbi Bunam explained the verse, Psalm 37:34. He will exalt thee to inherit the land. He said, the Lord tells us that he will raise the people of Israel to a high place of fame among the nations before they will be fit to inherit the Holy Land. Let us, therefore, become great enough to arouse the admiration of the peoples, and we shall be ready to return to our land. Section 3. Like Abraham, said the Resigner. The purpose of Rabbi Mendel Vitebsker's journey to Palestine was the same as the purpose of Abraham, namely to tread out the way for Israel. Section 4. Palestinian Fruit. The Kobriner visited his teacher, the Lekivitzer, on the day of the new moon of Elul. The Lekivitzer handed him a piece of fruit from Palestine and said to him, paraphrasing Judges 6:14, go thee with this symbol of the rejuvenation of the land of Israel, and with the strength derived from it, labor for the salvation of Israel. Section 5. The Dignity of Palestine. A discussion was once held at the home of the Mazeritzer regarding the inability of the Besht to visit Palestine. The Maggid said, "I interpret it in this fashion. Some souls need Palestine for their greatness, but others must stay in exile in order to develop their souls to a high degree of excellence." At a later time, a Rebbe was asked by a Hasid if he should settle in Palestine. The rabbi advised him against it, saying, "Since the greatness of Palestine was weakened, it requires a holy person like Rabbi Mendel Vitebsker to revive it. Others are likely to lower the dignity of Palestine by improper living." Section 6. The Irreligious and Palestine. The Berditchever learned of certain irreligious Jews who had become interested in the restoration of Palestine to Israel. He narrated the following parable. A certain wealthy man sought a bridegroom for his daughter. A friend said to him, "If you follow my advice, marry your daughter to a poor youth who will appreciate the rich dowry you give and who will hold your daughter dear. A rich youth would care little for the dowry and might abuse your daughter." The father followed his friend's counsel and married his daughter to a poor youth. Soon after, the daughter complained to her father that her husband did not show her sufficient respect. The father compelled his son-in-law to take his departure, but was later persuaded to receive him back. A second time, the daughter complained, and the son-in-law was commanded to leave. Later, the son-in-law came to demand the money he had received as his dowry. His father-in-law replied, "I gave you the fortune in order that you might be able to keep my daughter in comfort. But if you do not appreciate my daughter, the fortune does not belong to you." The Berditchever explained the parable as follows. The Lord desired to give his daughter, the Torah, to a nation that would respect her. Moses said, "I counsel you to give her to a poor, landless nation, which will show her due appreciation." Other nations have sufficient land, and the small strip of territory, Palestine, which you will give them as a dowry, will not interest them. God acted upon the advice of Moses. When Israel showed disrespect for the Torah, he exiled them again and again. Now some Jews have appeared to demand Palestine without the Torah. And the Father in heaven answers, "I gave Palestine to you to enable you to respect and prize the Torah. But if you do not care for the Torah, you have no claim to Palestine." Section 7. The Bratslaver on Palestine. A. 1. Prayers are more acceptable when offered in Palestine. 2. All holiness comes by way of Palestine. Only there is it possible to mount the ladder of holiness higher and higher. 3. Through the merit of studying Torah, a man attains the opportunity to visit Palestine. 4. No one can go to Palestine except through sufferings. They chiefly arise through the discouragement of unfavorable tidings regarding the land. The study of the Torah, however, completely removes all obstacles. 5. He who conquers all hindrances and remains in Palestine is a true hero. 6. Those who donate to Palestine are embraced in its very atmosphere. 7. By earnest prayer, one gains the ability to go to Palestine. 8. It is in Palestine that we will see the downfall of the wicked. 9. In Palestine, the good shall see befall the wicked. What the wicked desire should befall the good. 10. One who goes to Palestine to attain holiness will achieve his aspiration, but one who goes there for other ends can gain no benefit. 11. The holiness of Palestine aids in the attainment of faith and patience. It strengthens a resolution to be done with anger, melancholy, and heaviness of heart. 12. A man should pray that he may always yearn for Palestine, so that he may thereby merit the attainment of his desire to go there. 13. In Palestine, one can convince himself that God provides for everyone. 14. Palestine is the nerve center of Israel. Each one has a share in it, as long as he honors the Lord. If he desecrates God's name, he loses his association with Palestine and becomes a source of quarrels. 15. The brain nerves of Palestine work for calmness and peace. Through gifts to Palestine, these qualities are absorbed by brain nerves elsewhere. But when the donors are careless of the honor of God and permit blemishes to appear, they taint the brain nerves of Palestine and cause quarrels there also. This is the cause of the present-day controversies in Palestine and in exile. B. 1. The settlement of Palestine best demonstrates God's loving care of the world. 2. The desire to go to Palestine draws affluence in its train. 3. He who gives sustenance to the multitude draws blessings from Zion to other countries. Section 8. Outside of Palestine. Said the Yud. Rabbi David of Lelov said, "Outside of Palestine, a man may attain success, but not blessing. For the Lord bless thee from Zion," from Psalm 134:3. Success means mundane prosperity, and blessing, prosperity from on high. Rabbi Moses of Lelov added, "He who surrounds himself with holiness may obtain a blessing even outside of Palestine, since holiness sanctifies the very ground beneath his feet, making it as if it were Palestine itself." Section 9. Land and People. Said Rabbi Bunam, "It is written, Nehemiah 9:8, and madest a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanite, even to give it unto his seed." The phrase, "to give," is repeated, for it means that God vouchsafed a gift to Palestine by giving it a holy people to dwell in it. Section 10. Building Jerusalem. Said the Ropshitzer, "By our service to God, we build Jerusalem daily. One of us adds a row, another only a brick. When Jerusalem is completed, the redemption will come." Section 11. Admitting the blessing. Rabbi Abraham David Butzatzer said, "Since the Holy Land was granted to Israel, every Israelite, by virtue of his share in it, may demolish the boundaries of any land where he resides and give entrance into it for the blessings from Zion." Section 12. From Holy to Profane. A Palestinian merchant brought to the Medzabozer a few bottles of wine made from the grapes grown in a Jewish vineyard in Palestine. The Medzabozer said to his son, "What shall we drink when we have finished these few bottles?" "The wine we ordinarily drink," answered his son. "Then remove the gift from our table," commanded the Medzabozer. "After drinking holy wine, it would be profane to return to ordinary wine." Section 13. Holy and Unholy. Said the Savroner, "He who serves the Lord earnestly and thoroughly, despises worldly affairs, should go to the Holy Land if he is able. The holiness there will enable him to attain a higher position of holiness. But he who is as yet unseparated from worldliness and has not fastened his entire mind upon service to the Lord will do better to remain outside of Palestine. God has permitted the unholy forces to be equal with the holy forces. Hence, in the Holy Land, where holiness is more powerful, the evil impulse is also stronger and harder to resist." Section 14. The Good Aspects. Said the Koretzer, "We read that Moses prayed, 'Let me go over, I pray thee, and see the good land,' from Deuteronomy 3:25. Moses meant by these words, 'I shall not imitate the spies who saw the unpleasant aspects of Palestine. Nay, I wish to see the good aspects of the land.'" Section 15. Hasidim on Palestine. The great Maggid said, "Zion is absolute in the world. It is the life of all countries. Therefore, all countries have a part in Palestine. Rabbi Israel Polisker said, "At last the day has come for which we have waited with such impatience. How happy we are here in our wonderful land, in this country, which is the Holy of Holies." Said a Tzaddik, "Once the land was exalted, and it exalted the man who came there. Now it has sunk low, and man must exalt it again. This can be achieved only by an exalted person, after the pattern of Rabbi Menachem Mendel." Once when Rabbi Menachem sojourned in Palestine, a foolish fellow, unnoticed, climbed the Mount of Olives and blew a blast on a shofar. Among the terror-stricken populace, the word spread like wildfire that it was the trumpet blast announcing the redemption. When the report came to the ears of Rabbi Menachem, he opened the window, looked out upon the world, and said, "I see no renewal there." Rabbi Menachem was accustomed to say, "It is true that the air of the land of Israel makes one wise." From Baba Bathra, 158. As long as I lived outside its boundaries, my whole being yearned for the power to recite a prayer once in the right fashion. Since, however, I am in the land of Israel, my sole wish is that I may once say Amen in the way it should be uttered before the Creator. Rabbi Menachem also remarked, "I have attained to this wisdom in the land of Israel. If I see a bundle of straw lying in the street, the fact that it lies according to its length and not its breadth is to me a sign of the divine presence." Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Ladi said, "The love for Zion must be as a fire burning in the heart of the Jew. He who wishes to be a true Jew must go to Palestine, and if there be obstacles in the way, he must overcome them all and go there." It is told that the Sheptev rabbi came to visit his friend, Rabbi Wolf Zbaraz, in Tiberias. On entering the courtyard, he noticed that the rabbi's wife was washing linens. The visitor expressed his sorrow that so distinguished a lady must wash clothes. "Rabbi," exclaimed the woman, "these linens are not mine. I am washing them for others, and I am being paid for the task, but I feel no regret. No sacrifice is too great for the privilege of living in Eretz Yisrael." The Bratslaver said, "While I am breathing and alive, I must go to Palestine. The absolute spirit and wisdom are found only in Palestine. There, a man can attain to his highest estate, to be like him. Praised be his name. All that has been before me was as the life within the fruit before it is ripe. The only place for me is Palestine. The chief of everything is Palestine." When his disciples asked if he was thinking of a spiritual Palestine, he answered, "No, I mean the real Palestine, with its houses and its streets, as we see it with the human eye. The life I possess is due only to my having been in Palestine." Section 16. The Unorthodox and Palestine's Rebuilding. The Bendiner rabbi wrote, "I fail to understand those Orthodox Jews who preach against Zionism because its leaders are not from the camp of the ultra-Orthodox, and who believe it to be an act of impiety to associate with them. I ask, if the love of the Holy Land and the good deed, namely giving a dependable livelihood to many Jews, may be invalidated because of the partnership of less religious Jews, why should not the opposition to Zionism likewise be invalidated? Inasmuch as reformers and assimilationists are partners and co-workers in agreement with you. Hatred of Zion and abandonment of poor Jews, both impious matters, become virtues, even when those who run away from Judaism share in them. On the other hand, love of Zion and helpfulness to the poor, both pious matters, become defects, because the less religious are aiding those who declare, 'We wish to be Jews.'" The Zakrotziner rabbi wrote, "Many ultra-Orthodox parents are so bitter in their hostility to Zionism that they force their sons, who are Zionists, to overthrow paternal authority and thereby to lose the paternal guidance so essential to them. Yet we read in the Torah, Genesis 18:19, that God loved Abraham because he taught his son to walk in the ways of the Lord. Do these anti-Zionists who dispense with the love of God realize what they are doing? Rabbi Mordecai Ashkenazi said, "We find that Ezra did not discriminate against any Jew who wished to join him in migrating to Eretz Yisrael. Only afterwards did he preach against the sinners." We find in the Talmud that Atana advised Herod to expiate his crime of murdering learned rabbis by restoring the temple from Baba Bathra 4a. Why then should modern Orthodox Jews refuse to permit sinners to atone by restoring the Holy Land? Section 17. The Task of Restoration. The Shepser Rabbi wrote, "It is the duty of every Jew either to migrate to Eretz Yisrael or to help support the colonists. The holiness of the land is broadened as the number of Jews increases." In the Talmud, Kethubhoth 75, we are taught that one who demonstrates his yearning for Eretz Yisrael by aiding its Jews contributes to the broadening of its holiness, just as if he himself went to reside there. We are also taught that the Lord says, "I shall not enter the upper Jerusalem of the truly pious until they shall come to the lower Jerusalem, they," meaning the common people who are enjoined to perform daily labor, from Tanith 5. When the Kalisher Rabbi Hayim Eliezer Wachs arrived in Jerusalem, he preached to the Jews residing there, urging them to engage in agriculture rather than to rely upon the dole. They answered that the uncertain benefits from tillage of the fields did not appeal to them. They preferred the steady dole. The rabbi thereupon inquired, "And what will you do if for some unexpected reason the dole is not forthcoming?" "Oh, we do not concern ourselves about the morrow," was their reply. "Then," exclaimed the rabbi, "you are like the wicked person who says, 'What care I for the morrow or the world to come? I shall live only for today.'" Rabbi Mordecai Ashkenazi declares that the Talmud teaches in at least two passages from Sanhedrin 98 and Kethubhoth 112b that there is no more genuine sign that redemption is near than the sight of groves in Eretz Yisrael loaded with fruit, as it is said, Ezekiel 36:8. "But ye, O mountains of Israel, ye shall shoot forth your branches, and yield your fruit to my people, Israel, for they are at hand to come." Section 18. No permanent home. Rabbi Eliakim Getzel, the son of Rabbi Jacob Joseph of Ostroa, lived in a small room for which he paid hire. The townspeople of Ostroa wished to build a home for him, but he refused, saying, "I do not wish to possess a permanent home outside of the land of Israel." Chapter 117. Parents and Children. Section 1. The Ship of Life. The Radomsker told the following parable. A passenger on a ship impatiently awaited the day when it would reach port. When the ship was nearing the harbor, a storm drove it back to sea, much to the chagrin of the traveler. Likewise, a man is afflicted with anxiety for his sons and daughters until he succeeds in rearing them to maturity. Then he hopes to be freed from worry regarding their lot. But his oldest son comes with his troubles, seeking paternal counsel, and the father's retirement is delayed. The daughter also comes with her problems, and once more his hope of a quiet life is postponed. Few of us are ever entirely freed from worry and the necessity of continuous labor in this world. Section 2. The Three Partners. Commenting on Leviticus 19:3, "Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father. I am the Lord your God," Rabbi Shmelka said. The Talmud teaches that there are three partners in a man: God, his father, and his mother, from Kiddushin 30. And the Lord tells us, "You could truly attain holiness if my share in you predominated, for I am holy. But it is essential that you retain also the share you have inherited from your father and your mother. Refuse, however, to succumb to bodily desires, but maintain an equilibrium between matter and spirit." Section 3. Obeying his mother. A disciple of the Yud perceived that his rabbi had become engrossed in a problem of interpretation of the Torah. The youth knew from experience that such concentration was of long duration, and he returned home for his meal. When he had finished, his mother asked him to perform an errand for her, but the boy refused to stop on the plea of not caring to miss the rabbi's lesson. When he had departed, however, the boy bethought himself, "Is not the object of learning the performance of good deeds? Obedience to my mother is more important than haste for my lesson." He returned and performed the errand for his mother. Then he hurried to his rabbi. When the latter saw him, he exclaimed, "You must have done a good deed, for the moment you entered, a complicated matter became clear to me." Section 4. Even in old shoes. A bride gave a dance in Tzunz. The rabbi's daughter asked him for money with which to purchase new shoes, but the rabbi refused to give it. He noticed, however, that her companion, a daughter of a Hebrew teacher, wore old shoes, and he asked her, "Are you invited to the dance?" "Yes, Rabbi," she answered. "Here then, take this money and buy yourself stylish shoes," and the rabbi urged her to accept his gift. One of those present inquired from the rabbi why he treated a stranger better than his own daughter. He answered, "I know that my daughter's friend comes from excellent parents, yet should she wear old shoes to the dance, she will be scorned. But my daughter will be treated with deference even in old shoes." Section 5. Ungrateful children. A rich fur merchant married his son and daughter into wealthy families and rejoiced in his successful life. But the wheel of fortune turned. His wife died, and his business collapsed. Neither his son nor his daughter wished to give him assistance. He complained of this to the Resigner rabbi, who enjoined his Hasidim by letter to aid him. With the money thus assembled, the father re-established himself in business and prospered. Soon after, he married a widow and lived in great happiness. Hearing of his prosperity, both the son and daughter began to urge him to live with them and to give their stepmother a divorce. On the way to the Leipziger fair, he stopped over to visit the Resigner and told him of his children's importunities. The rabbi said, "On your way back, stop again here, and I will advise you what to do." When he returned, the rabbi said, "Write a letter to your wife, another to your son, and a third to your daughter. Each letter should read as follows: A great misfortune has befallen me. My fur became moth-eaten and worthless. I sold some of my clothes in order to enable me to leave Leipzig, and I had just enough money to reach the home of the Resigner rabbi. I beg of you to send me sufficient money for my fare home. Then show me the answers you receive." The merchant followed the Resigner's advice. Both the son and daughter gave excuses for failing to forward him any money and advised him to remain with the rabbi. His wife, however, sent him sufficient money and comforted him with her promise to work faithfully with him to earn a livelihood anew. When he returned home, only his wife welcomed him. Then he told her that he was richer than ever and willed to her his entire property. When his children protested, he showed them the 3 replies to his letters and ordered them out of his home. Section 6. Never go back. It is told of Rabbi Zalman of Lodi that immediately after his marriage, he received free board from his parents-in-law, according to custom. But his solitary meditations and strange ecstatic prayers were an offense to them, and they declared him to be a fool, his great learning notwithstanding. They urged their daughter to demand a divorce from him, but in vain. Therefore, they made his life miserable, stinting his maintenance. They refused him candles, and he was forced to study by moonlight. In winter nights, they let him freeze, and so they kept on tormenting him until he reached his 20th year. Then he took to the road and journeyed to the great Maggid of Meseritz. When, in later years, Rabbi Zalman's fame began to spread, His mother-in-law repented of her ill usage, and she begged him, with tears in her eyes, to return to her home and to abide there. She promised, with many protestations, that she would serve him hand and foot there and be hospitable to his Hasidim. Rabbi Zalman would not consent, and when she did not cease her entreaties, he said, "Look you, who can be better off than the child in the mother's womb? It careth not for food or drink, and knows the whole Torah. But when the babe is born, an angel touches its lips, and it forgets its learning. Yet no one, if such a thing could be, would return to the mother's womb. Why not? Because babes, once born, soon outgrow the measure of their erstwhile habitation." Section 7. The Premier's Demotion. The Kotzker read from the Dubner Maggid's book the following story. A courtier, the nephew of the Premier, was guilty of misbehavior on several occasions. The Premier interceded for him with the king and won the royal forgiveness. Once, however, the courtier's misconduct was so heinous that his uncle was ashamed to approach his master on behalf of the culprit. He loved his nephew nevertheless, and desiring to save him, he went to the king and said, "The offender's reason for misbehaving was his belief that I would intercede for him. The best remedy, therefore, would be for you to demote me. The knowledge that I shall no longer be able to secure his immunity from punishment will cure him of his evil behavior." Moses interceded many times for Israel, but when they worshipped the golden calf, he begged the Lord, "Blot me out, I pray thee," from Exodus 32. Chapter 118. The Passover. Section 1. Reasons for its names. Rabbi Zevi Meir of Radomsk said, "The Lord calls the spring festival the Feast of the Unleavened Bread, but we usually call it the Feast of Passover. The reason is as follows." We read, Deuteronomy 26:17. "Thou hast acknowledged the Lord this day to be thy God, and the Lord hath acknowledged thee this day to be his own treasure. Hence, the Lord names it the Feast of the Unleavened Bread, to commemorate our promptness in obeying his command to leave the land of Egypt without even storing up food. And we name it the Feast of Passover to remind us that God passed over our houses when he smote the Egyptian firstborn from Exodus 12:27. Section 2. Time for Redemption. Rabbi Bunam commented upon Exodus 6:6. "I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians." A burden, he said, is usually carried with ease after one has become accustomed to it. When the Lord observed that the Israelites were growing accustomed to their tasks and labored at them without complaint, then he deemed it high time they were liberated. Section 3. The Miracle of the Exodus. Thus taught Rabbi Elimelech of Lizensk. At the pronouncement of laws, Holy Scripture always makes mention of the Exodus out of Egypt and never of the creation of the world. How is this? Was not the creation out of a void a greater miracle than the Exodus? Understand then that the creation, properly speaking, was not a miracle. All nature is in God and subject to him, and whatever sprang into being at his behest did so in a natural way. But the Exodus was a wonder, for to deal with the Egyptians according to their merits, God had to divest himself, for the time being, of his goodness, and let evil prevail. Section 4. Miracles beyond imitation. Said the Belzer Rabbi, "We find that Pharaoh's magicians were able to perform by their secret arts the miracles of turning water into blood and of bringing up frogs. The other miracles they were unable to duplicate. The question arises, why did the Lord cause Moses to perform miracles that could be duplicated by magic? Could he not have enjoined that all the 10 plagues be beyond imitation? The answer is as follows. The Lord knew that in later times unbelievers might arise and say, the Egyptian soothsayers were possessed of little sagacity, and hence Moses was able to deceive them. We, however, would not have been victims of his chicanery. Then we believers might retort, if you are wiser than the Egyptian sages, accomplish at least as much as they. Turn water into blood and bring up frogs. If you cannot do this, you must admit their superiority, and at the same time recognize that they acknowledge the divine power resident in the acts of Moses. Section 5. Dividing the waters. The Gera Rabbi said, we find that the division of the waters of the Red Sea accomplished the beneficent result of instilling into the Israelites the virtues of the fear of the Lord and of true belief in Him. As it is said, and the people feared the Lord, and they believed in the Lord. From Exodus 14:31. By means of these virtues, they were able to overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. It were well for us to bear this lesson constantly in mind, namely, that nothing can withstand the union of genuine fear of the Lord and sincere belief in Him. Section 6. The body overpowers the soul. Said Rabbi Shmelk, we read in the Song of Songs 1:9, I have compared thee, O my love, to a steed in Pharaoh's chariots. The Talmud in the Mekilta to Exodus 14:25 explains that when the chariots of the Egyptians entered the Red Sea, the force of the current became so powerful that the horses were pulled along by the chariots. Likewise, the soul within us has its own life, and the body can be compared to inert matter. Yet we permit our bodies to draw our souls into the torrent of pleasures, even as the living horses were dragged along by the chariots. Section 7. Angelic Music. Said Rabbi Shmelk, we read in the Talmud Megillah 10 that when the Egyptians were drowning in the Red Sea, the angels wished to sing for joy, but the Lord silenced them, saying, the works of my hands are perishing. How can you wish to sing? This may signify that the angels desired to sing so loudly that the souls of the Egyptians would take their departure through the sweetness of their celestial melodies. And the Lord said, they have caused my children to perish. Should they not perish of themselves, rather than die from your singing? Section 8. Higher than justice. Said the Gera Rabbi, we read in Exodus 19:4, ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings. Rashi remarks, the eagle carries his offspring above his wings, as if to say, if an arrow be shot in my direction, let it enter into me, and not into my son. This, however, does not explain the use of the simile or the connection between an eagle and the Lord. It may be explained thus. The attribute of justice, the midrashic allegory from Shemoth Rabbah 21:7 runs, complained to the heavenly tribunal that the sons of Israel did not merit deliverance at the expense of the Egyptians, both being as yet pagans. The Lord responded, I have lifted Israel above the wings of strict justice. If you question my act, direct your arrows at me, not at my son. Section 9. Manna still comes down. Rabbi Bunam said, manna still comes down daily in quantities sufficient for the minimum needs of each person. In the desert, it came to a person without toil. Today, however, it is distributed to each one of us through our physical or mental labor. Section 10. The Hametz of Idolatry. Said the Koretzer, why does Scripture say, 2 Kings 23:22, that no Passover has ever been performed as in the days of King Josiah? Because Josiah first burned all the altars and the pagan temples. In other words, he cleaned out the Hametz, that is, leavened bread, a metaphor for evil properly. Chapter 119. Passover Incidents. Section 1. Charity without ostentation. The Berditchever learned that a poor Jew who earned a few cents daily by digging clay and carrying it by horse and wagon to builders had lost his horse and was compelled to transport the clay in a box upon his shoulders. The clay digger refused to accept charity, though his earnings became insufficient for even dry bread. The rabbi bethought himself how to give him aid before Passover, so that he might not lack the holiday necessaries. Finally, he conceived a plan. He disguised himself as a peasant, placed on his shoulders a bundle of faggots, dropped it in the poor man's hovel, and then ran quickly away. The poor man hastened to recall his benefactor, but without avail. When he returned to his home, he placed the wood in a corner, and as he did so, noticed a cloth hidden in it. When he untied the knotted cloth, he discovered it contained a sizable amount of money. The clay digger went to the rabbi and asked his counsel. The rabbi enjoined him to have no hesitancy in using the money, since it must have been sent by the Lord in reward for his trust and faith. The man bought a kiln, began to bake bricks for houses, and henceforth greatly prospered. Section 2. A Prayer from the Haggadah. The Radomsker was visited by a Hasid who complained that he had suffered heavy losses in his business and was unable to meet his debts. Moreover, he could not secure any more goods on credit. The rabbi replied, "In a case of this kind, I will pray to the Lord on your behalf, in the words of the Haggadah of Passover, as I paraphrase them. To the one who has no one from whom to borrow, do thou, O Lord, open up a credit account." A few days later, the merchant received a favorable business opportunity, and henceforth he prospered. Section 3. Smuggling Hametz. Before Passover, the Berditchever summoned together the merchants and asked them whether much smuggling was being practiced. They replied that there was considerable. The rabbi then exclaimed, "O Lord, behold what a good nation is Israel. The king has many officers, and they cannot halt smuggling. Thou hast none, and yet thou wouldst find no hametz smuggled into any Jewish home on Passover." Section 4. Partnership with a horse. Rabbi Meir Margulis walked along a muddy street on the eve of Passover towards the river, carrying a large pitcher. The Maggid, Rabbi Jacob Joseph of Ostroa, was likewise on his way towards the river, but he rode in a wagon. He noticed Rabbi Meir and exclaimed, "Why do you walk in the mire, O chief rabbi?" The latter replied, "The mitzvah of drawing water for the baking of the matzoth for Seder comes only once a year. I do not care to share it with a horse." The Maggid descended from his wagon and walked beside the rabbi to the river. Chapter 120. Peace. Section 1. Peace and Truth. Rabbi Bunem related the following tale from the Midrash, Bereshith Rabbah 8:5. When the Lord planned to create man, truth objected because man is deceitful, and peace objected because man is quarrelsome. The Lord, thereupon, ordered truth to depart. The question arises, why was peace allowed to remain? The answer is that after truth has departed and falsehood has taken its place, there is automatically peace, inasmuch as false foes hide their true sentiments and give the appearance of friendship for each other. Section 2. Peacemaking. Said the Pulnor, "We are taught in Peah 1, Mishnah 1, that it is a great mitzvah to achieve peace between two men who quarrel. I will tell of an even greater mitzvah, namely, to make peace between your body and your spirit, so that materialism does not conquer the spirit." Section 3. The Value of Cooperation. Said the Carliner, "The entire progress of mankind depends upon loyal cooperation. If quarrels are absent from a company of men, no evil can overtake them. Section 4. The Full Truth. A Hasid asked the Bershitter, "You teach that a man should always tell the truth. How can one do this if he wishes to make peace?" The rabbi replied, "To make peace, I demand the full truth, and with the full truth, I make peace." Section 5. The Bratslaver on Peace. 1. The Sabbath candles increase peace. 2. The pursuance of peace brings honors in this world and a goodly share in the next. 3. That which is done for the sake of peace is immune from the prohibition to avoid untruth, from Yebamoth 65. 4. When people are forced to give to charity, it increases peace in the community. 5. The pursuance of peace leads to trustfulness. 6. Peace comes through truth. 7. The building of Jerusalem depends upon peace. 8. Peace brings good tidings. 9. When reproof is heeded, there is peace. 10. Through education, peace is increased. 11. Prayers are not heard where there is no peace. 12. Peace is a sign of the good life. 13. The pursuance of peace saves from death and exile. 14. Blessings come through peace. 15. Where there is peace, there is no terror. 16. Even the wicked who live in peace enjoy prosperity. 17. Peace is a sign of prosperity. Chapter 121. Penalties and Punishments. Section 1. The King's Treasure. 3 officials were assigned to guard the king's treasures. They proved to be corrupt and, dividing the valuables, ran away. One thought better of it and returned of his own accord. The second was persuaded by a friend to return. The third witnessed the execution of an embezzler and returned out of fear. The first was restored to the king's confidence. The second received a less responsible post. The third was appointed executioner of the embezzlers. There are 3 kinds of people in this world who act like these 3 officials with respect to the fulfillment of God's injunctions, explained the Pulnor. Section 2. Rigor versus kindness. Rabbi Nachman Horodenker said, "There are 2 ways of curing offenders. Some claim a cure by inflicting privations, but these usually result in the transgressor becoming embittered against society and cruel henceforth. Others effect a cure through persuasions, which oftentimes transform the sinner into a man of kindness and helpfulness." Section 3. Punishment to fit the crime. Said the Belzer, "The Lord fits the punishment to the crime. Korach opened his mouth to utter rebellion and dissension. Therefore, the earth opened her mouth and swallowed him." From Numbers 16:32. Section 4. Only in ourselves. In the town of Bausk, an epidemic occurred. Some Jews wished to organize a committee to investigate whose grave sins had brought so great a calamity upon the city. The rabbi, however, dissented. He said, "It is true that penalty implies sins, but we must not search for the sins in others. We must seek them only in ourselves." Section 5. The Long Piyutim. The Ropshitzer was told that one of his Hasidim ate matzah that had been dipped in soup on Passover. He ordered a holiday prayer book to be brought to him and laughingly said, "If you eat like a mithnaged, then say the long piyutim liturgical poems from medieval Jewish literature that the mitnagedim say." Section 6. In Genuine Need. The Ropshitzer needed money for his son's marriage and asked the residents of Ropshitz to aid him. The leader of the community asked the rabbi why in this instance he wished the residents of Ropshitz to assist him, whereas on other occasions he was accustomed to visit his rich disciples in other towns and to receive their abundant donations. The rabbi replied, "On other occasions I did not need the money badly, hence the people gave me freely. But this time I am in genuine need, and I fear that I shall receive only a little from free will offerings." I explain thus the Mishnah, Peah 1. He who needs no charity and asks for it will in the end be compelled to ask people for charity. 12. What punishment is there in this statement for a man who is accustomed to live on charity? The answer is, one who does not need aid and asks for it receives alms in abundance, and his punishment, in the end, will be that when he really requires aid, he will encounter only refusals. 1. Section 7. The Merchant's Atonement. A clerk in the employ of two wealthy merchants accumulated his modest savings and purchased a small house. His employers wished to purchase this house in order to demolish it and add the grounds to their garden. The employee declined to sell it, however, and was dismissed. He opened a small shop with the remainder of his savings, but was unsuccessful and lost everything. He petitioned his erstwhile employers to reinstate him, and they did so on condition that he sell them his home for a third of its value. The clerk succeeded in inserting within the bill of sale a hint that it was not a voluntary sale on his part. Deprived of his home and compelled to work at a smaller salary, the clerk fell sick and died before the new owners took over his house. The clerk's heirs did not believe he had sold his home voluntarily for a third of its value, and they brought a complaint before Rabbi Michael, the Zlotsover Maggid. The merchants brought with them the bill of sale. On examining it, the Maggid noticed the clerk's hint and rendered a decision that the heirs should repay the purchase money and retain the house. This angered the merchants greatly, and they resolved on revenge. They informed the Duke of the country that the reason for his failure to obtain satisfactory rents for his inns or a better price for his lumber and produce was due to the Maggid's prohibition of competition among the Jews on the ground that it was a severe sin to take away another's livelihood by outbidding him. The Duke took counsel with other noblemen, and it was decided within a short time to punish the Maggid. Suddenly the Duke's daughter was stricken with paralysis, and no physician was able to aid her. The Duke bethought himself of his designs against the holy man. He sought him out and begged him to pray for his daughter's recovery. The Maggid's prayer proved successful, and the Duke solemnly promised never to injure a Jew or to demand exorbitant rents. The two informers were ostracized and compelled to move away. They lost their wealth and soon wandered from town to town, begging food. When they came to the Lizensker rabbi, he persuaded them to confess their sin in public. Having atoned for it, they were given shelter for the rest of their days in the rabbi's house. Chapter 122, Perfection. Section 1. Attaining Perfection. Said the Lizensker. We read Genesis 6:10. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. We may give to this verse an allegorical interpretation. Noah means the pleasing one. Hence, the good man. He begat 3 sons, 3 degrees of perfection. Shem is the name. The first degree is to sanctify the holy name within ourselves through repentance of those sins which make a flaw in our holiness. Ham means warmth. The second step is to be warm in our worship by battling against the return of our former faults. Japheth means beautifying or perfecting. This is the third step, to offer to the Lord perfect devotion, a devotion that burns within us. We can find this allegory also in the designation of the angels in Ezekiel chapter 1. The lowest degree is the ophanim, the wheels. One whose devotion is through fear of God's punishment cannot be sure of himself. Like a wheel he may roll down and succumb to temptation. Those who are devoted because they begin to love God are like the Hayath, moving back and forth from verse 14, but not up and down. They are sometimes nearer, sometimes further away from perfection, but the highest degree is the position of the seraphim, who constantly flame with devotion. The pure love of God within them cannot be extinguished. Section 2. Only God is perfect. Said the Lysensker. Only God is perfect. Man's actions must be basically defective in part. If one believes his good deed or holy study to be thoroughly pure and perfect, this is a sure sign that they are thoroughly bad. Section 3. Wicked for a moment. Said the Koretzer. He needs no penance who acts upon the Talmudical axiom from Mishnah, Idioth 5:6. I would rather be called a fool all my days than be wicked for a moment before my Maker. Chapter 123. Philosophy and Philosophers. Section 1. The Guide to the Perplexed. The Sassover observed his disciple, the Yud, reading Maimonides' Guide to the Perplexed. He said to him, "My advice is that you read it in the same order the author had in mind when he wrote it." Maimonides was convinced of his conclusions and questioned the axioms in order to clarify them. But one who reads the questions first may be led to doubt the validity of Jewish doctrines, if only for the length of time it requires to reach the answers. Section 2. Aristotle and Ezekiel. The Reasoner said, Maimonides holds in great admiration both the prophet Ezekiel and the philosopher Aristotle. The difference between the two can be explained by a parable. Two men were invited to make their obeisance before the king. The wiser went straight to the royal throne room. The less sagacious halted to marvel at the splendors of the royal palace and forgot his obligation to the king. Maimonides believes that Aristotle was better acquainted with less essential matters, but Ezekiel stood higher in his knowledge of holy things. We must, therefore, not be surprised when we perceive that at times Maimonides allows himself to praise the philosopher more than the prophet. Section 3. Spinoza and the Animals. Once it was told to Rabbi Pinchas of Koretz that there had lived a sage by the name of Spinoza who asserted in his works that man has the same nature as animals and that he stands in no way higher than them. The rabbi laughed and said, "One should ask this free thinker whether the animals can also bring forth from their midst a Spinoza." Chapter 124. Philosophy and Science. Section 1. Sayings of the Bratslaver on Philosophy and Science. 1. The chief goal of human understanding should be to comprehend the nature of divinity. 2. General philosophy suggests understanding that has fallen to a lower plane. 3. The science of divine knowledge is the only true science. 4. The more one acquires the secular sciences, the less room there is in his brain for holy studies. 5. Into the brain cells utilized by the secular sciences gather and unite all passions and evil traits. 6. Since understanding is the soul, he who devotes his understanding solely to holy subjects sanctifies his soul. 7. Philosophy may become dangerous when the development of the mind it encourages is not accompanied by a similar degree of self-improvement through the medium of good practice. 8. He whose understanding is greater than his practice of good deeds lapses into grave sins and unbelief. 9. Man should not neglect the intelligence which God has granted him, but he should utilize it to the utmost. Nevertheless, there is a limit which the human mind may not transgress without danger to a man's sanity and his faith in God. 10. It is because of God's ineffable greatness that we are unable to comprehend many truths which seem self-contradictory and unjust. The reasons prompting God are inexplicable. Section 2. Decay and Rebirth. Said the Koretzer, when seed is sown, it must decay and its elements decompose until it becomes naught to the eye, before the power of rebirth hidden within it begins to function. At the very moment of complete decomposition, this power comes into immediate action. It demonstrates the formula of the Kabbalah, putting off form and putting on form, teaching that everything in both the material and spiritual worlds is constantly changing form. This is the meaning of the allegory that the Messiah was born on the day when the Holy Temple was destroyed, from Ekha Rabbah 1:57 on Lamentations 1:16. Since the holiness which had existed had fallen into naught, the hidden holiness immediately began to sprout forth. To symbolize this idea, we sit on the ground on the 9th day of Ab to demonstrate how we have fallen to earth. Then we go to the cemetery, where our forefathers lie buried underground. After showing symbolically that we have sunk to the utmost depths, we await the emergence of the force which revives and redeems. Chapter 125. Physicians. Section 1. A Permanent Cure. A Hasid once discussed with the Zupanester the fact that one who is ignorant is usually more humble than one who is learned. In reply, the rabbi narrated this parable. A man was afflicted with a distressing abscess. He went to a physician who gave him a salve which healed the sore. A year later it reappeared, and another physician prescribed a stronger salve which likewise did not effect a permanent cure. The sufferer went to a great specialist who gave him an internal medicine. This caused the growth of the sore, and the patient complained to the specialist. The latter assured him that as soon as the diseased matter would come out of his system, he would be able to cure him permanently. In the same fashion, the ignorant man may think he is cured of the sin of pride, but numerous experiences prove this to be false. Whereas the learned may be guilty of pride at first, he acquires true and abiding humility when he delves deeper into his studies. Section 2. The Generous Physician. Said the Alexandra rabbi, we find in the Midrash, Vayikra Rabbah 9:3, the expression that courtesy preceded the Torah. We should love the Lord not because we were so commanded in the Torah, but as a matter of courtesy and appreciation. If a physician not only cured a poor patient, but also donated to him a sum of money, would not the sick man feel everlasting love for the generous friend? The Lord gives us life, and the means of maintaining it, and our love for Him need not be dictated by the law alone. Section 3. The cheap physician is valueless. A mithnagd came to Rabbi Bunam with a complaint that he attracted young men as students and thereby led them away from their study of the Torah. People say, remarked the complainant, that you teach ethical precepts, but they can learn these from ethical writings with less waste of time. The rabbi related the following story. When I was an apothecary, I was acquainted with two physicians at the hospital, both settled in the same city. And though their knowledge was equal, their characters were different. One cared little for money, accepted any fee tendered, and earnestly desired to cure the sick. The other demanded his fee beforehand, refused to repeat any instructions, and seemed to care more for the money he received than for his patients. Yet I heard that the first physician became unpopular and was rarely summoned. The second, however, was in constant demand and hence difficult to secure. I inquired the reason for such odd behavior on the part of the townsfolk and received the following explanation. The first physician, being cheap, was often called for slight indispositions. When he gave a prescription, it was not used inasmuch as the patient did not care to spend money for medicine. The result was that the patient became steadily worse, and the physician was summoned again. The latter did not imagine that his prescription had not been followed, but gave the patient another medicine, which caused his death. The other physician's prescriptions were invariably filled, and his patients were cured. When a man is spiritually sick and seeks to find a remedy in well-known ethical writings, he has no patience to follow the instructions they contain. He delays from day to day, and before he realizes the seriousness of his moral defects, his soul is lost. But when such a man comes to me and finds it difficult to approach me because of the many demands upon my attention, he is willing to follow my practical counsel, which I vary according to his particular need and ability. Before he knows it, he is cured of his malady. Section 4. The Kindly Soldier. The Gasteiner rabbi recounted the following episode. A poor mother fell asleep at the cradle of her sick baby. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and beheld a soldier standing near the cradle and giving medicine to the ill child. The mother screamed in her fright, and the soldier hurriedly departed. The distracted woman ran to the rabbi with her story, and he sent for the soldier and questioned him. The soldier described how he had become a doctor. "I was walking one day," he said, "with my non-Jewish comrades on a road. The soldiers forgot I was a Jew, and when they met a Jew on the highway, they robbed him and hanged him to prevent his complaining to the authorities. I lagged behind, and when the robbers had left, I cut down the Jew and gave him my own money. This delayed me, and I was missed at the roll call. My comrades were dispatched after me, and fearing their revenge, I fled and came to this town. I had learned a little medicine in the army, and therefore I engaged secretly in healing the sick, hoping, thereby, to gain forgiveness for my sin in associating with bandits." "So you see," continued the Gasteiner, "a holy man may be concealed even beneath the uniform of a man whose trade is war." Section 5. The Surgeon and the Rabbi. Said the Yud, "In the same way that a surgeon may shed a man's blood in order to heal his body, a leader may shame a sinner, even in public, in order to cure his soul. And just as the surgeon may not operate when he knows it will not avail the sick patient, the leader may not shame a sinner when he knows that his rebuke will accomplish no good." Chapter 126. Piety, Public and Secret. Section 1. Special Piety and Servants. The Ropshitzer once walked abroad late at night and passed a watchman. He asked the watchman his employer's name. The watchman gave it, and then, to the rabbi's astonishment, asked him the same question. The rabbi bade him come to his house the next morning and forthwith engaged him as his servant. The Ropshitzer appreciated that such a golem, a dull clod, would be unable to understand anything before his eyes, and that it would be unnecessary to seek concealment when he performed any acts of special piety. Section 2. True Piety. A young Hasid complained to the Kotzker rabbi that many Hasidim speak of him with contempt as a pietist. The rabbi responded, "The reason they feel contempt for one who openly exhibits his piety is that the pious man usually changes the proper places of important and unimportant things in religious conduct." Section 3. The Deceiving Cloak. The Tzupenister rabbi was informed that a certain man was renowned for his piety. He remarked, "Piety that is renowned is a cloak, the cloth of which is pride. It is lined with anger and sewn with the threads of melancholy." Section 4. Who is more pious? Said the Reasoner, "One Jew may be praised that he does not attend to his business on the Sabbath. Another Jew may be blamed because he talks during the services on a weekday. Who is the more pious? Who is the better Jew?" Section 5. The Bridge of Life. When asked how to be truly pious, the reasoner answered with this parable. 2 rebels were condemned to death, but their sentence was commuted to the following. They were to cross the river by a rope stretched from one bank to the other. The first crossed in safety. When the second was about to follow, he shouted to the first, "Can you give me any counsel so that I may not fall from the rope and drown?" "The only advice I can offer you," the first shouted to the second, "is that when I felt my body was about to incline too much in one direction, I strove to lean over to the other." "Likewise," commented the reasoner, "when we incline too much towards a fault, we must bend towards the opposite extreme." Section 6. Piety on a Journey. The carliner used to say, "He who is a complete Jew at home is only half a Jew on a journey. He who is half a Jew at home is only a quarter Jew on a journey." The Alexanderer added, "When a man is on a journey, he conducts himself according to a Shulchan Aruch, different from the code he follows at home." The Talmud, Sabbath 116, says, "And it came to pass, when the ark went forth," from Numbers 10:35, is a separate book. Section 7. Silence and Secrecy. Said the Bersheder, "2 things I learned from my master during my last visit to him. The less one talks, the nearer he is to holiness, and only that good deed is valuable of which no one knows." Section 8. Outside and Inside. Rabbi Judah Zevi of Stretton remarked, "One should keep his special piety hidden, otherwise he is guilty of pride." The Hebrew word for eye denotes the proud and haughty person, and the word for not denotes the meek and humble one. Both words have the same letters, but in the first word, the letter Yud is on the outside, while in the second word, it is inside. Section 9. Hidden Holiness. After the death of the Koznitzer Maggid, his disciples hesitated to accept for their leader Rabbi Moses, his eldest son, inasmuch as they have never perceived anything extraordinary in his conduct and character. He was considered a man of mediocre scholarship and was known as the psalm chanter, the impression being that he understood nothing higher. Nevertheless, they resolved to send 3 scholars to test him. When they entered his presence, Rabbi Moses recited the verse from Psalm 138:6. "For though the Lord be high, yet regardeth he the lowly, and the haughty he knoweth from afar." The delegation then understood that the rabbi in his meekness had concealed his learning and his holiness during his father's lifetime. They recommended him as a worthy successor. Section 10. Why he boasted. The Ropshitzer took the utmost care to conceal his great piety. Once, when he recited the midnight services, lying with outstretched hands and feet on the ground and crying bitterly over the exile of the Shekinah, a householder unexpectedly entered. The rabbi turned to him and said, "If the townsfolk but knew the greatness of their rabbi, they would respect him all the more." The man then related that the rabbi was a vain boaster, just as the rabbi intended. Chapter 127. Poverty. Section 1. The Poor Man's Wisdom. Rabbi Bunam commented on the verse in Ecclesiastes 9:16. "The poor man's wisdom is despised." He said, "It is the poor man's wisdom that he should have no feeling of false pride and be willing to do any honest work to earn a livelihood." Section 2. Cause to Sing. Rabbi Mordecai of Lekovitz was exceedingly poor in his early manhood. His wife and children oftentimes went hungry. A relative found the rabbi in the synagogue singing hymns. "Your wife and children weep," he said, "and you sing." "Well may they weep," replied the rabbi, "since they depend upon a mortal man. I, however, depend upon the All-Powerful, and I have cause to sing. Section 3. The Wrong Emphasis. A man came to the Pulnor rabbi, complaining about his poverty. It is true, however, added the complainant, that my evil deeds are responsible for my lack of money, as the Tana says in the Talmud, Kiddushin 82. You may be correct, replied the rabbi, but you have not quoted the Tana correctly. He emphasized in his complaint the evil deeds, but you have placed the emphasis upon the lack of money. Section 4. Not riches, but fervor. Rabbi Mendel of Kossoff was once a guest at the home of his brother-in-law and noticed that all the people who came to the latter were poor. He inquired from Rabbi Uri, brother-in-law, why are your adherents not blessed with riches? Rabbi Uri responded, they lack the desire for riches. When the two Tzaddikim sat together at mealtime, Rabbi Uri turned to a Hasid and said to him, Ezekiel, now that I am seated with my brother-in-law, you have a suitable opportunity to express your heart's wishes. I assure you that every one of them will be fulfilled. The Hasid replied with fervor, I beg the rabbi to make it possible for me to utter the prayer. Praised art, thou who spoke, and the world appeared with the same devotion as yourself. Section 5. The Shoe Button. Among the adherents of Rabbi Uri was a Hasid by the name of Wolfsy of Lemberg. He was the only one who was well-to-do. Once the rabbi said to him, Wolfshe, you would please me better if you were poor. The Hasid was terrified and cried, trembling, Rabbi, leave me in peace. If I would lose a single button of my shoe, I would no longer know how or what to pray. Section 6. Disdain for wealth. Once the wife of Rabbi Uri said to him, your adherents waste your time for you while their families famish at home. Why do you not seek to improve their resources so that they may have no difficulties in making both ends meet and can serve God with a joyful spirit? Rabbi Uri replied, my followers do not yearn for earthly goods. I will demonstrate this to you tomorrow. The next day, at the morning prayer, when he came to the passage, riches and honor are from thee, from 1 Chronicles 29:12. He spread out the folds of his robe, stepped up to each Hasid, and said, whosoever wishes money, let him place his hand into the fold, and he will have it. But not a single one of the Hasidim stirred from his place. Section 7. Why the pious are poor. The Besht was asked why the pious are poorer than the impious. In reply, he narrated the following parable. A king desired to please his loyal courtiers and announced that to each would be granted his particular wish. Some asked for honors, others asked for wealth. But one of them said, my wish is to speak to the king 3 times a day. We, the pious, prefer communion with the Lord thrice daily above all honors and riches, and God grants unto us our wish. Section 8. The Foundation. A rabbi was asked why the true tzaddik is always so poor. Because, replied the rabbi, he is the foundation of the world, from Proverbs 10:25, and the foundation is built in the ground. Section 9. A Morsel of Bread. Rabbi Nahum Tsernobyl's Hasidim could no longer endure the sight of the abject poverty in which their rabbi lived, and they begged permission to build him a decently furnished home. He refused their request on the plea that he wished to remain a Hasid. They asked him to explain, and received the following reply. The Talmud, Baba Kama 30, says, one who desires to be a Hasid should perform the commandments of the ethics of the fathers. In this work we are taught, chapter 6, verse 4, this is the way that is becoming for the study of the Torah, a morsel of bread, water by measure, sleep on the ground. Section 10. The Children of Our Home. Rabbi Nahum Chernobyler's wife came to him weeping and complained that there was not a piece of bread in the house. She said, "You promise to others wealth and possessions, and your blessings are fulfilled. But your wife and children alone must remain in want." He sighed from the depths of his heart. Then he bethought himself and said, "It is written, 'And the poor shall be the children of your home,' from Ethics of the Fathers 1:5. His wife left the rabbi's little room comforted. Section 11. See no excuses. Said Rabbi Shmelke, "Look not for offenses in the poor man who asks thy aid as an excuse for not helping him. For then will the Lord surely look for offenses in thee, and he is certain to find them in abundance. Remember that thy suppliant's sins have been erased by his poverty, whereas thine still remain with thee." Section 12. Joy in poverty. Said the Porosover, "If a man is poor and meek, it is easy for him to be joyful, inasmuch as he has nothing to guard against losing." Section 13. The Choice of Poverty. Said Rabbi Nahum Chernobyler, "Between poverty and wealth, I always choose poverty. It is the best shield against egotism and against every evil of the spirit. It is the least costly, the most easily attainable. It need not struggle against jealousy and competition. It need answer no questions or suspicions. It is understood without comments and without explanations. I beg of you, my good friends, not to deprive me of this great treasure." Section 14. God's Will and Man's. The Getter rabbi, in his younger days, was extremely poor, his father-in-law having been unsuccessful in business. His wife complained and entreated him to pray to the Lord for money. The rabbi refused, saying, "It is my desire to do the will of God, but not that God should do my will." Unquote. Chapter 128. Praise of God. Section 1. Adon Olam. The Kotzker rabbi was asked, "Why do we begin services with Adon Olam and finish them with Adon Olam?" He answered, "We do so in order to demonstrate that the conclusion of the services does not imply we have praised the Lord sufficiently. Nay, it is fitting that we should repeat the services again and again. There is no limit to the praise we ought render the Creator." Section 2. Praise and Thanksgiving. The Mesoritzer Maggid said, "We read in the Sabbath prayers, 'Though our mouths were filled with song as the sea, yet would we be unable to thank thee. Therefore the limbs which thou hast planted in us, lo, they shall thank thee, and us.'" There seems to be a contradiction in these two statements, but it may be made clear by the following parable. A king informed one of his generals that he wished to lunch at the latter's home. The general showed the confusion he felt, inasmuch as he did not know the proper dishes for the royal food. The king noted this and added, "My cooks will prepare the food in order to save you the trouble." Likewise, the Lord desires our praise, and we tremble at the thought that our mouths are ignorant of the proper words and that we lack the proper spirit. But then we remind ourselves that our limbs have been formed by the Lord, and we feel that He will accept our words through His vessels. Section 3. At all times. The Radziminer rabbi said, "One who crosses the ocean and is rescued from a shipwreck gives thanks unto the Lord. But why should we not thank God if we cross without a mishap? One who is cured of a dangerous illness blesses the Lord. Why should we not bless Him when He grants us health and preserves us from illness?" Section 4. Greet my Father. The Lizensker met a group of Jews, who were traveling to Warsaw. "Forget not my father, please. requested the rabbi. "Who is he?" the rabbi was asked. "He is mine and yours, our Father in heaven," said the Lezensker. Section 5. The King's Son and the King's Courtiers. Said the Besht. The courtiers of a king are accustomed to converse with their royal master, only seldom, and then with a few brief phrases. If they observe that the king is angry, they do not approach him. The prince, however, does not hesitate to speak with his father even when the king is in anger, and he holds lengthy converse with him. The angels are the courtiers of God, and their singing unto him is limited. Israel, however, is his son, and he is permitted to praise him as often as he desires. Section 6. The Ever-Broadening Spring. Said the Lezensker, to relate the goodness of God and his wonders draws forth ever greater goodness and wonders. It is like a spring that gushes forth water increasingly and grows wider and wider, the more frequently its water is drawn. We read, "The fame of thy great goodness they shall pour forth." From Psalm 145:7. Section 7. Thanksgiving for our God. Said Rabbi Baruch of Medzibos. We read in the Grace After Meals, "We thank thee, O Lord our God, because thou didst give the land, redemption from Egypt, the covenant, the law, thy statutes, life, grace, and loving kindness, food." Then we continue, "For all this, O Lord our God, we thank thee." This last passage may be translated thus, "And, above all, for being the Lord our God, we thank thee, for our not having erred as other peoples have done." Chapter 129. The Ecstasy of Prayer. Section 1. Fiery Words. The Lubliner asked the Yud, "Why do you pray so fast?" The Yud replied, "I love the words of the prayers, hence I swallow them quickly." "But," retorted the Lubliner, "I too enjoy the prayers, and yet I enunciate the words slowly." "Your words," exclaimed the Yud, "are like flaming fire, hence you must allow them to cool." Section 2. A Lesson from Dancers. A village innkeeper complained to the Kobriner that he lacked a private room for praying, far enough from the noise made by the patrons of his inn. The Kobriner told him in reply this experience. "Once I chanced to visit an inn, and the time for the afternoon prayers arrived. It was a Catholic holiday, and the inn was filled with noisy merrymakers and dancing couples. Still, I prayed there with complete devotion, thinking to myself, if so much enthusiasm is given to physical enjoyments, why cannot I be even more enthusiastic in activities of the Spirit?" Section 3. Father, O Father. A Hasid was praying with great enthusiasm and frequently interjected the exclamation, "Father, O Father." A second Hasid argued, "We know from the Talmud, Kiddushin 36, that when we obey God, He is called our Father. Otherwise, He is our Master. How is this Hasid so certain that he is worthy enough to call upon the Lord as his Father, not his Master?" The Kotzker rabbi who overheard this remark said, "If one cries out, 'Father, O Father,' many times, at last God becomes in truth his Father." Section 4. A Single Amen. Said the Kobriner, "If I knew that I have answered a single Amen as it ought be said, I would be contented." Section 5. Noiseless Prayer. A Hasid asked Rabbi Pinchas of Koretz why he prayed without motions of the body and without a single sound, whereas other Tzaddikim oftentimes prayed with many gestures of enthusiasm and in a loud tone of voice. The Koretzer answered, "When a Tzaddik prays, he cleaves in truth to God and loses all sense of corporeality, as if his very soul had departed from his body." The Talmud, Berakoth 8, tells us that in some people, the soul leaves the body only after great agonies and convulsions, whereas in others, it departs as quietly as one draws a hair out of milk or offers a kiss. Section 6. The Unheeded Knife. Said the Yud, "Do you wish to know what is proper prayer? When you are so engrossed that you do not feel a knife thrust into your body, then you are offering prayer aright." Section 7. A Consuming Flame. Rabbi Feibush Hobnover was possessed of a burning desire to serve the Lord. Once he slept in the Ropshitzer's house of study. The Ropshitzer told his other disciples, "Watch, and you will see him awake at the dot of midnight to perform the midnight service." At the stroke of 12, Rabbi Feibush awoke, tore at his collar, and began to shout, "O mother, I am burning." Later, the Hobnover became a disciple of the Abter. The Ropshitzer regretted this and said to his intimates, "Feibush is a consuming flame. I strove to cool him a little, but the Abter himself is fiery and will increase the conflagration." Shortly after, the Hobnover fell dead while praying. His heart could not endure his burning ecstasy. Section 8. The Lame Foot. The Tzanzer was a disciple of the Ropshitzer in his youth. Once he was praying with enthusiasm and was stamping on the floor. The Ropschitzer's wife said to her husband, "Why do you not counsel the youth to stamp only with his healthy and not with his lame foot?" The Ropshitzer replied, "If I had known that he was aware with what foot he was stamping, I would have told him." Section 9. The Linen and the Cotton Wick. Said the Medzabozer to his grandson Israel, who was accustomed to gesticulate in his prayers, "A wick of linen burns quietly and gives a better light than a cotton wick which burns noisily. Believe me when I say that a sincere movement of your smallest toe is sufficient to show your enthusiasm." Section 10. Speedy Prayer. Said the Besht, "A man sometimes becomes drunk with the ecstasy of rejoicing over the Torah. He sometimes feels his love for God burn within him. The words of prayer come pouring out of his mouth, and he must pray quickly to keep pace with them." Section 11. The Dry Logs and the Wet. Said the Besht, "We read in the Talmud, Keretoth 6, that fast day services in which men of impiety take no part are not genuine services. How is this to be explained? A wet log placed in a stove will not burn, but if placed between 10 dry logs, it will also burn if the kindling is adequately done. Likewise, the worship of pious men who cannot kindle by its ardor a similar fervor among men of impiety is not genuine worship." Chapter 130. Prayer, Its Hours. Section 1. Tardy Prayers. The Reisener was once asked why so many Tzaddikim are heedless of the hours of prayer fixed by tradition. He answered with a parable. "The king has appointed an hour for all who come upon their own business, and after this hour they are barred from his presence. But those who come, not upon their own private affairs, but on matters of the common welfare, require no special hours. They are welcome at any time." Section 2. The Proof of a Deed. The Gera Rabbi was asked why the Hasidim are wont to hold their prayers at an hour later than that established by the Shulchan Aruch. He replied, "There is a proof of everything, even of our actions. In Pirkei Avot, Ben Azai teaches us, chapter 4, verse 2, that one good deed leads to another, and a transgression draws a transgression in its train. This, then, is the proof of whether or not a deed is good or evil. Since we engage in acts of piety after divine worship, it follows that there is no sin in our deviation from the code." Section 3. The Public Welfare. The Reisener explained why the Tzaddikim are tardy with their morning prayers, offering the following parable. A judge, who was also mayor of his city, issued an order that all cases would be heard by him in the forenoon only, so that he might devote the afternoon to public affairs. A citizen of public spirit, however, came to the court just a few moments late and asked to be heard. The judge replied that he could not change the rule. The citizen then said, "Your rule was made for the purpose of leaving you time for public affairs. My case is of public concern, and I bid you, therefore, to hear me." A rule was established, continued the reasoner, stating the proper hours for prayer so that a person should not delay it and perhaps forget about it. But this is only applicable to those who have private business during the day other than serving the Lord. The Tzaddikim, however, have no other business but service to the Lord and service to Israel. Hence, they may be heard even after the established hours. Section 4. The time for prayers. A man who was not a Hasid desired to witness for himself the behavior of the Apter rabbi. He visited the Apter synagogue and found the rabbi buried in thoughts and smoking his pipe. He dared not interrupt the rabbi, but recited the morning prayers to himself, and then took a collection of extracts from the Bible and Talmud, studying in it for some time the portion of the day. When noon came, and the rabbi made no movement to begin his morning prayers, the visitor whispered to him, "Rabbi, the time for the morning prayers is past." The Apter replied, "A man like you is satisfied to enter the synagogue and to commence his worship immediately. As for myself, it is different. I began the order of prayers earlier than you with the words, 'I give thanks before thee, King, living and ever existent, that thou hast restored in me my soul with pity. Great is thy faithfulness.' And I commenced to think, 'Who am I to give thanks before the Lord?' I am still thinking of the same matter." Section 5. All Prayer. Rabbi Bunam narrated this parable. A man of handsome raiment came into an institution to ask for charity and was compelled to make considerable explanation as to the reason for his need. Another man, poorly attired, entered, and he was given aid at once. In the same way, a self-satisfied man who asks God for help needs to do much entreating. But he who is broken of heart and meek is answered at once. We read, "But I am all prayer," from Psalm 109:4. "My broken heart is in itself a prayer, and I hardly am required to entreat thee." Section 6. The Tardy Soldier. The Sidlovtser rabbi was opposed to those Hasidim who declared that they required a long time to prepare themselves for prayer. He said, "A soldier received an order to arise daily at sunrise and to stand guard before the royal palace. He arrived at his post late and pleaded that he needed to brush his clothes and make himself ready before appearing at the palace. He was, nevertheless, punished for disobedience. We too are commanded to commence the day with prayers, and a plea that we require preparation will not avail us if we delay our worship beyond the appointed hours." Section 7. The Best He Can. Said the Ropshitzer, "A man should not declare, 'I cannot pray at this moment because my thoughts are astray. I shall wait until I can pray with the proper concentration.' He should pray at the appointed time to the best of his ability. It is written, 'But from thence ye will seek the Lord thy God,' from Deuteronomy 4:29. This means, at any place, at any hour, where thou art. Section 8. Shall prayer be punctual or tardy? Rabbi Eliezer of Tarnograd narrated the following parable. A prince chanced to sojourn overnight in a village. He commanded his servant to procure for him palatable food for breakfast from the nearest city. When the prince awoke, he waited for the meal, but it did not arrive. He then ordered a peasant woman to bring him simple food. In the same fashion, the soul of a Hasid would rejoice to offer worship of the highest degree of holiness. But if it cannot attain this, it prays in a simple manner, Therefore, why wait with prayer until it is too late? Rabbi Leib, the Zakhlikover, told this parable. A man had 2 sons. To the elder, he gave a coin and commanded him to make a purchase. The boy did so and returned immediately. The next time, the father gave a coin to his younger son for a purchase. The boy was alert and observed that the object his father desired could be secured in better quality for more money. He therefore performed errands for a neighbor, and with the additional amount purchased the superior article. The father had grown impatient, but when he saw the purchase his son had made, he was filled with affection and admiration for him. In the same way, the man who requires more time to prepare himself for worship is more beloved by God, even if his worship be offered late. Chapter 131. Prayer, its length. Section 1. A long prayer. The Strelisker stopped over in a town and visited the synagogue. There he prayed at great length, and the congregation was forced to wait for him before proceeding further. The Rav of the town said, "We read in the Talmud, Berakoth 31, that Rabbi Akiba, when praying with the congregation, was accustomed to pray quickly, but when praying alone, he prayed slowly. Why do you compel the congregation to wait?" The Strelisker replied, "The Talmud means the following. When Rabbi Akiba felt that the members of the congregation prayed with him, namely, with his own intensity and fervor, then he prayed rapidly. But when he prayed alone, namely, when he sensed that the congregants did not offer their prayers wholeheartedly, he was forced to pray at length, so that their prayers might also prove acceptable." Section 2. Worship at length. The Nadvorner rabbi was accustomed to worship nearly the entire day. His morning services lasted until nightfall. Once he visited Rabbi Moses Teitelbaum at Ohel. The Oheler said to him, "I am also a Jew, and yet my praying does not consume more than an hour. Why does yours require the whole day?" The Nadvorner replied, "Both rich and poor alike use bread. The rich man eats a small slice, since he has other food. The poor man eats 3 slices, since bread constitutes his entire meal. Likewise, you spend your time in study. Hence, worship does not occupy so important a place in your day's activities. As for me, I have no other occupation but worship. I am not acquainted with the learning of the Torah, and therefore I must devote the whole day to worship." Chapter 132. Proper Prayer. Section 1. Praying to pray. The Tzanzer was asked by a Hasid, "What does the rabbi do before praying?" "I pray," was the reply, "that I may be able to pray properly." Section 2. Service from the heart. A Hasid complained to Rabbi Bunam that he oftentimes is afflicted with severe headaches after praying. "What has worship to do with the head?" exclaimed the rabbi. "Worship is service from the heart, not a labor of the head." Section 3. Refreshing worship. The Yud declared, "When one feels fatigued after prayer, it is a sign that his devotion has been inadequate." We read in Isaiah 40:31, "They that wait for the Lord shall renew their strength." Section 4. The Power of Prayer. A Hasid once complained to the Kotzker rabbi that he found it exceedingly hard to earn a living. The rabbi counseled him to pray to the Lord to have mercy upon him. The Hasid thereupon declared he did not believe his own prayer would avail with the Creator. "If this be your sentiment," answered the rabbi, "you are the victim of an affliction greater than the problem of a livelihood. You should feel distraught that you do not know how to give utterance to true prayer." Section 5. And with all your soul. Rabbi Hirsch of Rimanov suffered the heavy tribulation of losing his children in their youth. The last one, a daughter, died in childbirth. His son-in-law, her husband, said to the rabbi, "You offer prayers for others that their offspring may be blessed with long life, and the Lord grants your petitions. Why do you not pray for yourself?" "I shall explain this to you," replied the rabbi. "We read that Abraham prayed that the people of Sodom be preserved from destruction, but we do not find that he prayed that the Lord save his son Isaac from being offered as a sacrifice. The reason is that the true Tzaddik serves the Lord in every way pleasing unto the Lord, even at the cost of his own life and of those most precious to him." Section 6. Sensible Prayer. The Medzi-Bozer rabbi said, "We are taught by our rabbis in Berachoth 32 that the gates of tears are not closed, namely, that tearful pleas to God for mercy are accepted by him. It may be asked, since they are not closed, of what use are gates? The answer is, if one begs tearfully, but without intelligence, the gates are then closed. Section 7. Oiling the Wheels with Prayer. The Berditchever saw a teamster dressed in talith and tefillin, lubricating the wheels of his wagon. The rabbi exclaimed, "O Lord, what a holy people is thine! Even when they oil the wheels of their wagons, they pray unto thee in talith and tefillin." Section 8. Chatter or Prayer. Whenever a certain rabbi perceived anything evil, he always spoke charitably to God in favor of the wrongdoer. Once some people in his vicinity interrupted him with shallow chatter while he was praying. Thereupon he added to his prayer the words, "Lord, they call unto thee, even in the midst of their eager conversation." Section 9. The Prayer of the Perfect. Great is the prayer of the perfect, for it turns brutishness into compassion. From Moed Katan 16a, as has been told by our fathers. When the winter rains in the Holy Land were delayed, Honi Hamagel stepped into a fosse of his own digging and spoke, "Lord of the universe, thy children have appointed me spokesman to pray for rain, and I will not budge from here until my prayer is heard." A downpour came, and Rabbi Simeon ben Shattach threatened the overbold man with excommunication, but thought better of it, saying, "If, in your quality of spoiled child, you have privileges on high, I will allow them here below." From Ta'anith 19 and 23. Section 10. The Bridge to God. In the Talmud, Rosh Hashanah 17b, we are taught, God wrapped himself into a prayer shawl and taught to Moses the order of supplication, together with this revelation: "Whenever Israel sinneth, let them pray to me according to rule, and their sins will be forgiven." And the Talmud, Yerushalmi, exhorteth in Berachoth 9:1, "When ill befalls a man, let him not turn to Michael or Gabriel, but invoke the Lord himself." Our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, have instituted prayer, and it has come to us as a tradition. Prayer is the bridge that carrieth man to God, but he must not, while praying, think of a guerdon in the world to come. Quoth the Zohar, "He who loves the king does not do him homage for a fee." The fate of the Jewish nation, and with it the fate of all the world, depends upon prayer. It is written in the Torah, Exodus 20:18, "And the people saw and moved about." Wherefore, it was taught by a Tzaddik, "If you see one praying, standing upright without emotion, know that he does not pray with thoughts inviolate, and with a whole heart his mind is not with God." Section 11. The Shema, its words and its time. Said the Rapshitzer, "Some Mithnagadim are careful not to pass over the time of reciting the Shema, but they are prone to pass over the Shema itself, without giving their hearts to its words. The Hasidim are likely to pass over the time of the Shema, but they are careful not to pass over the words of the Shema itself with inattention." Section 12. The Power of the Shema. The Koretzer told the Bershider that his grandfather would visit the impious and say to them, "I care not what deed of impiety you do, but perform for me one request. Say the Shema daily." It is such a little request. Many did so and became men of faith. It is a comforting lesson to those sinners who recite the Shema, that through its power they may escape perdition. Section 13. The Privilege of Prayer. Said Rabbi Abraham Moses, the son of Rabbi Bunam. One Talmudical passage, Sabbath 127, praises him who puts his mind into his prayer. But another passage, Berechoth 55, states that he who is thoughtful in his prayer causes his deeds to be meditated on in heaven. The explanation is, he is praiseworthy who prays earnestly, because God has commanded us to call upon him in tribulation. But he does not expect God to fulfill his pleas of necessity, in the same way that he does not anticipate immediate compensation for any other commandment he has performed. But he who believes God ought grant his petition because of his fervent prayer is judged in heaven, whether or not by his other acts he deserves to have his petition granted. A man's right to the petition of prayer is a privilege, not something that is due him without merit. A man cannot dictate to the Lord unless he has earned the right. Section 14. The Thirst of Plants and Trees. The Ziditzover told the following story. Rabbi Joseph Caro was accustomed to express a holy intention in words before doing anything. Once he arose in the night for a drink of water, but he could remember no words of holiness to utter. Finally he said, "As I am about to quench my thirst with this water, may it please the Lord to still the thirst of plants and trees." This prayer was accepted, and rain, which was sorely needed, came down in abundance. Section 15. Pray without reasons. Said Rabbi Jacob Zevi Porisover, had Moses simply prayed for Israel without giving a reason why God should save them from annihilation, the Israelites who went forth from Egypt would have entered Palestine. Moses, however, gave as a reason the injury that might be done to God's reputation as a God of power. To refute this, it sufficed that the young generations that followed should conquer Palestine, from Numbers 14, 16, 29, 31. Section 16. The Shekinah and the Shofar. Said the Koretzer, "It is written, 'Lift up thy voice as a shofar,' from Isaiah 58:1. As the shofar cannot emit any sound except when blown by man, no man can raise his voice in prayer except when the Shekinah prays through it." Section 17. The Emissary of the Shekinah. Said the Besht, "The true worshipper is he who discovers the Shekinah in all his supplications. He acts as the emissary of the Shekinah to bring thoughts into words." Section 18. Out of the Depths. Said Rabbi Yerachmiel, the son of the Yud, we read, "Out of the depths have I called thee, O Lord," from Psalm 130:1. A traveler lost his way in a wilderness, and his provisions gave out. After a few days of hunger, he found traces of a rider who had just passed. His misery reached the depths when he noticed containers of food which, however, were empty. He encountered another traveler, and with his last strength ran up to him and begged for food. The other misunderstood his actions and thought him a robber. As he whipped up his horse, the wanderer fainted. This second depth of misery was too much for him. There was no one else to whom he could appeal. The rider noticed his plight, revived, and fed him. When we call upon the Lord, we should do so from the abyss of two depths, from the depths of contrition for our transgressions, and from the depths of our knowledge that God is the only source of succor. Section 19. Our Head Erect. Said the Medzabozer, "We need not bow down before the Lord with our body. Let us bow with our heart and keep our head erect." Section 20. An Acceptable Time. Said the Medzibazar. We read, "And as for me, may my prayer unto thee, O Lord, be in an acceptable time. And as for me, who am I? And as for my prayer, what significance is there in it before thee, O Lord? But may it be in an acceptable time, when even an insignificant prayer by an unworthy person, like myself, is accepted." Section 21. A fresh miracle. Said the Besht, "The first time a thing occurs in nature, it is called a miracle. Later, it becomes natural, and no attention is paid to it. Let your worship and your service be a fresh miracle every day to you. Only such worship, performed from the heart with enthusiasm, is acceptable." Section 22. The Shekinah enters. Said the Besht, "When a man begins the Amidah and says the opening verse, 'O Lord, open thou my lips,' the Shekinah immediately enters within his voice and speaks with his voice. Remember this, and you will have no fear." Section 23. The Bratslaver on prayer. A. 1. When you cannot pray with proper concentration, try your utmost to speak the words in a spirit of belief in their truth. 2. Let your heart hear what your mouth speaks if you wish to offer proper prayer. B. 1. The prayer of the flatterer is not heard. 2. The student of the Torah in poverty will have his prayer heard. 3. The prayer of the lowly in mind is heard. 4. Pray that no tribulation befall you before it comes. 5. The prayer of another for your sake aids you more than your own prayer. 6. The prayer of an individual is not heard unless he concentrates upon it, but the prayer of the many is heard, even if not all of them are wholehearted. 7. In your prayers, ask not for more than one thing at a time. 8. Do not ask that God change the laws of nature for you. 9. He who forgives will find his prayer heard. 10. Limit your requests for your material needs, but ask all you wish in Torah and piety. 11. It is a good deed to be properly attired at the time of praying. 12. A man should pray that he be not afflicted with poverty. 13. Praying in a loud tone of voice brings feeling into all of your limbs. 14. The prayer of the trustful person is heard. 15. Before prayer, give to charity. 16. A man receives divine powers according to the place in which he prays. 17. Visit the synagogue early and late, and long life will be granted you. 18. He who deprives another of his belongings, or he who shames another, will find his prayers unheard. 19. A prayer offered in tears will be accepted. 20. If you are not at peace with the world, your prayer will not be heard. 21. Pray for the welfare of the city in which you live. 22. He who prays not concerning the tribulations of Israel is a wicked person. 23. Be not ungrateful either to a Jew or a non-Jew. 24. The sick man who prays for himself will be heard. 25. Through joy will your prayer enter the palace of God. 26. He who prays with all his strength will be heard. 27. He who has not paid his vow will find his prayer unheard. 28. The prayer of him who has no faith will not be heard. 29. Before prayer, let your soul cleave to your Maker. 30. If you remain silent when you hear abuse of yourself, God will answer your prayer. 31. A joyful prayer has a sweet fragrance to God. 32. The prayer of the meek, even if not uttered in words, will be heard. 33. A man can offer more adequate prayer if his eyes are turned heavenward. 34. By hymns and praises, the Shekinah is drawn down unto us. 35. He who is distressed by the tribulations of Israel and offers prayers to dispel them is permitted to complain against God. 36. Often a prayer is not heard until many people recite it together. C. 1. Clothe the words of your prayers in grace, namely, pronounce them carefully and with sincerity. Would you mumble your words and ignore their meanings when addressing a superior? Take no advantage of the good nature of God if you wish Him to accept your worship. 2. The main weapons of a Jew are his prayers. All his battles against evil impulses and against obstacles he wins through prayers. The holiness of Israel comes through prayers. 3. God listens to every word of prayer. No word goes to waste, and the effective prayer accumulates until God's mercies are brought down. 4. Since all good deeds are performed with God's aid, no reward should be expected as if it had been earned. Any salvation comes solely through God's mercies and through no merit of our own. 5. The heart should hear what a man prays and should respond with joy at its ability to hear. 6. Fear, other than fear of the Lord, prevents the joy of proper prayer. Strive to overcome this fear through faith. 7. Impure worship lengthens our exile. 8. Pure worship depends upon pure faith. 9. Words of prayer, spoken with fervor, will open for themselves a door through the foreign thoughts which encompass you. 10. A man should pray with such devotion that his heart is as if it were poured out like water before the Lord. 11. Our every act, even that of worship, should be intended for the benefit of our soul. Since the soul cannot abide in this world outside a body, the profits of our soul will automatically bring profit to our body. Body without soul is as mere clay. 12. When we lack means, children, or health, the proper remedy is to pray to God and not to rely overmuch on other remedies. God is ever near and ever present, whereas other remedies may not be attained except by chance. 13. Through self-judgment and through nullifying our self-importance, we can attain spiritual light. 14. Pray not for your own profit, but in order to bring pleasure to the Lord by your worship. 15. It is God's mercy that we may call Him by attributes suitable to a human being. Pronounce, therefore, these attributes with devotion and thanks. 16. A man should pray warmly before commencing discussion of the Torah, in order that God may place in his words the warmth of sincerity. 17. A man should not stubbornly demand that God grant his prayer and should not feel disappointment if it is unanswered. 18. A man should pray fervently that God may constantly increase his understanding of holy subjects. His soul will thus increase in holiness. 19. A man's mundane thoughts of the day crowd into his mind when he offers prayer. It requires strength of character to avoid them. Be strong and valiant in this task. 20. Since your donation to Palestine embraces you within the clear and holy air of Palestine, you will be thereby able to pray without the disturbance of foreign thoughts. 21. Bind your thoughts to the words of your prayers, and you will gain God's abundance. 22. The good man should intend to achieve through his prayers 3 things. First, to bring back doubters to the true faith. Second, to assist the philosophers to maintain the true faith. Third, to transform those who abuse him into those who honor him. 23. A man should know that during his prayers he stands in the king's palace and sees only the king. He will then forget his own existence. 24. Pray in words, not in thoughts. God's providence and his abundance descend through the medium of words. 25. By defending sinners, a man may properly pray that his own sins be overlooked. 26. Know that God stands above you and listens to every word of your prayers. Worship with your whole heart, as is fitting. 27. Every word of your prayer is like a rose which you pick from its bush. You continue until you have formed a bouquet, a complete blessing. From them you form new bouquets of blessings, until you have pleated a wreath of glory unto the Lord. 28. Every word is reluctant to leave your soul. For example, the word blessed talks to you, implores you to consider the meaning of blessed, to remember whom you bless and why, and it begs you not to forget it even when you recite the other words. If you heed it, your prayers become a unity of holiness. 29. Forget everybody and everything during your worship. Forget yourself and your needs. Forget the people of whom you have need. Then, in truth, you may worship the Lord. 30. Feel your words in all your bones, your limbs, and your nerves. The psalmist exclaims, "All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like unto thee?" From Psalm 35:10. 31. When you offer prayer, imagine yourself as one who is newly born, without achievements of which to be proud, without high family descent to make you arrogant. Forget all dignity and self-esteem. Remember only your Maker. 32. When you chant the great Psalm 148 in your prayers, pray with intense devotion and with glowing heart. In it you command the angels and all nature to praise the Lord. 33. Just as your fervor arouses a similar fervor in your fellow worshiper, so it arouses fervor in yourself, again and again. 34. In thy greatest trouble, strengthen thyself to call upon thy God. Then it is that thy prayer is most acceptable. 35. Before thy prayers, remember any good qualities thou hast, or any good deeds which thou hast performed. This will put life into thee and enable thee to pray from the heart. 36. If a man endeavors to complete his prayers with utmost speed, he exiles his prayers from his presence. 37. 3 things destroy worship. First, contempt for any man. Second, deficiency in faith. And third, an unclean life. 38. True devotion will heal a malady in its inception and as yet unrecognized by any physician. 39. The presence of many worshipers heightens devotion. 40. Devotion is the gate to the dwelling of the Lord. 41. Everything may be attained through devotional prayers. 42. Make every effort to pray from the heart. Even if you do not succeed, the effort is precious in the eyes of the Lord. 43. If you feel no joy when you are beginning your prayers, compel yourself to be joyful, and real joy will follow. A joyful melody is of genuine aid. 44. If you are unable to pray in the proper spirit, say the words slowly and explain them to yourself, even as a child reads them in school. Eventually, the spirit of true devotion will come. 45. Feel the tribulations of the individual and of the multitude, and implore God to ease their burden. Section 24. The Lezensker's Prayer. The Lezensker offered the following prayer. O Lord, guard us from selfish motives and from pride when we do thy will. Guard us from anger and chagrin, from sadness and from tale-bearing, and from other evil traits. May no jealousy of our comrades enter our heart, and may no jealousy of us enter the heart of our fellow men. grant us the ability within our own heart to behold no defects, but only virtues within our comrades. Section 25. Prayer after discussion. The Tzanzer visited the Tzikover one afternoon and was engaged by the Tzikover's brilliant sons in a Talmudic discussion. At its conclusion, the Tzanzer began to offer the afternoon services with the greatest enthusiasm. The Tzikover inquired, "Did not your mind still retain during your prayer a recollection of the discussion?" "In no wise," replied the Tzanzer. "When I pray, I forget there is Torah in the world, and when I study, I forget that there is anything else in the world." Once the Tzanzer was sitting in judgment of an important civil suit with two other rabbis. The disputants had chosen to accept a decision according to the Jewish law. One of the rabbis suddenly exclaimed aloud, "Master of the universe, one and unified." The Tzanzer displayed his displeasure and said, "When you are engaged in deciding a case according to law, leave the Master of the universe alone and give attention to the authorities." Chapter 133. Prayer in Tribulation. Section 1. The Heavy Heart. Rabbi Bunam used to say, "When a man's heart is heavy and full of anxiety, he may lighten it through ardent prayer and a belief in God's mercies." Section 2. Intercessions and Evil Decrees. When Emperor Joseph of Austria decreed against the Hasidim, Rabbi Elimelech wrestled so powerfully with heaven that a murmur like thunder growling afar went through all the upper worlds. His teacher, the Maggid of Meseritz, appeared to him in a dream, saying, "Dost thou recall how I entreated you and the others of my retinue to pray for my life, that I might avert, while yet alive, the evil decree hanging over you by prayer?" "But look you, Master," argued Elimelech, "our sages have taught the contrary doctrine, that Tzaddikim are more powerful after death than during their lifetime." From Hulin 7. "True," said the Maggid, "but once dead and raised on high, they are not always inclined to make intercession as you wish. As long as I walked on earth, I saw naught in an evil decree, save a misfortune to be turned. In the upper worlds, I know better. Why should I pray to shield you from blessings in disguise?" Section 3. Crying to the Lord for rescue. A Hasid said to the Besht, the psalmist, Psalm 145:19, says, "He will fulfill the desire of them that fear him. He also will hear their cry, and will save them. But after he fulfills their desire, what need is there for their cry?" The Besht replied, "Frequently, a thief calls upon the Lord to help him, and the Lord permits him to accomplish his nefarious deed, in the same way that he hears those who are law-abiding. The difference lies in this. When the thief is caught and again calls upon the Lord, he refuses to aid him. But if a good person asks to be permitted to do that which is evil for him, and the Lord grants him consent, then, when he discovers that he has walked into a veritable hornet's nest and cries unto the Lord to save him, the Lord aids him out of his tribulations." Section 4. The Teaching of Phinehas. Said the Radomsker. We read Psalm 106:30-31. "Then Phinehas stood up and prayed, and the plague was stayed. And that was accounted unto him for righteousness unto all generations forevermore." The question arises, Aaron also stayed the plague, from Numbers 17:12, yet we find no such recompense for him as for Phinehas. The explanation is, Aaron used incense, and that was available only in the days of the temple. But Phinehas used prayer, which may be utilized even today, even for the halting of an epidemic. Hence, the great reward meted out to Phinehas. Section 5. Nearest to God. After the Rimanover was disclosed as a holy rabbi, a Polish noblewoman came to him and entreated him to pray for the life of her son, who was dangerously ill. The rabbi said, "Do you come to me as a worker of miracles?" "Nay," replied the mother, "I come to you as to a man who is nearer to God than any other living person." The rabbi prayed for 3 hours, and sweat covered his entire body. At noon, he said to the noblewoman, "I hope that my prayer has been heard. Return home." When she arrived at her home, she was told that the child had opened its eyes and had asked for a drink. In 1883, when the boy had become a man of 80 years, he came to Riemannow, accompanied by his own son, the Cardinal of Lemberg, to visit the grave of his early benefactor. Section 6. Rescue first and prayer later. A woman came to the Belzer rabbi, entreating him to pray for her. The rabbi said, "But have you sufficient belief in the efficacy of my prayer?" The woman answered, "We find that Israel at the Red Sea was first saved from Exodus 14:30 and then believed from Exodus 14:31. The rabbi smiled and offered prayer on her behalf. Chapter 134. Prayer without concentration. Section 1. Hunger amid prayers. The Medzebozer rabbi said, "If one feels hunger while he is praying, it is a certain sign that he has not prayed properly. The true supplicant cannot feel any material needs when he communes with his Creator." Section 2. Business and Prayers. Rabbi Nachman Kossover taught that we should always have the Lord in our thoughts. He was asked, "Can we think of the Lord when we are engaged in buying and selling?" "Surely we can," answered the rabbi. "If we are able to think of business when we are praying, we should be able to think of praying when we are doing business." Section 3. Greetings to the returned. The Berditchever walked over to a group of his Hasidim in the congregation when they had finished the Amidah and shook hands with them, greeting them with the words, "Shalom Aleichem." They were greatly surprised at such an unexpected salute, inasmuch as they had not left the city and were not guests, who usually are thus accosted. The rabbi noted their surprise and explained himself as follows: "The reason for this salutation is that I could read in your faces while you were reciting the Amidah that you did not have in mind the meaning of the words of the prayers, but were thinking of the grain market in Odessa or the woolen market in Lodz. Now that you have returned from so long a voyage, it is appropriate for me to extend to you a welcome home." Section 4. Bounds to good counsel. The disciples of the Besht were told of a certain man who was known as truly wise. There were several of the disciples who were prompted to call upon this man in the town of his residence and to profit by his doctrine. The master gave them leave, but they inquired, "How shall we know him for a true Zaddik?" "Ask him to counsel you," said the Besht, "how to keep your thoughts from going astray when praying or learning. If he offers counsel, you will know that his wisdom is not. For it is part of man's bondage, until the hour of his death, to wrestle with alien thoughts time and again, and to subdue them in any ascent of the soul." Section 5. The Insulted Guest. Said the Tarnograder rabbi, "He who worships and allows his thoughts to stray from God is like him who prepares a banquet for the king and then leaves his home." Section 6. Lip Worship. The Strelisker commented on the Sephardic version of the Amidah, reading, "For thou hearest the prayer of every mouth." He said, "We praise the Lord for hearing our prayers, even if they come only from the mouth and not from the heart." Section 7. Attention in meditation. The Besht was asked, if a man prays without concentration upon the meaning of the words because of foreign thoughts, should he say the prayer over? The Besht replied, Since even foreign thoughts contain a spark of God's holiness, it is not fitting that a worshiper should audibly repeat his prayer. This would be a slight on the holiness of his first prayer. Let him add in meditation the attention lacking in his words, and thereby complete the holiness of the prayer. Chapter 135. Preaching. Simple preaching and its uses. Section 1. Telling tales. The Rosiner rabbi said, "There are two ways to influence men for good. One is by sermons of a serious and profound character, when the hearers are of high intelligence. The other is by sermons of a light nature, interpolated with tales and parables, when the listeners are ordinary men and women of little learning." We may thus understand the verse, Song of Songs 8:8. We have a little sister, namely, an audience of but little education. And she has as yet no breasts, namely, is undeveloped and immature as yet. What shall we do for our sister? How shall we influence such a gathering? In the day, on the Sabbath or holiday, she shall be spoken to, namely, told tales. Section 2. Folk stories for the people. The Besht was narrating folk stories to his disciples. Noting their surprise, he told them the following parable. A king sent his son to take charge of a fortress situated near the frontier. He informed him that the enemy was planning an attack in the near future, and instructed him to store within the fortress all food procurable. If he could not secure food of superior quality, he was to fill every storehouse with food of poor grade. Though the king's counsel did not seem necessary to him, the prince obeyed. The siege of the fort continued a long time, and the coarse food in the end proved the safeguard against surrender. Likewise, my friends, store in your memory those common tales I narrate to you, as well as the teachings which seem to you profound. In your work among the people, everything will prove useful. Another version of this story is: a king noticed that his sons cared little for the viands set before them. He ordered the leftover bread and cake to be stored in sacks. Later, the enemy besieged the city, and in the ensuing scarcity of food, the leftover food was consumed with gratitude. Likewise, store in your mind, said the Besht, the popular tales and sayings which you hear from me. The time will come when you will appreciate them. Section 3. The popular sermon. Said the Rosiner, various methods were utilized by the sages in order to prompt the people to devote earnestly a part of their time to religious thoughts. At first, sacrifices were ordered to be brought before the Lord. It proved evident, however, that the pure sentiment of faith was absent, and hence prayers were substituted. These also failed oftentimes to hold the full attention of the worshippers. It became necessary, therefore, to add sermons by the rabbi. And it becomes the duty of the preacher to expound his message in easily understood terms, interpolated with parables and stories, clever expressions, epigrams, aphorisms, and even secular matters. Every listener seems to possess an antagonistic spirit which bids him turn away his thoughts from interest in faith and worship. But the same spirit of mischief is apparently beguiled by an effective discourse, and it fails to command loss of interest by the listener until it is too late. The religious teaching has already penetrated his mind and is retained by his memory. Section 4. The Horse Doctor. Rabbi Elimelech of Lizensk once came to the city of Nikolsburg, where Rabbi Shmelki was officiating. On being asked to deliver a sermon, he said to the congregation, "Your rabbi's method is to cure your spirit by means of delicate medicines, like the good physician. I am but a horse doctor, and I cannot do otherwise than treat you with plain and homely medicines. I must adjure you to beware of breaking the 10 Commandments, not to steal, not to bear false witness, not to covet, and the like." Section 5. miracles, or sermons. The Gera rabbi heard that another rabbi specialized in performing miracles. He said, "Nowadays our people cannot be brought near to God through the working of miracles, but through appropriate sermons and ethical teachings." Section 6. Cutting the earth in vain. Said the Rizener, we read in Psalm 141:6, "And they shall hear my words, that they are sweet, as when one cleaveth and breaketh up the earth." This means that when a preacher expects his listeners merely to enjoy his clever phrases, caring not whether his words bear fruit, it is like cleaving the earth, a useless and vain process. Section 7. Parables for the soul-sick. Said the Pulnor, "A man in good health when he is thirsty drinks pure water. One whose constitution is weak requires milk or wine." In the same fashion, a healthy-minded man thirstily absorbs words of exhortation and reproof in a sermon, welcoming their explicit and frank message. But he whose soul is sick finds direct reproof too bitter and too personal. It is necessary for the preacher to clothe his admonition to the soul sick in a garment of parables or tales. At the same time, it is necessary to guard against the danger that those who hear absorb merely the outer meaning and miss the inner message. Section 8. Exhortation and reproof. Said the Pulnor, "It is the rabbi's duty to exhort and reprove his congregation. If a direct reproof is displeasing to most of his congregants, he should not resort to it against their wish and acquire thereby their enmity. In such a case, he should use words of admonition and warning found in the Torah without adding words of his own. If his congregants then become angry, their displeasure is against the Lord who has inspired the Torah." Section 9. Speech at a banquet. Said the Pulnor, "It is proper for a rabbi or a sage to say a few words at the commencement of a banquet in order to overcome the usual tendency towards gossip and to give a praiseworthy tone to the conversation. But some rabbis, unfortunately, endeavor to display their erudition and enter into a learned disquisition. This method is entirely wrong. The rabbi's purpose should be to subdue the self-satisfaction and complacency encouraged by a rich meal. But if he is himself guilty of these faults through his vanity, how can he subdue similar inclinations in others? Moreover, only a few understand his erudite references. On the other hand, if he speaks a few words of ethical and spiritual content, indirectly reproving undesirable qualities, he will doubtless meet with success. Section 10. Secular Studies. When Rabbi Schmelke became Rabbi of Nikolsburg, he preached on his first 7 Sabbaths concerning 7 different sciences. On the 8th Sabbath, he preached on a theme related to the Torah. He explained his selection of topics as follows. We read in Ecclesiastes 7:5, "It is better to hear the wise admonition from a man who understands the song of the unlearned. If I should counsel you to study the Torah rather than secular learning, you might retort that, had I known the niceties of secular knowledge, I would not have offered such advice. Now, however, that you have heard I am acquainted with the sciences and prefer the Torah nevertheless, you will appreciate that my counsel comes from experience." Section 11. In gathering the multitude. A famous Rav asked the Lubliner, "Why do so many thousands come to you and not to me? I have learned more Talmud than you, and I can discourse on the halakha more profoundly." The Lubliner replied, "I am likewise surprised at the multitudes who come. Who am I, that thousands should seek to learn godliness from me? But perhaps they come to me because I know how little is my worth, and they do not come to you because you are surprised at their failure to come." Section 12. The Lover of Money. A Maggid addressed the congregation at Premislan and was heartily congratulated by his hearers. But after the discourse, when the warden passed among the congregation, in order to gather a sum of money for the preacher, only a small amount was donated. Before his departure from the town, the preacher went to Rabbi Meyer to bid him farewell. While sitting in the rabbi's room, he observed with intense envy the piles of money given to the rabbi by his visitors. The rabbi noticed this and said to him, "Every man is able to transfer some of his personality into the minds of his hearers. As for myself, I have no use for money, and I receive it only to distribute it among the indigent. Therefore, some of my disdain for gold is transferred to my visitors, and they become generous. As for yourself, however, it appears that you love money for your personal use, and when your characteristic is transferred to your listeners, they feel the desire to retain their money for themselves, and hence they do not care to part with it." Section 13. The Tailor and the Garment. Said the Mikolayever, "In the same way that a tailor sketches the design and cuts away the extraneous material before making up a garment, so the preacher must first outline his subject of discussion, and with questions eliminate the non-essentials before he brings his analysis to a point." Section 14. The Rooster and the Goose. A preacher decided to settle in a small town. When he met the Rav of the community, he explained his purpose. The Rav was surprised and protested, "But the community pays its Rav an exceedingly small amount. How will you make a living here as well?" The Maggid narrated the following parable by way of answer. A goose belonging to a thoughtless owner often suffered from hunger because her master forgot to feed her. One day, the man bought a rooster and placed him in the same coop with the goose. The goose was greatly concerned. "Now I shall surely starve. There are 2 of us to eat from my small portion." "Do not worry," retorted the rooster. "I can crow when I feel hungry, and this will be a reminder to our owner. Then we shall both be fed." Section 15. Short and True. The Ropshitzer was a scholar of great learning and would sometimes study a single verse for weeks. This caused him considerable difficulty when he began to preach. He commenced one of his first sermons as follows: "It is fitting that a rabbi always preach the truth, that he speak briefly, and that his theme be taken from the Sedra. I wish to say that I do not know what Sedra is to be read on this Sabbath. This is true. It is brief and has the Sedra for its theme. Amen." Section 16. Inspired Preaching. Rabbi Joshua Belzer invited a visiting rabbi to say a few words. The rabbi replied, "To speak words of Torah, one must receive inspiration." Moses said, "This is the word that the Lord commanded to say," from Leviticus 17:2. If the Lord commands one to say a word, he should speak it. Otherwise, he should keep silent. Section 17. Hovering Interpretations. The Medzabozer was asked, why does the Zaddik, in his interpretation of biblical verses, paraphrase them so decisively that he almost deprives them of their plain meaning? The Medzabozer answered, "It is written, Genesis 1:2, and the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. Likewise, those receiving an inspiration from God hover over the Torah, which is likened to water, coming near but not touching it." Section 18. The Preacher's Reward. Said Rabbi Bunam, "We understand from the Midrash, Bereshith Rabbah, chapter 62, that Rabbi Abuha was discouraged with his work of admonishing the people, since he found that he accomplished but little. Then he dreamed he went up to paradise and was shown his great reward. He then applied to himself the verse, Isaiah 49:4. But I said, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for naught and vanity. Yet surely my right is with the Lord, and my recompense with my God. It is like the counselor or the physician who receive payment, even if they are unsuccessful, inasmuch as they have done all within their power." Section 19. Belated influence. A rich merchant came for a Sabbath to Rimanov. On Sunday, the Rimanover's wife asked the rabbi for some money, but he replied, "Wait until this wealthy merchant has taken his farewell. He will surely leave me a sizable donation." Several hours passed, and the merchant failed to come. The rabbi sent for him, and on his arrival, the merchant declared, "Rabbi, your sermon influenced me so much, I have resolved to abandon business and remain a student at the Beth Hamidrash." "Nay," replied the rabbi, "this will not do. Yesterday, we were in an elevated world of the spirit, and nothing mundane was required. Today, however, we are in the world of reality, and we are in need of many things. Return, therefore, to your business and study at your leisure." The merchant left his donation, received the rabbi's blessing, and took his departure. Section 20. Curses and Blessings. An itinerant preacher came to Ostroa and delivered a sermon where he showered blessings upon the inhabitants. He anticipated a goodly reward, but received only modest gifts. Incensed at this disappointment, the Maggid commenced to pour forth curses. Rabbi Eliakim Getzel halted him and said, "How much worse than Balaam you are. Balaam sold his curses dearly, but gave his blessings free. You, however, wish to be paid highly for your blessings, whereas your curses you give without payment." Chapter 136. Pride. Section 1. Dying of Pride. A rabbi was told that a certain man had died of hunger. "No, he died of pride," replied the rabbi. Section 2. False Pride. A young man complained to the Koberner that he could not rid himself of pride. "Are you very rich?" asked the rabbi. "No," was the answer. "Are you a great scholar?" "No," replied the youth. "Do you know many foreign languages?" "No," was the answer. "Then," concluded the rabbi, "what reason have you to be proud?" Section 3. The Conceited Student. The Gerer rabbi said, "When a man learns the Torah, prays much, and begins to think, 'I am perfect, I am truly pious, I am a Hasid, I overlook nothing in the performance of my religious duties,' he then transgresses the words of Numbers 15:39, that ye go not about after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye are used to go astray." Section 4. The Baal. Ere the great Maggid began to teach the two brothers, Shmelch and Pinchas, he told them how to order themselves all day long, from rising to falling asleep, and by command and prohibition made manifest his miraculous knowledge of their ways, as if they had been known to him long before. In the end, he said, "Before retiring to rest at night, the disciples of the wise are accustomed to cast accounts of their doings during the day. And if a disciple's heart swells within him at the thought of having made excellent use of the day, the angels in heaven knead all his good works into a ball and hurl it into the abyss." Section 5. Pride within meekness. A merchant who was a Hasid of the Rizener was proud of his apparent meekness. He began to suffer great reverses and complained to the Rizener. The rabbi warned him to abandon his weakness of giving ostentatious display of his humility. But the merchant soon forgot this warning, and in his pride refused to ask his friends for temporary loans to bide him over the crisis. This necessitated the liquidation of his business. Still, the merchant failed to alter his character, and soon after his home was burned to the ground. Instead of appealing to his friends, he left the town and wandered from place to place. He was arrested on suspicion as a vagrant and jailed. Buried deep in his melancholy thoughts, the destitute prisoner allowed the cigarette he was smoking to fall upon his cloak, and he was severely burned. In the hospital, a relative visited him, and for the first time, the former merchant broke through his pride and, weeping, described his miserable state. The relative promised him assistance, and little by little, the unfortunate man was able to overcome his difficulties. In the end, he prospered greatly. When he next visited the reasoner, the rabbi said, "Be sure that you maintain the mood of sincere meekness, and your success will endure." Section 6. The Bratslaver, on Pride and Humility. A. 1. The humble man understands that everything that happens to him happens for good. 2. The humble man is able to rid himself of materialism. 3. Pride leads to poverty. 4. Only the humble man is able truly to repent. 5. One who must fast and scourge his body is not yet a tzaddik, since he has not yet rid himself of bodily desires. 6. To overcome pride, one must cleave to the tzaddikim. 7. By overcoming pride, one receives faith, joy, and understanding. This also contributes to length of life. 8. The Torah itself becomes coarse in the mouth of the man of pride. 9. Because of pride were we exiled. Because of pride and the quest for glory, we are still in exile. 10. One who appears to be humble in order to win praise is guilty of the highest degree of pride. 11. One cannot be a genuine student unless he is meek, since a student must abase himself before his teachers and his companions, at times even before his inferiors. 12. The man of meekness must beware of pride in his strength, in his riches, and in his learning. 13. Meekness leads to peacefulness. 14. Pride leads to a man's fall. 15. Meekness attracts a man's fellow man to worthy causes. 16. The man of meekness should regard himself as even more lowly than he thinks himself to be. 17. No one envies the meek or plans to injure them. 18. The leader of democratic qualities strengthens his power. 19. Pride dies with the man. Meekness survives him and will accompany him at the heavenly tribunal. 20. Meekness is born within every man. By drawing near to the tzaddik, it is revealed in him. 21. Severe study is required to recognize true meekness. The ne'er-do-well's humility is undesirable. Pray to the Lord to teach you how to be meek. 22. If your affairs are not well with you, meekness will restore them to strength. B. 1. Through faith and truth, a man attains humility. Humility brings greatness and long life. 2. Humility removes the fear of enemies, quarrels, and pains. 3. Everyone is at peace and friendly with the humble. 4. The humble has no fear of losing his leadership. 5. The soft-hearted is able to attain humility. 6. God remembers and fulfills the desire of the humble. 7. By his voice a man can be recognized as haughty or meek. 8. Messiah will come when pride will end. 9. Pride leads to drunkenness and to terror. 10. To break thy pride, partake in the tribulations of Israel. 11. Pride leads to a lapse from faith. 12. Pride closes the heart and the eye from seeing God's wonders. Thus it leads away from reverence for Him. 13. Good food and much drink bring pride in their train. 14. The wisdom and the inspiration of the haughty man are doomed to disappear. 15. Pride is a blemish. 16. Through faith, a man can subdue pride. 17. The proud man's plans are unsuccessful. 18. A poor and lowly man who gives nothing to charity is preferable to a rich, haughty man who gives to charity. Section 7. Without foundation. Said the Berkshire, one must beware of pride, since pride needs no foundation on which to build. A man may be lying on his bed, his house may be cold, he may be covered with a torn blanket, and yet he may think in his heart, I am great, I am great. Section 8. A play on words. Said the Berkshire, a book on the transmigration of souls declares that the proud man after death will become a bee. The reason a bee was chosen appears to me to be the following. An arrogant man is wont to say, I am a writer, I am a scholar, I am a sinner. I am in the Yiddish is ich bin, and a bee in Yiddish is a bin. Section 9. Pride and anger. Said the Berkshire, anger, like pride, is the chief weapon of Satan. It brings impurity to the soul and leaves not a pure thread in it. As to pride, it is the garment of the Lord. Psalm 93:1. He who possesses pride makes a flaw in the Lord's garments. Section 10. God's garment. Said the Stretner, the Lord clothes himself with the pride which good people cast off. Psalm 93:1. Section 11. A greater offense. Said the Koretzer, a wise man was asked by his disciples for instruction how to avoid sin. He replied, were you able to avoid offenses? I fear you would fall into a still greater sin, that of pride. Section 12. Yud or Wa. Rabbi Bunam said, a Yud that is too big, too proud, is no longer a Yud. A play upon words, Yud or Y, the letter, and Yud meaning Jew. Section 13. The worst pride. Rabbi Mendel Libovitzer was accustomed to say, the worst pride is pride of piety. Section 14. Revaluing ourselves. Said the Zablitover Rabbi, when you are unknown to fame, think of yourself as a mediocre person, but when you are called a Zadik, think of yourself as wicked. You will thereby keep yourself from falling into pride. Section 15. The extreme point. The Savroner said, in all traits of character, it is best to walk in a middle path. The exception is in the case of pride. We should go to the extreme point, farthest from pride. Section 16. Pride is falsehood. Said the Lubliner, the prohibition against falsehoods includes within itself an admonition against pride, since haughtiness is false. He who is truthful in his heart and knows his own shortcomings must of necessity be humble. Section 17. Lowering the proud. Said the Kotzker, the Lord brings the proud low, but the man of pride remains haughty even in his lower state. Once more, the Lord lowers him, and this continues until he is humbled to the very earth. On the other hand, the Lord lifts up the lowly, and he remains lowly of spirit even in his higher estate. Again, he is lifted up until he attains the highest station. For this reason we say in the Hasidic prayer book, who bringeth low to the ground the haughty, and raiseth up to the peak the lowly. Section 18. The Traveler. Said the Besht, it is so natural for a gifted man to attain pride that he scarcely is aware of it. It is only when he strives to humble himself in his intercourse with people that he realizes how full of pride he has been. It is like a man who travels in a stagecoach and falls asleep. The driver has to ascend a hill, After he reaches the summit, there is a long stretch of smooth road. When the man awakes and is told he is now on a hill, he can hardly believe it. Only when the descent is made does he realize how high he had been. Section 19. A perfect character. Said the Besht. False humility can be illustrated by this story. A man was learned, gifted, and charitable, but he was afflicted with the blemish of pride. He was told that if he learned humility, he would become a perfect man. He acted upon this counsel and studied humility until apparently he had learned it by heart. One day, a man failed to show him deference. The man of supposed humility turned to him and said, "You fool, do you not know that since I have learned humility, I am a man of perfect character?" Section 20. Pride as a hindrance. A tailor was summoned to the count's court to measure him for a suit of clothes. The count remarked, "I have purchased expensive cloth abroad for this suit. Be careful with it." The tailor replied, "Am I not known as the best tailor in the province?" When he returned with the suit, the count refused to accept it, declaring it a poor fit. The tailor was perplexed and sought out Rabbi Yerachmiel for counsel. The rabbi advised him to take the suit apart and carefully to make it again. When the remade garment was brought to the count, he was delighted with it and paid the tailor handsomely. On his next visit to the rabbi, the latter explained the reason for the count's change of opinion. "When you made up the suit first, you did so in a spirit of pride and became careless of the details, which served to give the master's touch to any article. The second time, in a contrite mood, you took especial care and therefore achieved worthy workmanship. Overconfidence and pride tend to make the best workman unsympathetic and slovenly in his labor." Chapter 137. Prodigies. Section 1. Discerning a prodigy. Rabbi Meir of Apt once saw among his visitors a youth from Vlastov. He called his companions aside and bade them never to bring the young man again. The next time the company from Vlastov were ready to leave for the rabbi's home, the youth wished to join them, but they forbade. Finally, they consented to permit him to travel with them as far as a village near Apt. They continued on their way and soon arrived at the home of Rabbi Meir. The latter inquired whether the youth was in their midst. The visitors explained the reason for his absence. "Do you know why I opposed his coming to me as a Hasid?" said the rabbi. "It is because he is a greater Tzaddik than myself. When you can boast of such a youth in your native city, it is absurd for you to come to me." The youth was compelled to become a Rebbe and won fame as the Radomsker rabbi. Section 2. The slap on the cheek. In his younger days, the Gerer studied under the Koznitzer Maggid. It happened once that the Maggid propounded before his Hasidim a certain passage in a Talmudical commentary which lacked clearness. The elderly Hasidim were unable to explain the troublesome portion. Thereupon, the young student arose and expounded correctly the knotty problem. Instead of praise, however, he received from his master a sound slap on his cheek and was told that even if his elders did not know a subject, it was improper for a youngster to show off. Section 3. The cap aslant. In his boyhood, Rabbi Mendel of Vitebsk was a student of Rabbi Dov Ber's following in Meseritz and was much in favor with the master because of his great diligence in learning. Scholarship and the master's favor went a little to his head, and his teacher noted it. One Sabbath after dinner, young Mendel paced the room with a cocky strut, his cap aslant on his head, which is against the Hasidic rule of humility. The Maggid, who was standing at the door, said, "Mendel, how many folios of the Talmud did you learn today?" The student said, 6. The Maggid, with a shrewd glance at him, said, "If 6 folios suffice to set a cap aslant, how many will make it fall off the head altogether?" The lad perceived that his pride had drawn reproof. he wept and vowed amendment. Rabbi Mendel used to tell this story of his early years himself, adding how the master bade him be of good comfort and how the remembrance of his youthful error served him through life, as a pillar of fire lighting his path. Section 4. He will be a man. A youthful prodigy visited the Koznitzer Maggid and began to exhibit before the disciples his profundity of learning. The middle-aged adherents of the Maggid jokingly belittled his talents. When the youth returned home, he complained to his father-in-law. The latter, who took immense pride in his son-in-law, laid the affair before the Maggid, saying that those who do not reach to his knees in learning dared ridicule the remarkable youth. The Maggid replied, "Let me relate to you this fable. A lioness instructed her cub, saying to him, 'You need fear no living being except the man.' The young lion saw an old man, bent with age, and inquired from the mother, 'Is he dangerous?' 'No,' retorted the mother. 'He was a man.' The cub soon after saw a child and placed the same query. 'No,' answered the mother lion, 'he will be a man.' Then a hunter, tall and powerful, appeared. 'This is the dangerous being,' exclaimed the lioness, and ran with her cub to their den. In the same fashion, your son-in-law is yet to be a man, while the disciples are men now. It was unseemly for a youth to show off before his elders as if he were superior. Modesty becomes the young. Section 5. What does the Lord say? A young scholar who was proud of his knowledge visited the Lysensker. The rabbi observed his conduct and wished to cure him of his arrogance. He called him over and remarked, "Young man, what does the Lord say?" The scholar became confused by the question and knew not what message the rabbi wished to convey to him. The Lysensker repeated the question several times, but did not elucidate it. When the young man came to bid the rabbi farewell, the latter said to him, "We read in Jeremiah 23:24, 'Can any hide himself in secret places, that I shall not see him, saith the Lord?' I interpret this phrase thus: though one hides his piety in secret, but thinks that I am a scholar, a good Jew, I shall not look at him, saith the Lord." The pronoun I is repeated in the Hebrew sentence. Literally it is, I shall not see him. Chapter 138. Proselytes to Judaism. Section 1. The Prince Who Became a Jew. A woman who had long yearned in vain for motherhood at last gave birth to a son. But after 2 years of happiness, she lost the child. Thereupon the Baal Shem told the weeping mother the story of a childless king in a distant land, who had vainly consulted all his magicians on how he might secure an heir to his throne. Finally, one of them advised him to forbid the Jews of his realm to exercise their faith, for only the prayers born of their despair would be able to move God to give him a son. The king issued the prohibition. The pious community was shaken with grief and terror. The dreadful cries of the Jews rose to heaven. Then one of the transfigured souls in paradise was seized with compassion and came before God, offering to return to the nether spheres as the son of the king. The prince was born, but because his soul was supernal, he stood so high above all men that his father could find no teachers who would be able to do him justice until a stranger instructed him in the Jewish faith, and he, burning with holy fervor, abandoned the palace and became a Jew. When, after the prince's death, the soul whose compassion had moved it to sacrifice itself for Israel stood before the divine tribunal, only a trifling charge was brought against it: that it had spent the first years of its life on earth amid the pomp and worldly vanity of the royal court. In order to atone, it would have to descend to earth once more, to be nursed for 2 years by a pious Jewess. The story closes with the Baal Shem's words to the sorrowing mother: "Dost thou, pious woman, regret having nourished a sainted soul for 2 years?" Section 2. The Proselyte's Persistence. said the Gera rabbi. The Torah forbids the admission of an Ammonite or a Moabite to the congregation of Israel, Deuteronomy 23:4. When Ruth came to Judea, this prohibition was told her, but she persisted in becoming a proselyte, even if the Hebrew community would not recognize the legality of her affiliation. This attitude compelled the Israelitish leaders of the time to promulgate a new interpretation of the biblical law, namely, that only males are excluded, but not females. In the future also, in Messianic times, those proselytes will not be admitted, Yebamoth 24, who obviously seek entrance only when Israel is prosperous. But those who persist in becoming Jews, though unwelcomed by the community of Israel, will eventually force the adoption of a more liberal policy and will later gain acceptance as Jews. Section 3. The Half-Hearted Proselyte. A Hasid came to the Tsechinova rabbi to ask his blessing that he might draw the winning number in a lottery. The rabbi refused and chided him for possessing an illegal lottery ticket. The Hasid exclaimed, "But Rabbi, I have already bought it. If I win, I promise never to buy another." The rabbi replied, "You are like the would-be proselyte, who had already undergone circumcision and was lacking only in immersion. As he is about to enter the ritual bath, the proselyte says, 'I have a store of excellent pork left over. Wait until I eat it. Then I will immerse and never eat any more henceforth.'" Section 4. Refusing aid to the traveler. Said a rabbi, "The Torah forbids the admission into the congregation of Israel to the Ammonites and Moabites, Deuteronomy 23:4, even after conversion, because they did not set bread and water before Israel when they passed through their land." The question arises, perhaps they lacked sufficient resources to offer sustenance to an entire nation. The answer is, yet they employed Balaam for a large sum to curse Israel. Since they could afford to set aside a fortune in gold for Balaam, they could not give the excuse of poverty as a reason for refusing Israel bread. Chapter 139. Prosperity and Success. Section 1. The Lord guards us. The Tzechiver rabbi commented on the verse in Numbers 6:24, "The Lord shall prosper thee and guard thee." Oftentimes, he said, prosperity brings evil results in its train, and therefore the priests bless us to the end that we may enjoy prosperity and avoid its resultant evils through the Lord's guardianship over us. Section 2. The Bratslaver on Prosperity and Success. 1. Success comes only by the aid of heaven. 2. Study of the Torah brings success. 3. He who divorces his wife will have no success. 4. He who speaks no vain words will succeed. 5. He who speaks the truth will find success. 6. Confession brings success. Chapter 140. Publicans and Sinners. Section 1. The Future Rabbi in Taverns. When the Sassover rabbi was a young man, he made it his custom to visit the taverns every evening and to participate in the enjoyments of his fellow youth. When they proposed, however, to commit a serious offense, he would dissuade them. After he became a Rebbe, one of his former companions visited him, and perceiving the honor and reverence showered upon his former friend, he wondered greatly at the transformation of a former habitua of the public house into a man of holiness. He pondered the matter a moment, and then walked over to the rabbi and said to him, "1,000 thanks unto you, holy Rebbe, for saving me from many grievous iniquities, which would have stained my soul, except for you."